Hey there, so I'm back with another video wherein we will be covering a lot of things around Spring Boot. So this is a very hands-on course first of all, where we would be actually building stuff and learning a lot of things about Java web development. And yes, the application that we are going to build is going to have a user interface and we are going to make use of Thymeleaf for the same. So just to give you a gist, we are going to build a library management system, and this particular project is going to give us a comprehensive overview of how web development works with Java and Spring Boot. Also, to learn more from me, feel free to check out the description of this video where I have some amazing stuff curated for you. Also, if you have been watching my content or if you're new to this channel, I would highly recommend you should hit the subscribe button and like this particular video. I also have a comment target of 500 comments. So do comment, let me know who you are, where you're joining from, and what you are doing currently, and what sort of videos you would want to see on this channel. I would be reading all the comments personally. Okay, so do comment and support my work, and without further ado, let's jump right in.
Hey there, welcome to this class, and let us begin talking about how can you install Java onto your Windows machine. So here I am on Google Chrome on my Windows, and I'm going to straight away search here for Java downloads. So the moment you search over here, you will see these search results, and there are search results from java.com as well. So I would recommend you need to select this official link of Oracle. So oracle.com/java/technologies/download. This is the link, and it says Java downloads in the header. So I'll just select this option and you would be taken to this page over here. Now here you will see that JDK 21 has been released, and this is the latest long-term support release of Java SE platform. Okay, so Java SE platform meaning Java Software Edition platform. So that's just the short form. And this is the LTS version, as you can read over here. And we'll scroll down and you would see the details of Java 21. So here you have different options to choose from, like depending on your operating system. So you can choose for Linux, Mac OS, or Windows. So since we are on Windows machine and we are talking about Windows, I'll select Windows x64 installer. Now over here you will see that you're seeing all the x64 installers. What this means is this is for the 64-bit machines. Now there are two kinds, 32-bit and 64-bit. So to check which one you have, you need to press Windows R if you are on Windows, and you need to search for MSInfo32 over here. Okay, so just type in this. So first press Windows R together, like the Windows key on your machine, and you will see this run window pop up, and then you can type in MSInfo32. And then you'll see this window open up that talks about the system information. And then you can come over here. So somewhere here you will see system type. And you can see over here, my system type is x64 based PC, which means that I'm on a 64-bit machine. So if you see x32 over here, it means that you are on a 32-bit machine. Now, one thing to know over here is that Oracle has stopped providing the 32-bit installers. So if you are on a 32-bit machine, you might have to download the lower or the earlier version of Java where 32-bit versions or installers were being provided. So if you are not able to get the system information using the run command, you can go to search over here and you can search for system information simply. So system information, and you'll see system information over here. So this is another way. So once you know what kind of machine you are running, you can get the 64-bit installer. So there are now different versions here. You can see like you have an option to download the x64 compressed archive. Now, what does this mean? So this is a standard installer Now, what does this mean? So this is usually a zip or a compressed file that contains Java development kit, which means the entire thing which will enable you to make use of Java. Now, if you download this, there won't be any installation necessary, but you can manually extract the contents of this particular zip file and use it, okay, by linking. So this is usually used if you do not have the rights or access to install certain software onto your system. And then you have two installers here. One is in the MSI format, which is the Microsoft installer, and then we have x64 installer. So we'll go ahead with x64 installer over here, and I'll click on this link here. So I'll say download, and I'll select where I wish to save it, and it will, you can see it's downloading over here. Now, once it's downloaded, I will head over to the folder where I have downloaded it, and I'll begin the installation process. So you can see here the installer is being downloaded. So now what I will do is I'll double click on the same, and you should see a pop-up over here. So you will see Java Software Edition Development Kit 2101, and just press next. Here it will ask you for the location of the installation. I'll just keep default. So just make sure whatever is being shown over here, you remember that. Okay, so it's C drive, program files, Java, and JDK21. So I'm installing this right now in program files. If you wish to have another location, you can click on change over here. So I'll say next, and there will be some progress that you will see. And then you should see this particular success pop up over there. So I'll just say close over here, and I'll come back to the browser. So now one thing I wanted to talk about over here is right now I'm seeing JDK 21 over here, which is Java 21 release. Now, if you're watching this video at a different time, like later on when Java has released a new version, so it's likely that you're going to see a newer version of Java over here. But we'll stick to Java 21, okay, because it is the LTS version, which is long-term support version. So yeah, if you see more versions over here, don't panic. Just go to Java 21 and download that version. So that's about the installation. And now what we need to do is we need to head over to our terminal. So I have opened PowerShell over here. Now there is one reason why we are going to the terminal. It is to verify the installation. So I'm going to simply say Java -version over here, and this will simply print the version of Java that has been installed. But I got an error over here, okay, and the error is because this terminal was opened before I installed Java. So I'll just restart PowerShell over here. So once I restart, I'll just zoom in a bit, and here I'll again type in the same command. And this time you can see it prints in the version of Java that has been installed. Now, if for some reason you are seeing an error over here that Java is not a recognized internal or external command, then like I saw that error, I just restarted PowerShell, and that was because PowerShell was open before we installed Java. So it's probably that PowerShell checks for everything in your system before it launches, I believe. So on restart, it just worked, okay? And if for some reason you're still seeing that error, then what I would recommend is you should go to search over here. You should search for environment variables over here, okay? Just go to environmental variables here, and just go to the path over here. Click on edit, and just add a new path by clicking over here. So if you say new over here, you will be given a entry over here. So this will become editable. And what you can do is you can go to your PC, C drive, program files. So you have to navigate to the location where you have installed Java. I can see Java folder over here, JDK21. Okay. Now this is where I have installed Java. So what we need to do is we need to copy the location up to bin over here. This is the location. So we need to copy this and add it over here. Say OK and save this. So I'm not going to do this because I'm not seeing that error. but you can just say new and you can add the path and just say OK. So I will just say cancel because I don't want to do that because it's working on my system. Now this particular pop-up, environmental variables, you can simply go to search and search for environment variables, or if you have a My Computer icon, you can right click and go to properties. Okay, so this is how you can get the installation for Java done on your Windows machine. Hey there, welcome to this class. Now let us begin talking about how can you install and set up JDK Java onto your Mac machine. So on your Mac machine, you can open your favorite browser. So I have opened Google Chrome and you can search for Java download. Now, the moment you search for Java download, you are going to be shown this official link of oracle.com. So you will see official link of java.com as well, but we'll go to oracle.com and I'll click over here. Now, the moment you go on this particular website, this is the official website. And as I'm recording this video, Java 21 is out. So we will be making use of Java 21 and I'll scroll down over here. We will select the operating system that we are on, which is Mac OS. And since we are on Mac, we will be needing the DMG installer. So there are multiple installer types, as you can see, like ARM compressed, x64 compressed, and x64 DMG. So if I have to talk about the differences over here between these files, the ARM64 version is for the Apple M1 silicon chips. Okay. So if you're having Apple M1 silicon, you need to go for ARM64 version. But if you're having the Intel chip Mac, you can go for x64. Now, even in ARM64, you have two versions. Like one is the compressed archive and the other one is the DMG installer. So compressed archive is the version where you don't need to install Java, but you can just unzip it and use it. This is typically used in environments where you don't have the install privileges and you prefer to use JDK without installation. But since we are making use on our own system, we will be going ahead with the DMG installer. And the same goes for the versions with the Intel chips. So this one, x64 compressed archive, is the one that just has the compressed files. So you need to unzip and start using it. But the DMG one is for the installation. So since I'm on x64, I'll just download this version here. So it will take some time depending on the internet speed that you have. But I have downloaded this file and it's available here in the downloads. So here you can see. Now to begin the installation, I'll just double click on this file and you'll see this pop up. And I'll double click on the .package file. Now, once you double click on the .package file, you are going to see this welcome pop-up which says welcome to JDK 21.0.1 installer. And you can say continue and it will show you some space information that it's going to consume. You can go ahead and say install. It will ask you for the password of your system because it's going to install a software and this is standard process. So just enter the password and it will start writing the files. This will take some time, hardly a minute or two, and the installation has been successful. Now you can close this. So we have successfully installed Java JDK onto our Mac machine. Now coming back to the website here, you notice here we installed JDK 21.0.1. Now it's likely that there might be a version changes or different version of software available. So I would recommend you to use the JDK 21 because that's the long-term support version. Okay. And once you have done with the installation, it's time to verify the installation. So we'll come over here and I'll open up the terminal. So this is a terminal that I have open. Now on your terminal, you can just type in a simple command to verify the installation. You can say Java-version. And this is just going to print the version of Java that has been installed onto your system. So you can see I'm seeing the version that is being printed and it also says LTS, which means it's the long-term support version. So that's about how you can get Java onto your Mac machine.
Hey there, welcome to this class where we are going to talk about the installation of Java onto your Ubuntu machine. So on your machine, you need to head over to your favorite browser and search for Java downloads. The moment you search for Java downloads, you are going to see this first link that is from oracle.com. And this is the official website from where you can install and download JDK. So we'll scroll down a bit, and here, okay, so I scroll down a lot more. So here you'll see Java 21 and Java 17 are available now. So we will be going ahead with Java 21 because that is the latest LTS release. And since I'm on Linux, I'll make sure that JDK 21 and Linux is selected. Now here I am going to download the x64 Debian package. So I'm going to just click on this, and this will begin the download here, as you can see. So I'll wait for the download to complete. Now once the download is done, you will see the file in the downloads folder or wherever you have saved it. Now in order to install, what we will do is we'll head over to our terminal, and I'll navigate to the directory where I have downloaded the installer, okay, or the file that we got from Oracle. So I'm going to first check where I am. So I'm in the home directory, and I'm going to switch over to downloads. And over here, I'm going to say sudo dpkg. I'm going to say -i, and I'm going to make use of the file name. So this is a command that I'm going to run as sudo. Now I'm going to enter the password here. So I'm going to say the password for my system. Okay, so I'm getting an error. So let me try running the command again now. Okay, so I'll try running this command, and you'll see now it's begin the installation. Okay, so it's begin the unpackaging, and the process is working now. So what I had to do is there was a process that was blocking. So what I did is I had to run this to kill a process. Okay, and then after that I run this particular command and it worked fine. So you can see we have not got any errors. And now let us check the Java version here. So you can see Java is now installed, and you're able to see the Java version being printed onto your system.
Hey there, welcome to this class. And now let us begin talking about how we can get Intellij IDEA set up onto our system. So here I am on my favorite browser and on Google, and I'm going to search for Intellij system requirements. So first, let's talk about what are the requirements that we need for Intellij IDEA. So here you'll see this particular link on Google, which is of jetbrains.com. So it says install Intellij IDEA, and on this particular link over here, you're going to see this heading. So install Intellij IDEA, and here you will see the system requirements. But before system requirements, we will talk about Intellij and understand what are the different editions available. So here you will see a short para which will talk about the different editions that are available. So you have the community edition, and then you have the Intellij IDEA Ultimate. So community edition, as you can see over here, it is the free and the open sourced version, and it's licensed under Apache 2.0. And it provides all the basic features that are very well enough for learning and development purpose. But if you are willing to use Intellij commercially, and if you are willing to have more features over here with Intellij, you can of course go for Intellij IDEA Ultimate. To know more, you can click on the subscription options over here, and you can check out, like for organizations, these are the options. For individual use, you can see these are the options over here. Okay, so you can take a look over here, and if you want to take a look at what are the differences in both these editions in terms of features, so in that case you can scroll up here, and here you will have features, and you can click on features like so. So you'll have the features pane open up, and you can take a look at all the features that Intellij provides. So you can see AI assistant, there's limited access feature in ultimate. This is the ultimate feature also. So you can take a look, like detection of code duplicates. This is a feature available in the ultimate version as well. So you can go through like the different features that are available, and you can decide. Okay. But for learning purpose and for this particular course, you don't need a paid version. So you can absolutely go ahead with the community edition that we have over here. All right. Now, if you scroll down here, you have these system requirements, and you can take a look at the system requirements. So you need 2 GB of free RAM, and recommended is 8 GB of total system RAM. CPU, any modern CPU, or what is the recommended? So you can take a look over here, and these are the minimum system requirements that you need and the recommendation as well. So you can go through this and like make sure you have these requirements met. Otherwise, the performance of Intellij onto your system won't be really good, and it would be a bit substandard. And just make sure like you have these system requirements met. Okay. So now once we have discussed the system requirements, and once you're matching this, what you can do is you can click on this Intellij icon, and we'll go over here. This is the home page, and we'll click on download. Now, the moment you click on download, you will see the download page for Intellij IDEA Ultimate come first, and they have a free 30-day trial. But since we are looking for the community edition, you have to scroll down, and here on the second scroll, you will see Intellij IDEA Community Edition, and you will see the link to download. So one thing I would like to mention is this particular download page keeps on changing in terms of design. So this is a design that I'm seeing right now as I'm shooting this video, but there is a possibility that you might see a different design depending on when you're watching this video. So if you are seeing a different design, don't worry, and you just need to figure out the link to download for Intellij IDEA Community Edition, and this is automatically detected. So it has detected that I'm on Windows, and it is showing me the exe version here. You can change this to zip or whatever you want to. Okay, but you have to then click on download. Okay, now after saying download, just save it to your desired location, and you will have it being downloaded over here. Okay, now if this particular page over here, which I was talking about, goes a significant change, or the design change is significant, I'll make sure I re-record this particular video. All right. So the installer is being downloaded, and it's been saved to my desired location. Now, if you are on Mac, you will get a DMG file, which is the installer for Mac OS. Now, whichever version you are on, you need to double click on the installer. So I'm using exe. So this will open up the installation file, and you'll see this particular pop-up here, which is the welcome screen. So now we'll say next. So the installation process is pretty standard. It's just like any other software. It'll show you the destination folder for the installation. If you wish to change this, you can click on browse, but I don't want to change this, so I'll just say next. And here it is asking you for some more options. So you can say create a desktop shortcut, open folder as a project. Okay, so there are different options that have been presented to you. So I'll just say next over here. And here you will see like the start menu folder. So I'll just stick to default over here as well, and I'll just say next. Okay, so this is being installed now. We'll wait for a while until this entire process completes. So the installation process is complete, and you'll see this confirmation message over here. So you can like just choose to run Intellij Community Edition and say finish over here. So you'll see this pop up over here. Now the thing is, I had an version of IntelliJ already installed on my system, and I had uninstalled that version, and I just installed a fresh one to record this video. And that is the reason why you're seeing these sample projects over here, because they were already created early on. So I'm just removing them to show you how you will see when you have a fresh installation. So you will see something like this, which says welcome to IntelliJ IDEA, and you will see like a few links over here. So here you can see a sidebar. Okay, here you can see like you have an option for projects from where you can create, open, and get from version control system. You have an option to customize IntelliJ. So you can like change the theme to dark, light with header, the theme Darkula. You can play around with whichever option you prefer. So if you prefer a dark mode, you can go ahead with dark or Darkula. You have IntelliJ light theme as well. Okay, so I'll just stick to light, or you can alternatively sync with OS as well. And you can change the font for ID if you wish to. So these are just some settings that you can play around with. You have some plugins which you can install if you want to. So plugins are like extensions that you add to IntelliJ to get some additional functionality over and above what IntelliJ already provides. So if you want to like install anything, you can install from here, and you have a complete marketplace to search for. So you have a plugin for Scala, you have a plugin for different functionality. You can just check them. So AutoDev. So this is a plugin that provides like AI powered coding wizard or something. So you can read more about this plugin. Okay, so and you have a learn tab where you can learn more about IntelliJ. So what we are going to do is we would be creating a new project from here. Okay, and we would be sticking to this particular pane. Hello guys, welcome back, and in this lecture we are going to talk about what is Spring Framework, and by the end of this lecture we are going to have a complete understanding of what is Spring, some background around Spring, and we are also going to discuss what are the features of the Spring Framework and some of the problems that developers face with Spring. So let's get started. So what is a Spring Framework? So Spring Framework is one of the most popular Java framework out there, and it's an open source Java platform which was released by Rad Johnson. So Rad Johnson is a person who released the first version, and it was released under Apache 2.0 license way back in 2003. So this is about Spring and its creator. Let's talk about what does Spring offer us, or what are the features of Spring Framework. So the first feature that Spring Framework offers us is modularity. So Spring projects are organized in a modular fashion with the help of packages, which provide a unique functionality to your project. And you can select the packages that you need and focus on them, and you can ignore the rest. So that's the modularity feature that Spring offers developers. Spring supports existing technologies. So this is the next feature that it has. So to work with Spring, you don't have to learn a new technology, but instead it works really well with the existing technologies like HTML, CSS, etc. You can use them very well in your project. Spring Framework is a lightweight framework. So using Spring won't consume a lot of space. It's pretty lightweight and it's pretty easy to use. So these are some of the features that you should be aware about Spring Framework. Now we know about the features, let's talk about the problems that usually developers face with Spring Framework. So the number one problem is there is a lot of boilerplate code that is to be written, which means that you need to write code for simple things. Okay, and you should not be ideally writing this code. Okay, you should be instead focusing on the business logic, but you have to write that boilerplate code with Spring Framework. The second problem is there is lots of configuration that you need to do with Spring Framework. So if you have to configure anything, you have to write code in different files and you have to get the configuration done. So this is another problem that developers usually face with Spring Framework. Technically, or like according to other languages and other frameworks out there, the configuration steps should be minimal basically, and there shouldn't be a lot of configurations that is involved in adding a new thing to the framework or to your project. So this is about the configuration steps out there. The next problem that we'll have is multiple steps are required to build and deploy a Spring application. So if you want to run a Spring application, it's not as easy as pressing the run button. So you have to do multiple steps which will build your project and also deploy the application. For example, if you need to run and see the output, you need to build the project, you need to get the war or jar file, and you need to deploy it on the local server to see the output. So these are some of the steps that you need to perform in order to see the output of your project. So as you can see, like these are some of the problems that developers typically face with the Spring project. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what is Spring Framework, what does Spring offer us, and we also spoke about what are the problems that developers typically face with Spring Framework. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about what is Spring Boot. We are also going to discuss some of the features that Spring Boot has to offer us, and ultimately we are going to understand why do developers love Spring Boot so much. So let's get started. So what is Spring Boot? So Spring Boot is nothing but a module of the Spring framework which allows us to build production ready apps really quickly. Okay, and how does it help us do things really quickly? So let me tell you that. So with Spring, there are lots of steps that are involved in setting up, configuration, writing boilerplate code, deployment of the app, etc. So you need to do all these steps whenever you're working with a Spring project. However, you as a developer don't need to focus on the configuration, okay? But instead, you need to focus on the business logic. So you don't need to focus on the configuration and the setup part, right? That should be done automatically. And this is where Spring Boot comes in handy, which reduces the overhead from the developers, okay? With Spring Boot, you don't need to focus on configuration, setup, deployment, etc. Spring Boot makes your life very easy and quick basically for developers. So Spring Boot says, let's not focus on configuration, setup, and deployment anymore. So Spring Boot takes care of that for you. Spring Boot is a combination of Spring Framework plus pre-built configuration plus embedded servers. So if I have to talk about Spring Boot, you have Spring Framework because Spring Boot is a module of Spring Framework, right? Also, you get pre-built configuration along with Spring Framework. So if you just work with Spring Framework, pre-built configuration is not available, right? And also you get a third thing, which is nothing but an embedded server. So with Spring Framework, you need to set up a separate server wherein you can build and deploy your applications. But with Spring Boot, you get an embedded server. So you don't need to do any setup or configuration for your servers separately. So it just comes inbuilt. So Spring Boot is equal to Spring Framework plus pre-built configuration plus embedded servers. Let's talk about the features of a Spring Boot application. So a Spring Boot application allows you to create a standalone application with the minimum development time. Spring Boot also provides a Spring Startup project, which helps you get started quickly. So Spring Boot Startup project consists of predefined configurations and dependencies that are typically needed for a web application. So all the standard configurations and all the required things are already present in a Spring Boot startup project. So you can just use that startup project. It has some boilerplate code, so you can just get started quickly. So Spring Boot also provides the auto configuration of dependencies, right? So Spring Boot allows you to specify the dependency and it configures them for you. For example, if you wish to use MySQL in your project, you can specify MySQL as one of the dependencies and Spring Boot will configure the Spring Boot application with the MySQL connector included along with the project. So you don't need to do a configuration, set up a connector, etc. Spring Boot does that for you. You have to just specify the dependency. Spring Boot comes with an embedded server. So this is a plus. So there is no need to deploy your application to the server. You just need to press the run button. So you need to just run the application and it will be deployed on the embedded server. There is no deployment process involved. Another benefit is Spring Boot reduces the cost and development time of the application. Okay. Also, I'll move myself on the right hand side so that you can read what's coming down there. So the next benefit is Spring Boot makes it easier to integrate with other frameworks like Struts, Hibernate, etc. So it's pretty easy to use Spring and integrate with other frameworks. So let's also talk about why do developers love Spring Boot. So Spring Boot is based on Java, which is one of the most popular programming languages out there, right? And it reduces the development time significantly, okay, I should say, because it enables developer to focus less on the configuration and it allows developers to focus more on business logic. This leads to the increase in productivity of the overall development team. Spring Boot makes it easier to write test cases with the integration of testing frameworks. Spring Boot already has embedded servers like Tomcat or Jetty integrated for the deployment of your app. It comes with various plugins that developers can make use of, right? Since it enables them to work with embedded plus in-memory databases, developers can also work easily with Oracle, SQL databases, MongoDB, etc. So there are lots of plugins. You need to just plug them and use them. With Spring Boot, you can avoid writing boilerplate code, configurations, etc. So these are some of the reasons why developers love Spring Boot. Let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what is Spring Boot and what are some of the features that Spring Boot offers us. We also discussed on why developers love Spring Boot. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about the differences between Spring and Spring Boot. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of how they stand against each other. So let's get started. So let's talk about Spring Framework first. So what is Spring Framework? So Spring Framework is a Java-based web framework which is used to build web applications. Its main feature is to provide dependency injection, which helps you develop applications in a loosely coupled fashion, right? So this is about Spring Framework. And if I have to talk about some of the features of Spring Framework, it's a lightweight framework which is used to build web-based Java applications. It supports various annotations for configurations, and it has modular architecture which allows you to build microservices in isolation. So this is about Spring Framework. If I have to talk about Spring Boot, so Spring Boot is a module of Spring Framework which allows you to build production-ready apps really quickly, and it does this with the help of minimal coding and configuration work. So this is Spring Boot and Spring Framework. Let's now talk about the differences between both of them. So Spring Framework is a Java-based web framework. It's used to build web application. Spring Boot is a module of Spring Framework, right? And it allows us to build production-ready apps quickly. So this is the difference in the definition. We have the next difference. Let's talk about a boilerplate code. So with Spring Framework, developers have to write a lot of boilerplate code to do simple tasks. So for example, you need to write code like, for example, for generic things that developers have to do in day-to-day life. But here in Spring Boot, so the makers of Spring Boot understood that these things are needed by every developer. So they don't need to write this specifically. We need to take care of that. So Spring Boot makes sure that developers don't write boilerplate code to do simple tasks. If you talk about configuration, so with Spring, developers have to do some configuration tasks before writing the actual code. So they have to define dependencies and all in pom.xml, and they also need to do some configuration before writing the actual code. But Spring Boot comes with a startup project, okay, which has predefined dependencies that are typically required for building web applications. So what developers can do is they can use this startup project, which is pre-built, and they can plug it in their app and start writing code. So Spring Boot makes your life much more easier. When we talk about deployment steps, to run a Spring application, we have to first set up a server like Tomcat or Jetty, and then we have to deploy the application onto that server after building the application. But Spring Boot has an embedded server where the application is deployed. So you don't have to set up this server explicitly. This is inbuilt. You have to just press the run button. That's it. Let's talk about the database support. So Spring does not provide any native support to the in-memory database. However, Spring Boot offers support to in-memory databases like H2. So if your requirement is to use in-memory databases like H2, etc., you should go ahead with Spring Boot so that you can use them with minimal configuration. So these are some of the differences in terms of definition, boilerplate code, configuration, deployment steps, and database support. So let's summarize, guys. So in this lecture, we understood the differences between Spring Framework and Spring Boot, right? So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about how does Spring Boot work, and we are going to understand the architecture behind a Spring Boot application. So let's get started. So Spring Boot has a layered architecture wherein one layer communicates with another layer, and following are the different tiers or layers in a Spring Boot application. So the first layer is a presentation layer. Then we have service layer, and then we have data access layer. So we're going to talk about each one of them individually. So what is presentation layer? So presentation layer represents the data and the application features to the user. This layer is the layer wherein all the controller classes exist. Now, what do I mean by a controller class? So this is that layer which accepts the request from the user, validates the input from that user, and it passes on to the next layer, which is nothing but the service layer. So what is service layer? Now service layer is a layer wherein all the business logic resides in the application. So tasks such as evaluations, decision making, processing of data, etc. is done at this layer. This layer also does the job of interacting with both presentation layer and the data access layer. So service layer might get called by presentation layer, and they will call data access layer frequently to access the data. So this is how it works. So service layer will interact with presentation layer and also with the data access layer. Now what is data access layer? So this layer is the layer wherein all the repository classes reside. Now what is repository class? So repository classes are responsible for interacting with databases and performing operations to save and retrieve data. Now underlying databases that you use in your Spring Boot app can be relational or non-relational, but all the ways or all the job of communicating with the databases to access and retrieve data is done at data access layer. So this is about the different layers that exist in a Spring Boot app. Okay, and like we discussed, Spring Boot follows a layered architecture. It has different layers. First one is presentation layer, which is nothing but the layer which is user facing. So this layer interacts with the user, takes inputs, validates data that user has given, etc. Then that input is given to the service layer. Service layer is where the business logic resides. It does evaluations, decision making, data processing, etc. And service layer will interact with presentation as well as the data layer frequently. Then we have data access layer, which will do the job of talking to the database and saving, retrieving data. Now let's talk about a library management system, okay, and how will our Spring Boot app work if we have a library management system built in a Spring Boot, right? So let's imagine like this is the browser which is user facing, right? So user interacts with the application using a web browser, right? So whenever user requests for anything, like it goes to the list of all books or anything, it typically is calling the controller, right? So user interacts with the controller, right? And controller, so it processes the request and passes on to the service. Then service will pass it on to the repository, right? So if I have to give you an example, let's say a user is trying to get the list of books, okay, in our web app. So that request of retrieving the list of book goes to the controller. So controller sees whether any such method exists wherein a user can access the list of books. Once a controller is sure that this such method exists, okay, it will see all the requests and all the parameters that it's receiving. It will validate the request and it will pass it on to the next step. Now service layer will do the job of processing this with the help of the repository. So repository will make sure that it fetches this information from the database. So repository will interact with the database here and it will retrieve the list of books from the database. Okay. Now repository layer has the list of books which is passed on to the service layer, and service layer will pass this on to the controller, and controller will ultimately display this results on the browser. So this is how a typical Spring Boot application works, right? So if we have a library management system built using Spring Boot, this is how it will operate. So this is about the Spring Boot flow and how a request flows from user who uses the browser to the database and back to the browser. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what are the different layers in a Spring Boot application and how does Spring Boot works. We also understood this with the help of an example where we understood how a request flows to and fro from the browser. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to create our Spring Boot project and we are going to get introduced to something called a Spring Boot initializer. So what is a Spring Boot initializer? So Spring Boot initializer is a website wherein you need to go and you need to download the structure of your Spring Boot project. So native IDEs don't have a way wherein you can simply create a project using the new option, like how you do for a Java project or any normal project with Intellij. So to facilitate the creation of project, we have something called as Spring Initializer, which you can make use of, wherein you can go and download the project structure and then open it with your IDE. So to go to Spring Initializer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to google.com. I'm going to type in over here Spring Initializer and I'll press enter. So you are going to see this URL here, start.spring.io, and the first URL that comes up, you are going to click on this and you will be seeing a page similar to this. So what you can do over here is we need to select the right options and we need to hit generate so that the zip gets downloaded and we can open that zip in our IDE. So let's see what all options we need to select. So we'll keep Maven selected because we'll be creating a Maven project and we are creating this project using Java. We will use the Spring Boot version 2.5.4, right? And here is some project metadata that you need to enter. So we need to specify the group. Now group is nothing but the package name of your project. So I'm going to keep it as com.example. You need to specify the artifact. Now artifact is nothing but the name of the project that you're going to create. So I can say first spring. Okay. And you can see this also changed over here. This is nothing but the name also, right? and you need to specify some description. So I can say our first Spring Boot project. So this is done, and then we have the package name here, which is auto generated. You can edit this if you want, right? But for now, we'll leave this as it is. We have the packaging version, right? So you can select the jar version or you can select the war version. So I'll keep jar selected, and we can also specify the Java version over here. So I'll keep Java 11 selected over here, right? Now we need to talk about dependencies. So Spring Boot has a plug and play model wherein you can add dependencies and use it in your project. So let's say if you want to use MySQL and if you want your project to talk to the MySQL database, you have a dependency for that. So you don't need to do any additional configuration for that. You just need to add that dependency of that particular functionality. So here I'm going to click on add dependency, and you can just scroll through the list of dependency and you can explore what all dependencies Spring Boot offers. So like you can see, so basically we have this OAuth2 client. Okay, so if you want to add these features, you have JDBC API. So you can just include this dependency if you want your project to talk to using JDBC to your databases. You have H2 database. This is nothing but an in-memory database. So you can add that if you wish to use. You have MySQL, MS SQL, MySQL, Oracle, HyperSQL, PostgreSQL. So all of this is predefined, and if you want to use any of this, you just need to add that dependency, right? So here we are going to add few dependencies. So we are going to add the web dependency, right? I'll select web. I'll go to add dependency again. Now I can also add JPA. Okay, I'll select JPA, and I'm done adding dependencies. Now I'll hit generate, right? So once I click on generate, I'll see this getting downloaded. So what I can do is I'll go to documents. I don't want to save this into my downloads folder, but I'll take this too. So I'll go to my user and I'll go to source code, go to Spring Boot and Spring Boot course, and I'll download our application over here. So you can see the zip is getting downloaded and it gets saved on your local computer. So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we understood what is Spring Initializer and how can you use Spring Initializer to generate your project. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to unzip the project structure that we have downloaded in our last lecture, and we are going to set it up with Intellij. So let's get started. So here you can see on my desktop, you can see that I have downloaded the first spring.zip, and what I'll first do is I'll unzip this particular zip file, and if you open it, there will be some files under it. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just open this project. So this is a Spring Boot project, and I'll go ahead and open this using the IDE Intellij. So I'll open Intellij here, right? And this is Intellij here. So this is a welcome screen of Intellij. If you have any projects open in Intellij, you need to go to File and Close Project. The moment you do that, you'll see this welcome screen, or alternatively, you can also access the options that we are going to use from the file menu. Okay, if you have a project open already. So we are going to open this project over here, this first Spring project that we have downloaded from Spring Initializer. So I'll be clicking on open or import, right? The moment I click over there, you'll see this option. Okay, I'll go to source code, Spring Boot. I'll go to Spring Boot course and I'll select first Spring and I'll hit open. So the moment I do this, you'll see some processing happening. Okay, so Intellij is scanning the Maven dependencies that we have added. Okay, so if you remember, while creating the project, we added some dependencies, And that is what Intellij is scanning, and it's downloading and configuring for us. So this will take some while. Okay. So these things are being downloaded from the internet, and it will take some time depending on your internet speed. So you can see the project is now open and it's loaded fully, but you can still see some processing happening over here. There is some indexing that is happening in the background. So I was saying that you can also open the Spring project that you have downloaded from web. So this is a Spring project that we have downloaded from web, and you can open it from file open also. So if you have a project open already, and if you're not on the Intellij welcome screen, or if you don't know how to get to, so you can get to Intellij welcome screen using this close project, and you can open the project from here as well. So you can use both the ways. So we have the project open and set up in Intellij. Okay, so that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we did a setup of our project with Intellij, and we have our project imported into our IDE. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to explore our Spring Boot project that we have just imported into Intellij IDEA. So by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of what are the different files in your Spring Boot project and how is your project organized. So let's get started. So we have this root folder here, and if I expand this, you are going to see the src folder, right? And under src folder, you're going to see a main folder, and under main you will have Java folder. So Java is where your actual Java code will reside. So basically whatever source code you are writing, okay, to build your application will reside over here under the Java folder, and you can create packages over here and you can organize your project. Then you have resources folder, and this is where all your HTML will reside. So all your source code that you need your application to work will reside under the main folder, and that is divided into two parts, Java and HTML. So here under resources, you have something called as templates, static. So you can define the HTML here in templates, and you will have the CSS and JavaScript or any images if you want to use under this static folder. Then you must have observed that you have this folder called test. So this is the folder where all the test cases will reside. So Spring Boot application has a very good integration with testing frameworks, and you can see they have already created a package and a sample test for you to explore, right? So you can go and write some test cases in this folder, and then you have something called as pom.xml. So this is a very important file in your Spring Boot project, and this is the file that defines the dependencies, okay, that you need to run your Spring Boot project. And if you remember, like when we were on the Spring Initializer website, we had added some dependencies. So these were the two dependencies that we had added, Spring Web and Spring Data JPA. So these are the dependencies that you will see over here. So you can see you have the starter web over here, right? And then you have the JPA as well. So you can see the JPA added over here. So you can see this is the Spring Boot starter test as well that it has added by default. And you can see all the parameters that you added on the website, Spring Initializer, coming up over here. We also selected the version of Spring Boot, right? So you can see all the configuration information in pom.xml. And if you want to add more dependencies, you can do that using the dependency tag, right? So now let me tell you about what is a Spring Boot parent. So you can see under this parent tag, you have something called as Spring Boot parent. So Spring Boot starter parent is a special starter project that provides default configurations for our applications, right? So like we know that with Spring Boot, you don't need to do configurations, but you need to focus on your business logic. So 90% of the web apps that are built have the same configuration. So what Spring Boot does is, if you're creating a Spring Boot project, it knows that you are going to need a set of properties and a set of configuration already, which will help your web application to run and perform. So what it does is it has all of that configured in this Spring Boot starter parent, right? And this tag provides us with the default configuration for our application, Maven. It also inherits the dependency management from Spring Boot dependencies, which is the parent of the Spring Boot starter parent. Okay, so for now you have to just remember that Spring Boot starter parents gives you the default configuration onto your project. So this is about pom.xml. Okay, and let's go on to our Java source code and let's see this file that is created already by default. So under Java and the package name, I'll just click on this file. You can see over here that you have a class created with a main method in it, right? And it says Spring application.run, right? And also you will see this annotation. So we'll talk about each one by one. So you can see Spring Boot application annotation, and this specifies that this is a Spring Boot application. Okay, let us go to the class of this. So I'll just press command, right? If you're on Windows, you can press control and you can hover on this. So you will see this being converted into a link. So I'll just click over here and you are straight away taken to this class Spring Boot application. So not a class, it's an interface in fact. And you can see multiple annotations over here which are already defined, right? So you can see annotations like Spring Boot configuration. So you can also see enable auto configuration and you can see component scan. So Spring Boot configuration is an annotation that tells Spring Boot that this is a configuration file, right? And enable auto configuration enables the auto configurations. So this feature wherein you don't need to configure anything and everything is auto configured for you is enabled by this annotation, enable auto configuration. So let me go into this files also and show you. So I'll just press command and I'll go to Spring Boot, this file over here, right? So this is the file, right? And I'll also open enable auto configuration and alright, there's no documentation over here within the files, but yeah, but this is what they do, right? And you can see if we go under enable auto configuration, you can see there is an exclude tag as well over here. So exclude method. So using exclude, you can exclude classes that you don't want to auto configure. Okay. So auto configuration is applied by default to all, but if there are some classes which you want to exclude from auto configuration, you can do that. You can see this method here within enable auto configuration. Then you have component scan. So component scan enables you to scan for packages, right? So if there are multiple packages, component scan will do the scanning and it will pick up all the files. So this is about these class guys, Spring Boot application. So I'll just close this. So for now, I hope you have a complete overview of what the Spring Boot project looks like. We also have a folder over here. You can see external libraries. So this is where all our libraries exist, right? So I'll just move myself a little bit over here. So you can see we have Java 14, which we have added, right? And you can see all the Maven files, and these are all Spring Boot files, right? So you can see everything being downloaded. You can also see a file for Tomcat. So this is a library for Tomcat, and like we know that there is an embedded server in a Spring Boot project. So if you have to run a Spring application, not Spring Boot, I'm talking about Spring application, you need to first generate a jar or a var file, and then you need to deploy that file onto your server that you have set up locally. But that's not the case with Spring Boot. So Spring Boot comes with a default inbuilt Tomcat server. Okay, you just need to press this run button over here and it will just run the project for you. And how it does is it has an embedded Tomcat server, okay, wherein this project is deployed, and you can see the output immediately. You can see starter test, you can see starter web. So these are all starter templates. Okay, so if you are creating a web project, you need some dependencies and you need some configuration already, for which by default 90% of the web application need. So this file defines all of that, right? You have test auto configure, right? So you have lots of files over here. You can see all these libraries. Okay, you can see Mockito being added as well. So if you're not aware what Mockito is, so Mockito is nothing but a mocking framework, a mocking library which you can use, and this is very helpful in testing. If you are writing test cases and if you want to mock something, you can do it using Mockito. So you have two libraries for that, Mockito Core and Mockito Jupyter, right? You also have JUnit over here, you can see. So if you want to write tests, it's by default taken care of. Okay, you have JBoss. So there are lots of things you can just go and scroll through. See, you have Apache Tomcat, some files around Apache Tomcat. So yeah, so these are all the external libraries. So if you make any changes to the pom.xml and if you add or remove any dependencies, you will see changes happening in external libraries. So I hope you guys have a clear understanding of what your Spring project looks like and what are the different files and folders in your Spring project. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about the other ways of working with Spring Boot application, and we are going to discuss two ways specifically. One using STS, which is nothing but a tool called Spring Tool Suite, and you will also be learning about how can you use Spring projects with Eclipse IDE. So by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete clarity on the same. And if you are a developer who loves using Eclipse, this lecture is going to help you. So before starting, I would like to also mention one thing. You can use Intellij IDEA or Eclipse or STS for with this course. Basically, it's okay if you don't use Intellij. It's just that you won't be able to use the features of Intellij, but you can definitely work on all the features and use all the features of Eclipse and STS. So different IDE won't impact your learning. It's just that the interface and some of the shortcuts and some of the ways of doing some things will be different. So let's get started. So first, I'm going to show you how you can use this Spring project with Eclipse. So here we have this first spring.zip, which is nothing but the zip file of the project. So this we have downloaded from Spring Initializer. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to unzip this again, right here, and I'm going to rename this to Eclipse. So this is the Eclipse version, and this was the Intellij version which we used in Intellij. So I'm going to hop on to our Eclipse IDE, right? And here I have the IDE open. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to File, Open Projects from the File System. And over here, I'm going to say Directory. So it's asking me for the directory on where I want to open the project. So I open this folder and I select First Spring Eclipse. I'll hit open. The moment I hit open, so it understands that this project is a Maven project, and I just need to leave all the other options as default, and I need to hit finish. So the moment you hit finish, you can see some processing over happening here on the bottom right, and you can open the project and you can see the entire project is open over here. So you can see all the files. So this is nothing but the Java file, right? And you can see your main test. Okay, you also have the okay, here you don't have external libraries. Here you have instead JRE library. You have the Java file as well over here. So this is your main Java file, which is nothing but the Spring Boot application. You have the resources folder, wherein you can create your HTML and CSS templates. You have application properties. You have pom.xml. Okay, so This is how you can use your Spring project with the Eclipse IDE. Now there is something called as Spring Tool Suite. Okay, so I'm going to give you a demo of that as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop onto our browser. So here I am on my browser, and over here I'm going to search Eclipse with Spring Boot. Okay, or I'm going to search Spring Tool Suite. Okay, and you're going to see this link over here. You can click on this link. So this is the link of the Spring website. Okay, spring.io/tools, and you can see a list of tools over here, right? And here you can see this is Spring Tools 4 for Eclipse. Okay, and this is the all new Spring Tool Suite 4, which is free and open source, right? So now what is STS? So STS stands for Spring Tool Suite. Okay, and currently we are on version 4 of this particular tool. It's a Java based IDE for building the Spring based application. So if you want to work on Spring, you can use this IDE, which is Java based, and it's pretty much similar, and it's based on Eclipse. So if you are familiar with Eclipse, you should not have any issues using STS. It's more or less the same. Also, STS is free and open source. So you can see this is for Eclipse, and you have multiple download options. You also have STS for Visual Studio Code. Okay, and this is one more IDE that we have it for, right? You can take a look at some of the features, right? So what I'm going to do is we have to download the STS4 for Eclipse. So you can download the one which is right for you depending on your operating system. Okay, and I have already downloaded and installed macOS version on my machine. So if you are on Windows or Linux, you just need to download and follow the installation steps, right? So now since I have installed, I will go ahead and open STS, and here it's asking me like this app is downloaded from the internet. Are you sure you want to open it? So this is nothing but the security thing that I get on Mac OS. So I'll just click open because I trust this software, and you can see this launcher that we saw, and after that it's asking us for a workspace. So it's telling us to set up a workspace, and I'll have this workspace over here. So it's in my user documents, and this is the workspace, and it's asking me for the permission. So I'll say okay, and I'll hit launch. So the moment I hit launch, it shows some progress bar, and you could see the VMware icon over here on the like the welcome window on the bottom right. So this tool is built by VMware. Okay, it's supported by VMware completely. So this is the tool that we are talking about, and it looks much more similar to Eclipse, you can see. So if you are an Eclipse user, you should not have any issues using this. You can see some options over here on the package explorer: create a Java project, create a new Spring starter project, import Spring, getting started content, create a project. So to create a Spring Boot project, I'm going to say new. Okay, I'm going to say Spring starter project over here. The moment you do this, you can see the Spring Initializer website coming over here as the service URL. It's asking you for the project name, the type of project, Maven Gradle, right? jar, the packaging type, jar or war, Java version, language. So these are all the similar options that we saw on the Spring Initializer website, right? I'm going to say first STS project. So it changed the artifact. We have the group ID, the description, and the package, right? I'm going to say next. Here it's asking me for the dependencies. So I can say web, Spring Web I'll have, and I can also mention SQL, Spring Data JPA. Okay. So these two dependencies I have added here. You can add more. You can see there's a list of dependencies here. So you can see all the dependencies around SQL, ops. Then you have no SQL. So there are quite a few dependencies here. We'll choose 2 of them. We'll hit next. And it's asking for the base URL. Okay, so we won't be doing any changes over here. And I'll hit finish. And the moment I hit finish, you can see some progress happening over here, some processing. Import, getting started content. It's building the project. And you see the project here, right? So in order to create the project, a Spring Boot starter project with Intellij and Eclipse, you have to go to the Spring Initializer website and you have to download the zip file from there, and you have to open that zip file in your respective IDs. But with STS, since this tool is built for Spring, you don't have to go to Spring Initializer website, but instead you can create your own new project right from inside the tool. So it offers a little bit of convenience to the Spring Boot users because this ID is designed for Spring specifically. So after opening your project, you can just browse through and you can see all the files that have come up. So this is the Java file. Okay. And you can see all the other files over here, right? You can see resources, you can see pom.xml, application.properties, and everything. So this is about STS, guys. Like I said earlier, whatever ID you choose, it won't impact your learning with the course. So you can choose the ID of your choice, but we'll be using IntelliJ IDEA for this course. So in this lecture, we understood what are different ways of working with Spring Boot project. We understood how can you create and use a Spring Boot project with STS and Eclipse. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about what is Maven and why do we need it. By the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of what is Maven and what is its role in your Spring Boot project. And also, we will also be exploring how can you add new dependencies using Maven search to your Spring Boot project. So let's get started. So what is Maven? So Maven is a dependency management tool which does the job of managing dependencies that you need to add in your application. So typically a Java project has a lots of dependencies which are needed for it to function correctly. These dependencies are to be added in the form of jars. Now with Spring Boot, you don't need to download jars and add them to your class path, but instead you need to declare those dependencies in the file called pom.xml. And Maven is a dependency management tool which does the job of managing the dependencies for you so that you don't need to do the manual work of adding dependencies, but instead Maven does the job of managing those. Pom.xml contains a list of all the dependencies which Maven needs to know, right? So Java-based projects have dependencies and Maven lets you declare all the dependencies into a single file. Right? And Maven is your dependency manager. Maven takes these dependencies and gets them from the repository and adds them to the class path of your project. Now by repository, I mean here Maven repository, right? So Maven has its own repository, okay, which is hosted on some remote server. And the moment you add any dependency onto your project, what Maven does is it fetches that dependency and all the files like jar files, whatever is needed onto your local project and adds them to your class path. So you don't need to do the work which is pretty manual and pretty repetitive to add dependencies onto your project. So let me hop onto our browser and let me show you how Maven search works. So here I am on the browser and what I can do is I will search for Maven. Okay, so I'll search Maven. So the moment you enter this query search Maven, you will see this first link over here, search.maven.org, with the title Maven Central Repository Search. You have to click on this. The moment the page loads, you will see a search bar at the top, right? So you can search for Spring Boot dev tools over here. So we will just do a demo on how you can add the dependency of Spring Boot dev tools. So I'll search Spring Boot dev tools. So you have to simply add the dependency name that you want to add onto your project, right? So you can see lots of options coming in over here, and this is the one that we are looking to add, Spring Boot dev tools. So I'll just click on this, and you can see there are different versions of this dependency. So it's asking you which version do you want to add, right? It will show you all the information around this dependency, like the license, the home page, the source code, everything, the developers as well. I'll just hit on the latest version. Okay, and you can see over here. So you can see on the right hand side, it's showing you the code basically. So this is the Maven code. Okay, these are the tags that you can use if you're using Maven. If you're using Gradle, you can use these tags. Grid in Kotlin, you can use this, Scala, Apache. So you can explore these different types of tags for different build tools. So since we are using Maven, I'll just hit copy over here, and I'll go to our Eclipse project. So like we discussed, pom.xml is the file that keeps track and manages all the dependencies for you. So you can see there are different dependencies, and you can add this dependency over here. So I'll just press enter. I'll just paste whatever we copied. Now the moment we paste, okay, we see this icon over here. So whenever you do any changes onto the pom.xml, you need to sync those changes. So you can see this option appearing over here. So earlier we didn't see this option, and now we are seeing this floating icon. So it says load Maven changes. So Maven project structure has been changed. Load changes into Intellij IDEA to make it work correctly. So what it means is we have just added this dependency, and you need to reload the changes so that this dependency is downloaded from the Maven repository, Maven remote repository, which we just spoke about, and it's added to your project. So I'll just hit this button. You'll see some processing happening over here at the bottom, right? The moment the processing is done, you should go and see external libraries. So you should see the dev tools appearing over here. So you can see dev tools over here, right? And you can see those red marks also going away from here. So dev tools have been added onto our project. So you don't need to open these external libraries again and again, and you don't need to paste jar files. You just need to add the dependency, and it's configured for you. So that's the power of Maven. It's a dependency management tool, okay, which lets you manage all your dependencies that you want to use in your Spring Boot project. So that's about Maven, guys. I hope you guys now have a complete clarity on what Maven is. How can you add new dependencies onto your project, which is Maven based. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about a simple API that we are going to start building with Spring Boot. So now, since we have a complete overview of Spring Boot, how it works, and we have also taken a look at how it works with different IDEs, now it's time to put our learnings into action, and we need to start learning how to work with the Spring Boot project. So in this lecture, we are going to discuss the simple API that we are going to build as a Spring Boot project. So what will our APIs do? So these APIs are for an employee management system, and they perform the operation of CRUD on employees. Now, what does CRUD mean? So CRUD stands for CRUD, which means create, read, update, and delete. So these APIs will help us perform creation, reading, updation, and deletion operations on the employee object. So employee is going to be our entity, and we are going to create APIs which will help us create employees, read employees, update employees, and delete employees. And we are going to do this by creating a Spring Boot project. So this small project is going to give you a complete understanding of how Spring Boot works further and how can you start building your own apps with Spring Boot. So you can see some of the endpoints that I have on my screen. So we are going to have one endpoint called /employees, right? And this is the get request /employees. So if you type in your app URL /employees, you should see the list of all the employees that you have within your application. Then you have a get request again, which is your application URL /employees /employee ID. So this one is nothing but the employee ID. So if you want to access a specific employee with ID 1, you have to use this endpoint and you will get the output. And then you have post request, which is nothing but it goes to /employees. And if you pass an employee object on this URL as a post request, it will create that particular employee. Then you have a put request, which will help you update the employees. So you can have employees /ID and you can pass the employee object. So it will update the employee with this ID, right? So if you want to update the name of employee with ID 1, so you have to pass 1 over here and you have to pass in the updated employee object. So it will update this employee with ID 1. So then you have the delete request, which works on this endpoint. And if you access this endpoint with a delete request type, it will delete this particular employee. So these are the 5 endpoints that we are going to have in this application, and this will help us learn Spring Boot in a better way. So that's about this class, guys. I'll see you guys in the next lecture where we start building this. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about application.properties file. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of the importance of this file and what all things you can achieve using this file. So let's get started. So you can see this application.properties file that exists in our Spring Boot project under the resources folder. So if I open this file initially, this file is empty. So why does this file exist and what is the importance of this file? So application properties is used to do configuration in your Spring Boot project. So like we know that you get a pre-configured application with Spring Boot, which you can customize. Okay. So this customization is possible only with the help of application properties. So for example, if you run the project, right? So your project is going to launch on HTTPS localhost :8080. Okay, so this is where your project is going to launch, right? Now let's say, so here if you see the URL, okay, this is localhost, okay, which means that your local machine, and this is nothing but the port where your application is running. So let's say for some reason, if you don't want your project to run on 8080 and if you want to customize the port, what you can do is you have to use a property and you can do that configuration using application.properties. So that's the importance of application.properties. Now why you don't want to run this application on this port, it could be because of several reasons. For example, you might have already something running on this port and you cannot run 2 things on one port. So you might want to customize this, and that's when you need to look up to application.properties. So there are sets of properties that you can specify here, okay, which will add customized things to your Spring Boot project, and I'll show you those. Okay, so for those we'll hop on to a browser. So here we are on browser and I'm going to search application properties Spring Boot. I'll press enter and you're going to see a first link over here, common application properties, which is the link of the Spring documentation. I'll open this. The moment you open, you'll see a list of all the properties that you can specify in your Spring Boot project. So you can see the categorization on the left hand side and the actual property on the right hand side. So these are some of the core properties. So logging config, so you can configure the location of the logging file, right? So there are lots of configurations that you can do. Okay, logging pattern file. Okay, and you can just browse through cache properties. So you can see mail properties, right? You can specify the mail host. Okay, so if you are using any SMTP server in your Spring Boot application and you want to configure the SMTP host, you can specify that thing in the application properties. You can specify the port, you can specify the protocol, lots of things. So JSON, data properties, then you have something called as your bottom at the bottom server properties. So here you have a property which lets you configure the port. So you can see server.port. So if I specify server.port, okay, if I copy this, say server.port 8081, your Spring Boot application is going to run on this particular port, right? So I'll just delete this. So you have to just mention this single line in application.properties to change the port of your entire app. So it's that easy. And you can do this by taking a look at the properties that it offers you. So there are lots of properties that you can actually browse through. You have web properties as well over here. Okay, you have DevTools properties. So if you are using DevTools in your Spring Boot project, you can take a look at these. And here are some of the testing properties. So some properties related to testing frameworks. So this is the importance of the application properties file, right? So in order to reiterate, Spring Boot comes already pre-configured when you download it, okay, and when you use it in your IDE. But if you want to override or if you want to customize the already existing configurations, you need to use application properties and you need to specify the property that you want to customize. So in this lecture, we understood the importance of application.properties file in your Spring Boot project. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to install and set up POSTMAN on our local machine. So let's get started. So in order to install POSTMAN, you have to go to google.com in your browser and you need to search download POSTMAN. The moment you hit search, you're going to see the first URL, okay, which is nothing but the official website, postman.com downloads, and you're going to click on this. So before downloading POSTMAN, I'll just tell you a little bit about POSTMAN first. So this is the website of POSTMAN, postman.com, and this is nothing but a tool that helps you build APIs and work with APIs in a very easy fashion, right? So if you want to work on APIs and if you want to see if they are working correctly, you need a tool like POSTMAN. So this is how it looks. I'll just open this image in a new tab, right? So this is how it looks, and you have this request bar wherein you can mention the request URL, you can pass your parameters, you can hit send, and then you can see the output here, right? And so basically it makes your life very, very easy, okay, when you are working with APIs. So that's POSTMAN for you, right? And you can just check their website and see what all different projects they have on their website, right? We'll take a look at pricing. So you don't need to purchase a premium version of POSTMAN for this course, but yeah, you're good to go with the free version. So in case if you don't have an account with POSTMAN, you should sign up over here, right? And the basic version should work really, really well for this particular course and learning Spring Boot. So coming back to downloading POSTMAN, okay, we are on the downloads page and you can see the download button here. You can also try POSTMAN on the web, but we will be downloading the app. And since I am on Mac OS, it's showing me the Apple icon. So once you hit download, the correct Postman version will get downloaded onto your machine. So you have to follow the installation steps, which are pretty simple, and then you have to launch Postman. So the moment you launch Postman, this is something what you're going to see, right? And you have a home button here. Then you have something called as workspaces. So you will have one default workspace, or if you don't have a workspace, you need to create a workspace here, right? So if you see the home page, you will also have an option here to create teams and all. But we don't need to create a team yet. We'll need a workspace. So we'll create one. So I already have one workspace created. I'll create one more demo workspace, right? And I'll just hit create. Now you can go to workspace, and within workspace, this is what you're going to see, right? So here you have a tab called collections. So collection in Postman is nothing but a group of API requests that you have already saved in Postman. So in Postman, you can save the API request so that you can reuse that request later on, right? So I have another workspace wherein I have some API requests already saved. So you can see there are two folders here, employee testing and student subject. So if I open employee testing, you can see different APIs requests that have been saved. So create employee API. If I click on this, you'll see this API opening up. So you can see it's a post request, right? You can see different options here. And this is the request URL. And these are different headers. Like you can see different parameters I can pass. I can pass authorization. I can pass some headers here. I can pass the body, which I have already passed, the JSON body. And you can select the options here, raw. And I have mentioned the type as JSON. You have different options here, which you can explore, right? So once you hit send, and if you get a response here, you will see the response over here at the bottom. So you can see how different requests are saved over here, right? So Postman is a very easy to use tool when it comes to APIs. And it's very important to use Postman because working with Postman will make your life pretty much easy when working with APIs, right? So Postman is pretty helpful that way. So you can go around and explore Postman a bit by yourself. But for this lecture, that's about this class, guys. So I hope you enjoyed exploring and learning about Postman. So I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to create a controller for our application as we discussed last, and we are also going to map it to a URL. So whenever a user, or if we try to access the URL, we see some information or the output which is handled by the application. So that is what we are going to learn in this particular lecture, and you are going to have a complete understanding on how you can create requests and how can your application handle those requests with the help of controller. So let's get started. So I am on Intellij idea, and I have already opened a project called employee application. Now this employee application project is created from the start.spring website. So I'll just take you there. So start.spring.io, this is where I went and I created a project, okay, and I selected Maven, Java, Spring Boot version this 2.5.4, which was default selected. In group, I mentioned com.employee, and in artifact, I mentioned employee application, and rest of the properties were by default there. And I have added only one dependency which I needed was Spring Web. If we want more dependencies later on, we can definitely add that, okay. But for now, during the project generation, I have just added these dependencies, and this is how I have configured the project, and I have hit generate. Now, once I have hit generate, I have got a zip file which I have opened in the Intellij idea, and you can see that project open over here. So now what we are going to do is we are going to first run and see the output of this application. So we haven't made any changes to the application yet. We have just downloaded it from the Spring Initializer website, and I have just opened it in Intellij, and I'll run it and I'll show you the output, what it looks like. So I'll just hit on this green button. I'll say run, and you'll see some processing happening and this console opening up, right? And our application is running now. So it's saying like your application ran in 6.58 seconds. Okay. Now, if you take a look at the logs, you're going to see this line over here, Tomcat initialized with port 8080, which means that our application is now running on a local machine at this particular port, and we have to access it using the web browser, or we can use Postman, but I'll first show you using the web browser. So I'll first hop on to our web browser and I'll say localhost :8080, right? This is what we are going to type in. This is where our application is running. You can be sure that your application is running by seeing this. So you will see this stop employee application button enabled, and you'll only see this enabled if your application is running, right? And you won't see any errors on your console. So I'll just go to this URL and I'll hit enter. The moment you hit enter, you will see this error. Now, what does this error say? So this error says that this application has no explicit mapping for this URL, and you are seeing this as a fallback, right? So what has happened is we have this URL, we have this application running, but we are not seeing any output because we haven't handled this URL, or we haven't mapped this URL, okay, to our request in our application. We haven't mapped this to a controller. Now we want to create a URL, okay, /employees. So we want this URL to return the list of all the employees. So if we access this URL, localhost :8080/employees, our application should return the list of all the employees, right? But if you access this URL as well, you are seeing the same error, okay? And you are seeing this because we haven't created any mapping for it yet, which means we have a servlet container up and running. It's not able to handle it because we haven't defined that in our code, right? So our application should be able to handle these requests that is sent to it instead of throwing an error. Now, how do you do that, right? So you can do that using a controller. So let me take you to our presentation. So you must be remembering this presentation. So every Spring Boot application has 3 layers in it. So one is a presentation layer, service layer, and the data access layer, right? And in presentation layer, we have the controllers defined, right? So you can see over here, this layer is where all the controller classes exist, and presentation layer presents the data and application features to the user. So controller is a part of the presentation layer, and to handle this request that we are sending to our application through our browser, we need to create a controller, right? And a controller is a Java class which has an annotation marked to it, and it knows what URL is going to trigger it and what is supposed to happen when that URL is triggered. So that is what a controller does. So let's go on to our application now, right? I'll minimize this. Now what I'll do is I'll create a package over here. So I'll create a package called controller, right? And within this package, I'll create a new Java class called employee controller, right? And over here, we are going to write some code which will mark this class as a controller. So how do we mark this class as a controller, right? So we need our controller class to be able to handle this request, and our Spring Boot application should know that this class is a controller and it will be handling these kind of requests which are coming onto our application. So we have an annotation, okay, called controller, which will help us mark this class as a controller. So by specifying this annotation, we make sure that this class is marked as a controller. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a method over here. So I'll say public, I'll say list, and I want to return a list of employees, right? So I'll say public list employee, and I'll say find all employees, right? And also I'll create a list of employees over here. So I'll say public list employee and I'll say employee list. And I'll return this list of employee. So this is the method that we need to trigger when this URL is hit. Okay. This is the method that will find the list of all the employees and it will return this employee list, which is of list type, and it has all the employee objects in it. Also, we need to define this employee class now, right? And this employee class is nothing but an entity which is going to exist in our application, right? So let's create another package. So I'll create a package called entity. And I'm going to have an employee class here, right? And I'm going to have integer employee ID. I'm going to have string employee name. I'm going to have string employee city, right? And I'll have a constructor for this, right? So we have a constructor here. Okay, we are seeing an error. So we need to import that class here. So I'll just import that class over here and the error goes away, right? So what we have done is we have created an entity class, okay, which represents our employee, right? I'll rename this to the one with smaller e. Done. So we have created two packages, controller and entity. Under entity, we have an employee class which represents a single employee. Then under controller, we have a class which is nothing but a controller, right? And this controller will handle all the incoming requests that are coming to our application. So we have defined this class here, which has a method find all employees, right? And this find all employees method returns a list of all the employees, right? And I'll also initialize this list of employees. So I'll just move this within this method and I'll initialize this too, right? I'll say arrays start as list, and I'll start creating employees here. So I'll say new employee. I'll pass ID 1. I'll say name as John, or I'll say first employee to keep it simple. So I've created one employee with the name first employee, ID as 1 and city as Washington. Okay, I'll have second employee with ID 2. Okay, name as second employee and city as New York. So we have this two employees here. I'll just remove this public here, right? And we are returning the list of employee, right? So this method creates the list of employees and it returns the list, right? Now, how do we trigger this method? So this method is to be triggered when this URL is to be accessed. Now, how do we trigger this method when the URL is accessed? So for that, we need to map this method to that particular request. So the request here is /employees, right? So we need to map this request to this method over here. So I'll just hide this. And you can map a method to a request by using an annotation here called request mapping. So this is the annotation that is provided by Spring Framework, using which you can map this request onto this particular method, right? So I'll say request mapping and I'll say /employees, right? So if you make a note over here, we are just specifying this annotation. We are not specifying whether this is a GET request or a POST request. So by default, request mapping considers this particular request as a GET request, right? So you don't need to specify explicitly that it's a GET request. Okay, it's by default considered as GET request. If you are doing a POST request, you need to explicitly mention over here POST request, but we'll be coming to that, right? So we have specified this, and now over here we need to also specify one more annotation here called response body, otherwise we'll get an error. So we are specifying this annotation because we are passing a body in a response. So we are passing this employee list, okay, as the response over here. So we need to specify this annotation, right? You can even combine these two annotation, right, with one annotation, which is nothing but the REST controller annotation. So there's one more annotation, which is a combination of these two annotations here. So if you go to REST controller, you will see response body and the controller over here, right? So these two annotation are combined into this one annotation. But we'll just uncomment, we'll just comment this and we'll just use the two separately, right? But that's an alternative that I wanted to show you. And now I'll run this application. So to rerun the application, our application is already running. We can click on this. It will ask us that process employee application is already running. Do you want to run it again? So I'll say stop and rerun. So it's rerunning now. It will take a while. And now once it's running, we can refresh this. Okay, we are seeing an error. We got an error over here. Okay, so probably we are getting this error because we haven't defined any getters and setters in our entity class, which is nothing but the employee. So I'll go ahead and I'll define the getters and setters over here, right? So you can easily define getters and setters. You can see how I defined them. So you can easily go to code and click on generate. You can see the shortcut over here, Command N. If you click on this, you have an option getter and setter. Okay, so as of now I've generated, so it's not showing me, but you can go over here, getter and setter. You can select all the properties for which you want to generate getters and setters, and you can click on OK. So it will by default be generated. So less of typing. You can also type, okay, but I won't recommend if you're using Intellij. So I'll just run this application again. So the application is running, right? Now I'll refresh this URL. So you can see we are getting the response now over here. So /employees is now mapped to this particular method, right? And we are also seeing the list of employees. Okay. So there is a possibility. So you are seeing this JSON very well formatted in my browser. Okay. There's a possibility that you might not see this formatted because so I am seeing this well formatted JSON because I am using a Chrome plugin, right, which is doing the formatting for me, right? So you might not see it in this way, but it's okay if you see it the JSON in any other format, or if it's unformatted, it's perfectly fine, right? So our application worked perfectly. So what happened here is we created a controller to handle the HTTP request that we are sending from the browser, right? And we have created a method, right, that handles this request /employees. Okay, so whenever we access /employees, okay, a get request is triggered, and that request is mapped to this particular method, right? And here we have simply created a list. We have initialized a dummy list using the list object, and we have just returned that list, and that list is automatically returned as JSON. So Spring Framework handles this for us, right? So for now we are using browser, but we won't be using browser going forward. So we'll be using Postman, in fact. So I'll immediately switch to Postman over here, and what I'll do is I'll click on the collection tab. So I'll just first access my workspace. So I'm in my personal workspace. So under collections, I'll create a new collection. Okay, I'll call this collection as Spring Boot Course Employee Application, right? And under this, I'll create a new request over here. So I'll just click on this plus tab over here, right? You can see get request is by default selected. I'll paste the URL here, right? And I'll just click on send. The moment I do that, you'll see the response here that we are getting from the server, right? I'll also save this request. I'll save this under Spring Boot course. I'll call this get employees. I'll select this folder and I'll hit save. So you can see our request is saved, right? Now if we stop this POSTMAN app, we'll close this POSTMAN app, and if we come back, we'll see this request saved and we don't have to type the URL and all again. So POSTMAN makes our life a lot easier. So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we understood what is a controller, how can you create your own controller, what are the different annotations involved when creating a controller. We also understood how can you map a HTTP request for your application onto a method that is present in a controller. We can do that using request mapping, and we can specify the request URL over here, right? And that's how Spring Boot understands how and which method to show or which method to execute when that particular request is called. So that's about this class, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about service in Spring Boot. And by the end of this lecture, you will have a complete understanding of how can you create and define your own service class in Spring Boot application and how can you use it along with the controller. So let's get started. So if you remember the Spring Boot architecture we had discussed, wherein you have a presentation layer, service layer, and a data access layer. So presentation layer has controller classes. So you can see all the controller classes here. And then you have the service layer wherein all the business logic resides of the application. Okay. So tasks such as decision making, evaluations, processing of data is all done at this layer. And this layer also does the job of interacting with both the presentation layer and the data access layer. They might get called by presentation layer and they will call the data access layer frequently. So if presentation layer needs to have some data, it will call the service layer. Service layer will call the data access layer and get the data from the data access layer, and service layer will process that data along with the decisions and logic that it has defined, and it will show that data or share that data with the presentation layer. And then presentation layer will showcase it to the user on the front end. So service layer is an important part in a Spring Boot application. So let's hop on to our IDE and let's add a service layer onto our application. So I'll just minimize this. I'll create a new package. I'll say this new package, we'll call this as service. And I'll create a new class here. I'll call it employee service. Right? So we have this employee service class, which will be nothing but our service layer of this particular application. Now, how can we tell the Spring Boot application that this is our service class? So for that, we have an annotation called service, which you need to add over here. And using this annotation tells or declares this particular class as a business service, right? And in Spring, business service are singletons, which means that when a Spring application starts up, Spring creates an instance of this particular class and registers it. Okay, so let's write some logic over here. So here we had the logic of creating the list of employees in our controller class. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this logic onto the service class. So I'm going to create a method over here, right? I'm going to say public list. I'm going to return employee, and I'm going to say get all employees, right? And I'll create a list over here. So I'll just cut this from here and I'll just paste it over here. So we have a list of employees over here defined, and I'll simply return the employee list from here, right? So this is our service class, right? And service class is now creating the employee list and it's returning the list of employees, okay? It's not interacting with the data access layer yet because we haven't defined the data access layer in our application. We'll be doing that soon. But for now, it's creating the list and it's returning the employee list, right? And now we are getting some errors in the controller. And the question is, how do we access this service class in our controller? So we discussed that service annotation declares the class as a business service, and business services in Spring Boot are singletons. So when an application starts up, Spring creates an instance and registers it, okay? And instance of this class or instance of this service is created and registered now. Now in any class, if you need this service, it's not going to create an instance, but Spring Boot will make the same instance available to everyone. So let's say if you need an instance of employee service in an employee controller, okay, it's going to check if there are any dependencies of this file and it's going to inject the dependency there. So we are going to use the annotation over here, right? So first we'll create the employee service over here because we need the object of employee service to get the list of employees over here. So I'll say employee service, right? I'll change this to employee service dot get all employees. Okay, now here we have created an instance of employee service over here. So we need to use an annotation over here, auto wired. Okay, now auto wired is nothing but an annotation, okay, which checks if there are any dependencies of this particular file and it injects that particular dependency over here. So let me explain this to you in a better way. So what Spring is going to do is it's going to see two classes in the class path. Okay, so it sees two classes. One is employee controller and employee service. It creates an instance of employee service. Okay, it sees the service annotation here, right? So it's going to register it as service because we have declared it as a service. Now it sees employee controller as well, right? And it sees employee service, which is being marked as auto wired. So because we have auto wired annotation, what it does is it looks at the registry. So Spring Boot maintains a registry wherein all the services are registered, and it scans the registry to see the instance of employee service. Okay, and it notices that instance of employee service is already created, and what it does is it assigns that employee service instance to this particular object here, and this object is initialized in our employee controller, and we can access this object and we can get access to all the employees from the service class, right? So that's how it works, right? So let me rerun this application and let me show you the output. So the application is running. It will take some while. So it's up and running, and I'll go to Postman, and if I re-trigger this request, I should see that same response using the service. So for now, we have done one change in our architecture. We have added a service class. Okay, and service class is doing the job of getting all the employees and passing it on to the controller. And we have that data fetched in the controller and displayed it to the endpoint with the help of this mapping, basically, which we have over here, right? And we are seeing this data in the Postman. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. In this lecture, we created an employee service, right? We understood how can you register a class as a service. We also understood how can you use a service from the controller class, and we learned about the auto wired annotation, right? So I hope you guys enjoyed this class. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about different types of API requests. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of what are the different types of API requests that exist and what does each type of API request mean. So let's get started. So let's first talk about different types of API requests that exist. So the first type is a GET request. Then we have something called as POST request, PUT request, and DELETE request. Now let's talk about each one of them individually. So what is a GET request? So a GET request is to retrieve or get resources from the database. So GET requests are only used to read the data and not change it. These are some of the examples of GET request. So GET request can be used in a scenario wherein you want to retrieve some information. So let's say if you want to get a list of cities in the application, you can use a GET request. If you want to get a list of all the employees, you can use a GET request. So here you are only getting the information and you are not changing it. So you can use a GET request. Whenever a GET request is successful, you will get the response code as 200. Okay. So this is nothing but all about GET request. If you hop on to the POSTMAN, you will see a drop down over here, which will show you all the request types. You will see GET over here, right? And whenever you execute a GET request, you will see the response code over here. So 200 OK, which means that the request has been successful. So this is about GET request. Then we have a POST request. Now POST request is used to create resources in the database. So an example of POST request would be creating a new employee. So if you have a form on your application and on clicking submit, you want to create a new resource like an employee, right? So you have to use POST request on that button. If you have to create a new resource, a POST request will be used, and this is a response that you get if you're using POST request. So you get either 201, which is nothing but created. So if you're creating something, you'll use POST request and you will get 201 as the response. So 201 says that that particular thing has been successfully created, or you will get 404 not found. PUT request. Now PUT request is used to update existing resources that already exist in the database. So let's say if you want to update the mobile number of an employee, so you can use PUT request in that particular case because the employee already exists in the database. Now you just need to update a property of that employee. You get a response as 200 OK if the PUT request is successful. Then you have something called as DELETE request. DELETE request is used to delete an already existing resource on the server. For example, if you want to delete an employee from the database, you will use a DELETE request. And the response on the successful execution of DELETE request is 200 OK. So these are some of the request types: GET, POST, PUT, and DELETE. Okay. And you can use any of these request type depending on the scenario or the kind of operations that you are willing to do. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we would be defining an API which will help us get a single employee from our employee application. So let me show you the presentation and let me show you the list of APIs that we are building here. So we have already built this particular endpoint, get/employees, which returns the list of all the employees, right? And now we need to define an API which will help us get a single employee. So you have this get request here, /employees, and you are passing one more parameter or one more thing over here. You can say this is a parameter /1. So 1 means get the first employee, right? Or get the employee with the ID 1. So we will hop on to our ID and we will see how we can define this. So first we will have a method defined in our service class to return a single employee, right? Because we will have within controller, we'll have a method which will accept this API request and it will take this parameter 1 and it will pass this to the service class. So we need to define the service method first. So we'll say public employee. So we are returning employee because it's not a list. It's just a single employee that we are returning. And we are going to say get an employee. That will be the method name. And it will have a single parameter called ID, right? And we'll return this employee. Okay, we'll have to filter this list. So we'll say employee list dot stream. Okay, we'll have to use stream over here. So stream dot filter, and we'll say and now we'll have to say e dot get employee ID is equal to ID. Okay, then to dot find first dot get. Okay, so we are returning a single employee here. Okay, so what we are doing is we have defined some lambda expression over here. We're filtering this list, okay, using this filter function, and we are saying if this ID is equal to employee.getID, then get the first employee and return it. Okay, and now we'll go to controller class, right? And controller class should be able to handle this endpoint, right? So I'll try calling this from the postman. So I'll just copy this URL. I'll create a new request here, and I'll say employee/1, right? So we are trying to get an employee with the ID 1. I'll say send, and we'll get an error 404 not found, right? Because we haven't mapped this URL onto our application. I'll also save this over here. So get single employee, right? Now we have this URL. We need to map this URL onto our controller. So we'll say request mapping, right? And I'll say /employees/ now this parameter that we have, 1, we might pass 1, we might pass 2. If you want to get an employee with ID 3, we might pass 3, and if you want to get an employee with ID 4, we might pass 4. So this is variable. So here I'll have a variable then, right, ID. Okay, and what I will do now is I'll just close the bracket, and I'll say public employee, because we are returning a single employee, and I'll say find an employee, right? So this is a method that we have created, right? And I'll say employee service dot get an employee. Now we need to pass that parameter which we are getting in the URL, right? Now how do we get this parameter in the method? So for that we have another annotation called path variable, right? I'll say path variable integer ID. Now the moment we define path variable, okay, it allows you to pass the parameters onto the URL as the part of the URL and accept those parameters in the methods for you to process. So path variable just says that this ID is supposed to be this ID which is being fetched from the URL, right? And we don't need one more parameter, right? So we'll just return this. I'll return this, and I'll pass the ID over here, and I'll put a semicolon. So we have this endpoint defined now. Now I'll just rerun our application. I'll just redeploy our application. Now let's see what the output looks like. So the application is deployed. Okay. I'll go over here to the postman. I got 404 when I tried running this request earlier. I'll run it again. So I should get the first employee, and we are getting it, right? So if I pass 2 over here, I'll get the second employee. You can see. So this endpoint works perfectly fine, right? So we have 2 endpoints now. We have one endpoint which gets the list of employees. We have another endpoint which gets the single employee from the database or from our application, right? We don't have a database yet. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. In this lecture, we understood how can you create a controller class that accepts a parameter from the URL, right? And we use this class to fetch a single employee from our application. So that's about this class, guys. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to create a new employee using the post request. And we are going to define the controller method for the same and also a service method for the same. So by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding on how can you create mappings for your post request and how can you create a resource in your Spring Boot application. So let's get started. So we have already defined this endpoint get/employees, get/employee/1. This is already defined. Now we need to define a post request on this particular endpoint, right? So this and this endpoint is similar, /employees/employees, but the request type is different. This one gets the list of employees and this one creates a new employee. So let's hop on to our IDE and let's start defining the service methods and the controller methods for the same. So here I am on the IDE, and in the employee service, I'll first create a method which will create an employee, right? So it's not returning anything because it's just creating. So it will say create employee and it will accept employee as the parameter, right? And over here, what I'm going to do is I am just going to add this particular employee onto our list. So I'll say employee list dot add employee. So this employee object we need to get from the controller class, and we will add this employee onto our list. So for now, we don't have a database in our project, and hence we are just updating this list. But if we have a database, typically we do these updations with the database, right? So here we are updating this employee list. But one thing to note over here is this list we have created is not mutable, which means that once this list is created, its values cannot be changed, right? You will get an error if you try to add a new employee into the list. So in order to facilitate the creation or addition of a new record within this list, I'll just change this list type to that of array list. So I'll say new array list, and I'll just do it this way. So now this list type is of the array list, and if you're familiar with the collections part of Java, you will know that array lists can be expanded and you can also delete the elements within the array list on the fly. So array lists are mutable basically. So you can delete the elements, you can keep on creating new employees, and you can also delete the employees on the go while executing the program. So we just change this type to array list. Okay. Now let's hop on to the controller and let's create a method which will create the employee. So we'll say public void create employee, right? And we'll accept the employee object, and we will pass this employee object onto the service class. So we'll say employee service dot create employee, right? Now we need to map this method onto a request. So we will say request mapping. Okay. And we will say /employees. Now the question is, this request and this request are similar, right? This is a GET request and this we want to be a POST request. So whenever you are using request mapping annotation, if you don't specify the request type, the default request type considered is GET. So if you don't specify the request type, this was considered as a GET request. So this is also being considered as a GET request. But if you want this to be marked as a POST request, you need to define a variable over here saying method. Now the moment you add method, you will see this got by default assigned to value, which is fine. And we are going to say POST over here, right? So we want the method type for this request to be POST. This is a POST request, right? So I'll just type in enter. So request method dot POST. So you can see there are different types of requests that you can create, right? But we'll be using POST for this example. So request mapping takes two parameters, value and method. Okay, so if you don't specify value and method explicitly, you can pass only one parameter which goes in as the value, right? And the default type considered is get. But now since we have defined the method type, okay, we want this to be POST, so we need to specify value over here, right? So this is nothing but how you can map a POST request onto a controller method, right? Now the mapping is done. Now the question is, how do you get this employee object? Now this employee object is an object which needs to be added to the list. How do we get it, and from where do you get it? So this employee object you have to get from the request body, and to accept that request body and convert that request body into the object of employee, you need to specify an annotation over here saying request body, right? And this request body annotation will take care of converting the body into the object. So now let's hop on to our Postman and let's see how you can create a request that is being served by this controller. So before doing that, I'll just run this application so that we have this changes deployed onto a server. So the application is running. Now we'll switch to Postman. Okay, I'll just copy this URL. I'll create a new request of the post type and I'll paste that URL. I'll remove the ID, right? So this is the URL that we need. It's of post type, right? Now here we need to pass this employee object, right? And we can pass it using the body of the request. Now here you'll see some options. So you need to select raw over here and you'll see this drop down appearing over here. You need to change this to JSON. So here I'll be passing the JSON object of the employee which I need to add to the database or to our Spring Boot application. So I'll say employee ID. Okay, I'll put this in the quotes and I'll say the ID as 3, right? So you have to make sure that this matches the property. Okay, so employee ID, then we have another property as the employee name, and the name we want is third employee, right? And then we will have employee city. So we will have the employee name, employee city as Washington, right? So what happens is when you hit send, okay, this request is a post request. So it gets mapped to this particular thing in the controller, this particular method, right? And we are saying over here from the request body, get this employee object. So because of this tag, this raw JSON is converted into an employee object and it's being passed as a parameter to the method. Okay, so the method passes this as a parameter to the service class and service class adds this into our list. So that is what happens. So let's see this in action and let's trigger this request. So I've hit send. So you see status 200 okay over here, right? And the request is successful. Now let's try getting the employee and let's see if this third employee was added. So if you notice over here, we had added initially only 2 employees. So if we see the third one, it means that this request was successful. And before switching, I'll just save this request. So I'll say post create employee, right? And I'll hit save, right? I'll go to get request and I'll say send. So you can see third employee already exists. So in this way, you can keep on creating employees. So I can add one more employee. I can say 4 and I can say 4th, right? And I'll say New York again, right? And I'll do send. Now I'll go to get and I'll again do send. And you can see the 4th employee also is added. So this is how you can create a post request, okay? And this is how you can accept a post request using the controller, right? And you can create a new resource within your Spring Boot application. So in this lecture, we understood how can you create a post request, how can you map the post request onto a method within a controller. Also, we understood how can you accept the request body, okay, as a JSON using the request body annotation. We also understood how can you work with your service class to create a new employee and add it to your list. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about how can you update an existing employee using a request. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding on how can you create update requests in Post and how can you map those requests onto your controller and how can you perform updates using the service class. So let's get started. So we were to define all these endpoints for our application. So we have defined the get request to get the list of all the employees, a get request to get a specific employee with that ID. We have also created a post request, okay, which helps us create an employee. And finally, we are going to understand how can you use put request to update an employee. So to perform updations with any employee, we need to use the request type as put. And like we know, put is basically meant to do all the updates for our resource that exists in our database or with our Spring Boot application. So we are going to use this endpoint, and for that, I'm going to head on to our IDE, right? So I'm first going to start writing the service class method, right? And I'm going to say over here, public void. I'm going to call this method as update employee, right? And this method accepts the employee object, right? So let's say, for an example, if we want to update this employee with ID 1, right? So here, this employee ID is the unique identifier, right, to identify the employee. And what we are going to do is we are going to get this employee object. Now this employee object consists of all the employee fields, right? And it has the employee ID along with the updated set of information. So for example, if I want to update the employee number 1, right, with the city as New Jersey, for example, so I'm going to have this employee object come in. It's going to have the ID as 1 because that's where I'm going to perform the update. It should have the employee name as first employee, and the city, it won't have Washington, but it will have the new city. So this is the employee object with the updated information that we want to have in our application, right? And that's what we are going to accept. Now, talking about the logic that we are going to write over here. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a temporary array list. So we have this array list already with the employee list. We are going to create a temporary array list and we are going to iterate through this array list over here, right? And we are going to compare the employee ID of each employee to check whether it matches this employee ID, right? So we are going to first get this employee. We are going to check if this employee ID of this employee object matches the ID of this object. If there is a match, I'm going to perform the update on the rest of the properties, and if there is no match, no update will be performed, right? And we are going to keep on adding that employee object onto our temporary array list that we create. And finally, at the end, we are going to replace our existing array list with that temporary array list, right? So we'll have all the updated employee information in this list. So let's see this in action. So I'm going to say list, I'm going to say employee, right? And I'm going to say temp employee, and I'm going to have new array list, and I'm going to, okay, there's no need to specify the employee type here because we have already specified it over here, so that's fine. And now our temporary array list is created. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to iterate through our actual array list. So I'm going to say employee emp is equal, colon, I'm going to say list, right? So yeah, and I'm going to open this for loop, right? And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if the ID of this employee object matches the ID of each employee that we are fetching here, right? So I'm going to check if emp dot get employee ID is equal to employee dot get employee ID, right? I'm going to open set of curly braces, right? And then what I'm going to do is if there's a match, so if this employee matches the employee that we want to update, I'm going to say replace this employee information with the updated employee information, right? So get the employee name, and I'm going to set the employee city as well to this city that we have, right? Once the updates are done and once we exit the for loop, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this dot employee list is equal to temp employee. So we have just replaced this list that has the updated information to this. So just to reiterate on the logic, we need a list of temporary employee, right? And then we need to have a for loop wherein we are iterating through the entire list and we are getting and comparing every employee object to check if the ID is equal to the ID of this employee, right? If there's a match, we are updating the current employee object with the new information in the employee, right? And then we are replacing the existing list with the updated list, right? Okay, so this is done. All right, we missed one step over here, right? So after updating the employee information, we also need to add that employee onto a temporary list. So our temporary list is empty and we are adding an empty list over here. So once we are done with the updates, we need to say temp employee dot add, and we need to say emp, right? So this is done. Now our service class is set, right? The service method is set. We need to move on to the controller class, and here I'll create a controller method. So public void, I'll say update employee, right? And I'm going to accept two parameters over here. So I'm going to say integer ID, and I'm also going to say I need an employee object. I'll take these two parameters and I'll pass them on to the service class. So I'm going to say update employee, and I'm going to pass employee object here, right? And finally, we need to map this method onto a request. So I'm going to say request mapping. I'm going to have slash employees, and I'm going to pass dynamic ID, comma, method, and I'm going to say put. So here we had defined the request type as post, and since we are performing an update now, we need to define the request type as put, right? So we are done with the changes. We just need to accept these parameter right over here. So what I need to say is I need to say this I'm getting from the path variable, and here this employee object I need to get from the request body. So we have to pass the updated employee information in the request body, right? So that it comes and sits over here and it's passed to the updated employee method in the service class. And with that, I'm going to run this application. Let's see what the output looks like. So it will take some time to deploy the application onto your server. Once the deployment is done, we'll head on to the Postman and we'll create a duplicate of this post request. So I'll just click over here on 3 dots. I'll duplicate this and I'll click edit. I'll say put update employee. I'll remove this copy here, right? And I'll hit save. Okay, so there are no changes to be saved. So I'll change this request type to put over here. We don't need a post request, but instead we need a put request. And the request is going to be employee/1. So we need to update the first employee. So I'm going to go to body, right? And I can pass in 1, right? And the name of the first employee is first employee. So I don't want to update the name, but I need to change Washington to New Jersey. So here if you see, employee number 1 has city as Washington. So I need to update that to New Jersey, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this request first and then I'm going to hit send. So the moment you hit send, you see 200 OK as the status, which tells us that our request was successful and there were no errors in the application. So now I need to go to get employees, right? And this is the default set of employees. I'll just hit and I'll see the output over here. You can see New Jersey reflecting, right? We have updated the city, right? If I want to make the changes once again, right, I can go over here. I can change this back to Washington, right? And I'll hit send, right? We get 200. I'll go to get employees again and I'll do a send request. You can see it's changed back to Washington. So this is how you can use put request and update a particular record in your Spring Boot application. So let me explain the flow once again. So we are sending a put request from the Postman. We have the request type selected to put and we are passing the ID here as the parameter in the URL. We are also passing the employee object here, right? So we are saying we want to change the employee city and we are sending all the updated information. So remember, you cannot change the ID of the employee because that's a unique identifier. So unique identifier cannot be changed, right? So you have to make sure that the ID is same of the employee who you want to update. So if I want to update the first employee, I have to make sure that the ID is 1, right? Now, once this request goes to the server, right, over here, this request is accepted by this controller method over here. It's mapped over here. And you can see we are getting the ID over here. And body JSON that we have passed over here is set as the object over here, right? And it's being passed to the service method which we have created. And service method does the job of updating, right? So this is how the entire flow of the request works from the Postman to your Spring Boot application. So in this lecture, we understood how you can update an existing employee in your Spring Boot application. We also understood how can you define put requests in your controller, how can you map them, and we also saw like how can you write the code to update an existing employee. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about how can you delete an existing employee from your Spring Boot application. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete clarity on how can you create delete requests in your Spring Boot application, which would help you delete entity or an employee, or basically I should say a resource from your Spring Boot application. So we'll be creating delete methods in our service class as well as the controller class, right? So let's get started. So we have created get request, post request, and put request. Now we are going to create this last request mapping, which is a delete request, and this will be the endpoint. So employees/id. ID is again the dynamic variable over here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop on to our project, and I'm going to open the service class over here, and I'm going to start defining a method over here which says public void delete employee. So delete employee is what I'm going to call this method. It accepts an ID, so we'll just need an ID. So let's say if we want to delete an employee with ID 1, we just need that one ID, right? And we'll figure out which employee that is, and we will delete that. So I'm again going to create a temporary array list over here, right? And I'm going to run a for loop. So I'm going to say employee emp is equal to, employee list, right? And I'm again going to compare. So I'm going to say if employee dot get employee ID is equal to ID, right? I'm going to say continue. And if it does not matches, right, I am going to add that particular employee onto our new array list that we have created, right? So I'm going to say temp employee dot add, I'm going to say emp, and in the end I'm going to say this dot employee list is equal to temp employee. So I hope you have understood the logic. So we have created a temporary array list to store our updated array list after we perform the deletion, right? And what we are doing is we are simply iterating through the employee list using this loop here, and we are comparing every employee's ID with the ID that we have. This ID is the ID of the employee which we want to delete. So the moment the ID is equal to the employee ID which we want to delete, we are going to say continue, and we are skipping the rest of the part of the loop, right? So we are skipping this step essentially, right? So with every comparison, after every comparison, if there is no match, right, we are adding the employee into the new array list. But if there is a match, we are skipping the addition process. So the new array list that we have created will have all the employees except the employee with this ID, right? Because of this condition that we have put over here. And finally, we are assigning this new list to our old list, and we are replacing the list. So that's how we are performing deletion, right? So this is the service method. We are going to go to the controller method, and we are going to create a mapping over here as well. So I'm going to say public void delete employee, right? And I'm going to accept ID over here, right? So this is the ID that we'll need to pass to the service method, and I'm going to say over here employee service dot delete employees, right? And I'm going to pass the ID here. Also, what I would like to do over here is I will remove this return type from void, and I'll change this to list type, and I'm going to say I'll print the list of updated employees, right? And here I'm going to call employee service dot get all employees. So what we were doing is every time whenever we were updating anything in the list, we were seeing the request has passed to 200 OK, and then we were going and getting all the employees. But here what I'm doing is this method is returning the list of employees. So we'll see this output with the updated list over here once we execute the request. I'll just show you in a moment. And now we have created this method. We now need to map this as the delete request. So I'm going to say /employees/ID. This ID is a variable here, right? And the method is delete, right? And since we are getting this variable from the request path, right, over here, it's dynamic. So I'm going to say path variable over here, right? So that's it. This is done. I'll redeploy our application here. I'll say stop and run. And all the new changes will get deployed onto our server again. And meanwhile, I'll go over here, right? I'll just close this, all this request. And I'll duplicate this request over here, right? And I'll say delete employees, right? Delete employee. And I'll change the request type to delete over here. I'm going to say employee/1, for example, and I'll hit save. So a new request is saved, and I hope our changes are also deployed too. So they are deployed. Now I'll delete the employee with the ID 1. So for now, if you run this, you're going to see 1 employee and 2 employee, right? I'll delete employee number 1. I'm passing the ID 1. I'll say send, and you can see the updated list being printed as the response. And that's because we have returned all the employees from here, okay, in the form of list. And that's why we are seeing this output. So we don't need to go here and run this get request again to see if the changes were applied or not. But we can see it here itself as the response of this particular request. So what happened over here is we executed this request from POSTMAN. We passed this ID over here, right? So this request is mapped to this method, and this ID was passed onto this method as well because we are using path variable over here. And this ID was passed as a part of this method delete employee in the service class, right? And within this class, we deleted this employee having this particular ID, right? And once the deletion was done, what we did from the controller is we returned the fresh list of all the employees. And that's why we saw an updated list over here. So that's how this entire process worked, right? So in this lecture, we understood how can you create a delete request, which can help you delete a particular resource with a particular identifier, right? So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about specific request mapping annotations that Spring Boot provides for your requests. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of these request annotations that you can use in your Spring Boot project. So let's get started. So till now, we have used request mapping annotation for mapping a request to the URL, right? Spring Boot also provides a specific request mapping annotation. These specific request mapping annotations were introduced in the latest version of Spring, and you can use them instead of request mapping to map your request. So let me show you these mapping annotations one by one. So let's talk about a get request first. So here you have defined 2 get requests, okay, but you haven't specified the request method here, right? So an alternate over here would be to define the method, right? And you can say get over here, but this is not mandatory, right? We didn't do this. So we didn't do this because if you want to define a get request, Spring Boot or the request mapping annotation in Spring Boot allows you to define the get request by default. So basically, if you don't pass any method property along with the request mapping annotation, it considers this request as get by default. So if I skip this, it's equivalent to a get request, right? So this is about the request mapping annotation. But instead of this request mapping, you can use another annotation which is called get mapping. And this annotation is a version of this annotation that you have used, okay, request mapping annotation, and it specifies that this method accepts a get request, right? So I can say get mapping, I can say /employees, right? So when you use get mapping annotation, it tells Spring Boot that this request is a get request, right? And we don't need to explicitly mention it as we can do in request mapping. But request mapping also, it's not mandatory. Like you can skip this method property if you are defining a get request, okay? But this becomes very helpful if you are working with post. So let me show you that as well. But for now, I'll just show you about get request. So you can use this get mapping annotation also instead of request mapping to define a get request. And using this annotation does not change anything, right? The working remains perfectly same. So I'll just deploy this application and show you. The working remains perfectly same. It's just that instead of request mapping, you are using get mapping. And also it enhances the readability a bit. So developers who are reading your code, they know like this is a get request, right? So you can go over here and we'll execute this get request over here. So you can see it's working like nothing has changed. So this is one mapping annotation that you can use instead of request mapping to define a get request, right? I'll also define the same over here. So I can say, you can say get mapping, right? It'll work in the similar fashion. Now let's talk about post request. So for post request, you have another annotation called post mapping, right? So here with request mapping, what you've done is you have to define a value, which is nothing but the URL. And then you have to define a method, which is nothing but what is the type of the request. So it becomes a little lengthy, right? But with post mapping annotation, you can directly say that this is a post request and you can directly mention the URL over here. So this is a shorter version of this entire line that you have written over here, right? So post mapping just replaces this entire thing, right? And if you redeploy this application, you will notice that nothing has changed except the fact that you have just changed this annotation. So the working remains the same. It's just that you have used a shorter version of this annotation over here. You are using post mapping. So you can go to create an employee and we'll do a send request. You can see we got 200 OK. And that employee is also created now. So nothing changes. It's just that you are using post mapping annotation. Now for put request, you have to define the request type over here with request mapping annotation. But you have one more version of annotation wherein you can define the put mapping or you can define the put request. So you can use the put mapping annotation, right? So this is a shorter version of this entire line that you've written, right? You need to still specify the URL though, because that's how it will map. So this is about put mapping. I'll just run this and I'll show this to you. So put mapping also does not impact the working. The working remains the same. Okay. We'll execute this request once the deployment is done. So deployment is done and we need to change this to, let's say, New Jersey. So I'll do a send and I'll go to get. You can see New Jersey coming over here. So this is about put mapping annotation. For delete also we have a delete mapping annotation. So instead of specifying this entire thing, you can just use delete mapping and you can specify the URL here, right? So I'll again redeploy this and I'll show you whether deletion is working perfectly or not, right? So we'll wait till it gets deployed. So it's deployed over here. I'll go to get request. I'll do a get request first. You see we have 2 employees. Now I'll go to delete employee and I'll delete the employee number 1. So you can see only 1 employee exists now. So this is how this mapping, these mapping annotations work, right? So in this lecture, we spoke about 4 new mapping annotations that Spring Boot provides. And these mapping annotations are specific mapping annotations to the type of the request that you want to add onto your controller. So the first mapping annotation we spoke about was get mapping. And then we spoke about post mapping, spoke about put mapping and delete mapping. So that's about this class, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about what is JPA. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of JPA as a concept. We are also going to discuss the advantages of JPA, and we are also going to touch upon what is ORM and different kinds of mapping that exist. So let's get started. So what is JPA? So JPA stands for Java Persistence API. Now, let me explain this to you. So we have now created an employee class in our project, which we were building, employee application. We have an employee class, and now we need to store that employee class in the database. So we would want to create a table having employee ID, employee name, and employee city as fields. Now, this is where JPA comes in. So JPA stands for Java Persistence API, and JPA allows you to convert objects into relational database. So JPA is like a specification that you can specify. So for example, if this is your Java class, like we had public class employee, we had three fields: employee ID, employee name, and employee city. Now this employee class can be converted into the employee table, which is like this. So you can see we have three fields again in the database: employee ID, employee name, and employee city. So JPA is like a specification that you can specify, and this specification can then be converted into relational tables. So before JPA, you had to manually create tables with the help of SQL queries. But now you can just mention the specification and the table creation is managed with the help of the specification that you have mentioned. So this is about JPA. Now let's talk about some of the advantages that you can have when using JPA. So the number one advantage is JPA is easier and simpler to follow. It's much easy to write and understand rather than handwritten mapping that you have to create manually. JPA makes querying data easier and helps us write queries in the form of entities rather than SQL. JPA allows us to save, update Java objects without using any DML language at all. JPA is easy to integrate with Spring Boot framework. So these are some of the advantages of using JPA. Now let's talk about ORM. So what is ORM? So ORM stands for Object Relational Mapping, and ORM does the job of creating relations between objects and relational database by mapping the state of object to that of the table in the form of column. So ORM basically does the job of converting all the relations that exist between the objects into the relational tables, right? Now, what is a mapping? Now, mapping means a relationship in which more than one entity can refer to the property of other entities. So let me tell you different types of mapping here. So there are multiple types. The first one is one-to-one mapping. So with this mapping, one instance of an entity is associated with exactly one instance of another entity. Then you have one-to-many mapping, which is in this mapping, one instance of entity is associated with multiple instances of another entity. Then you have many-to-one mapping, wherein multiple instances of an entity is associated with exactly one instance of another entity. And then you have many-to-many, wherein multiple instances of an entity is associated with multiple instances of another entity. So these are different kinds of mapping that you have in ORM. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what is JPA and why does it exist. We also understood what are the advantages of JPA, and we also spoke about ORM and different kinds of mapping that exist. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to create the data access layer for our employee application. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of how can you add a data access layer for any of your Spring Boot application using JPA. So let's get started. So here on my screen, I have the architecture of Spring Boot application. So we know that the Spring Boot application has a presentation layer, a service layer, and a data access layer. So we are done with the presentation layer, wherein we present the data and the application features to the user, and we have created the presentation layer using the controller classes. Then we discussed about service layer, wherein we defined the business logic using the service classes. Now it's time to create the data access layer, and data access layer is the layer where all the repository classes will reside. So you have to access data using the repository classes. So for that, let's hop on to our IDE. And what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to create a new package. I'm going to right click. I'm going to say new package, and I'm going to say repository. Now under repository, I'm going to add a new class. I'm going to say employee repository. So this is our employee repository, right? Now here we need to define the CRUD operations. Now what do I mean by CRUD operations? So let me tell you that. So CRUD stands for create, read, update and delete, if you are not aware of this. So CRUD operations are the list of standard operations that you would want to do on any entity in the database. So for example, if you have an employee table in the database with these properties, employee ID, employee name and employee city, we would want to perform operations like creating an employee, which is C. Then we want to perform the operation like read, which is reading the employee, wherein you can fetch a single employee record or fetch all the employee records. We would also want to perform the update operation, wherein you could update a single employee record. And we would want to perform the delete operation, wherein you would want to delete an employee record. So this is nothing but the CRUD operation, and it stands for create, read, update and delete. Now, what are the methods that you would need for this? So you will need get all employees. So this can be one method which you need. Then you will need get employee, and you can pass in the ID. So this method gets in all the list of employees, and this method gets in a specific employee with the ID that you pass, right? And then you have update employee. So this is the method that is going to update the employee with this employee object, right? And this employee object has the updated employee information that you want to update. And then we are going to have delete employee, and you can pass the employee object here or an employee ID here to delete the employee. So these are the set of methods that we will need to define in this particular class. But since these are standard set of operations, there is a good news for you, wherein these standard set of operations which are usually performed on the entity class, right? And hence we don't have to define these. These are already predefined, right? But how do we access this predefined set of methods? So instead of defining this method, you need to create an interface, and you need to extend a class called JPA repository that has the definitions for these standard implementations. So let me do that and show it to you. So I'll just change this class definition to an interface. And here I'm going to have the extends functionality, right? And I'm going to say JPA Okay, so we are not getting this in our dropdown, right? And the reason for this is because we have not added the dependency yet. So to access this class, we need to add a small dependency in our form.xml. So let's go and add this particular dependency into our project. So what I'm going to do is, to add the dependency, I'm going to go onto my browser. I'm going to search Maven, and I'm going to go onto this Maven search repository, and I'm going to search for Spring Boot Starter JPA, right? And I'm going to get this dependency from org.springframework.boot, right? And I'm going to click on this. It's going to ask me the version that I want to add. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the latest one. And you can see the dependency over here, right? So I'm going to copy this dependency for GPA. So I've copied this, and this is for Apache Maven. So we are using Maven in our project. So I copied this dependency. Now I'm going to head on to my project, and I'm going to go to my pom.xml, and here I'm going to add this dependency, right? So you have the version tag, then you have the group ID, and then you have the artifact ID, right? So after doing any changes in the pom.xml, you will see this icon over here which says load Maven changes. So I'm going to just select this. I can also skip the version tag to get the latest version of the starter JPA here. So I'll just remove the version tag and I'll load the latest Maven changes. So this is done. Now I'll switch back to our employee repository over here, right? And I'm going to say extends JPA. Okay, still not coming. Okay, so we got this dependency added from org.springframework.data.jpa.repository. So you have to add this dependency JPA repository over here, right? And you have to extend this to your interface, and you have to mention a few things over here. So you have to mention employee, which is nothing but the entity name that we are going to use with this JPA, and you need to mention the type of the primary key. So if you go to the employee class, the primary key type is int, right? But it's a primitive data type. But here we have to specify the wrapper of the primitive data type. So this is the object type of the primitive data type. So we have specified JPA repository along with the entity name and the primary key type. So this is how you can create a repository class, or I should say not a repository class, but this is an interface. So this is how you can create a repository layer and add it to your Spring Boot application. So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we understood how can you create a data access layer and add it to your application. We discussed how JPA repository has a set of standard CRUD implementations. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about H2, which is the in-memory database that we are going to use along with our project. By the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of what is an in-memory database, what is an H2 database, and what are some of the features of H2. We are also going to configure H2 database onto our project in this lecture. So let's get started. So what is an in-memory database? So an in-memory database is a database which uses memory to store data as opposed to the disk space. So memory access is faster than the disk storage. We know that. And we lose all the data once the application is restarted. So this is one of the features of an in-memory database. So data that your application has is stored in the memory instead of storing it on the hard disk. And all that data is lost once the database is restarted or the application is restarted. With in-memory database, data is not persisted, which means data does not exist or data is not saved if you restart the application. So it's not persisted. Persistence means data is lost once the application is stopped running. And if we want to persist the data, we use databases like Oracle, MySQL, etc. In-memory databases are typically used for POC. So by POC, I mean proof of concepts. So basically, if you are pitching some company, right? So if you're working for a company A and that company wants to pitch something to a client, so you can use in-memory database to create applications or demos or do some temporary sort of development. So that is where in-memory databases are used, right? They are not recommended for production-based applications. So that's about in-memory database. Now, what is an H2 database? So H2 is an embedded in-memory database which can be used, right? So we are going to use this H2 database into our application, and we are going to see how to configure it and how to make it work with our app. Now, what are some of the features of H2 database? So this database is very fast and it's open source. It is an embedded in-memory database, and it also offers a browser-based console application. So we can use this console application to access the table, see the data, etc. So now let's see this database in action. So first we are going to configure the H2 database, and then we are going to do some additional database configurations in our application properties. So let's hop on to our ID. So here I am on my ID. So first thing, we have to add the dependency of the H2 database onto our Spring Boot project. So I have the dependency already written over here. So I'm just going to copy and I'm going to add this dependency over here. So I'm going to say dependency. Then we have this group ID. This is the artifact ID and this is the scope. So we have added this dependency in the pom.xml. I'm going to reload the Maven changes, right? So this is done. Now we need to head on to the application properties file, and here we need to configure the database. So I'm again going to go to our text editor and I'm going to copy this configuration lines over here, and I'm going to simply paste it over here. So let's understand what these configuration lines mean. So this first line says that we have enabled the H2 console and we have set it to true. The second line says the data source that we are using over here is H2. Third line till here, it says that this is our data source URL. So we have defined our data source URL. So we are creating a database called course employee application. And this is going to store all our data relating to this application. Then we have a property called mvstore is equal to false. Now, what does mvstore equal to false mean? So mvstore is the default storage engine for H2 database, and we are keeping it to false over here. So you can remove mvstore is equal to false if you want the data to persist. So I don't want the data to persist as of now, so I have set this to false. Then we have this line over here, which says Spring JPA Hibernate DDL auto update, which means that if there is any change in the entity, so those changes are automatically reflected in the database. So that is what this tag does. So these are some of the configurations that we have to do before using a H2 database. So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we understood what is an H2 database, what are in-memory database, and why do they exist. We also configured the H2 database into our Spring Boot application using pom.xml and application.properties file. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to understand how can you access data using the data access layer that you have created from the in-memory database. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a clear understanding of this entire process. So let's get started. So to start with, we are going to head on to our employee service class, and I'm going to close the rest of the files over here. I'm going to close the configuration files because we are done with the configuration. So now here in employee service, okay, I'm going to create an instance of employee repository over here. So I'm going to say employee repository, and I'm going to create the object of the same, and I'm going to use the auto wired annotation so that it is initialized with the instance of the repository. Now we have done this, and now we need to update the create employee method. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to save an employee into our database. So for that, I'm going to change this method definition, and we need to save this employee that we are getting from the postman into the database. So earlier, what we were doing is whenever a postman query was being triggered, that particular employee was being stored in the list, right? So it was being added as a new entry in the list. But here, now we are going to add that particular employee onto the database. So I'm going to say employee repository dot save. So this is the magic of JPA, wherein you have to just use the save method, right? And you have to pass the employee method over here. So you just do that, and JPA makes sure that it saves this employee onto the database. So we are getting this save method right from the CRUD repository. You can see over here the CRUD repository. If I hover on this, you can see that CRUD repository popping up. That is because we have extended employee repository with JPA repository, right? So we are able to access all those standard methods over here. So that's the magic. So you have to just add this one line of code and you are done. But it's still not going to save the employee, because we have to define employee class, and we have to say that this class is an entity class, right? And to define this as entity, I'm going to use the entity annotation, which we are getting from the JavaX.Persistence API. So I'll just enter this. This is all JPA. So we are defining this as entity because we want this class to persist. So the moment we define this, what JPA is going to do is it's going to create tables for this class with all these properties as columns. So I can say @entity, right? And every table has a primary key in relational database. So I'm going to say ID, because employee ID is nothing but our ID. And I'm going to define how we generate the value for this particular ID basically. So I'm going to say generated value, and I'm going to say strategy is equal to identity, right? So this is what I'm going to specify over here. So we use three annotation here. So one annotation is the @entity annotation, which says that this employee needs to be converted into the table and this class can persist. Then we used ID annotation, which tells that employee ID is nothing but the primary key. And we also defined the generation strategy for employee ID. So we said that employee ID will be auto generated. Now what I mean by auto generated is, if you save the first employee, you are going to get the ID as 1 automatically. You don't need to pass it. So this application is going to manage this, and it's being managed because of this annotation that you have added from the persistence API. So if you add second employee, it's going to add the ID as 2. It's automatically going to auto increment. So this is the magic, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this application. So let's run this application. The moment we run it, we are going to see this table being created onto our H2 database. So we are going to see then how can you access the console and see this table actually into your database. So the application is running here. I'm going to go to a browser, right? And if you remember, in application.properties, we had entered this property which said H2 console enabled. So which this particular property has enabled a browser-based console. So we can access that browser-based console from here. So we are going to say localhost 8080 is where our application is running, and we are going to say h2-console. So this is nothing but how you access the H2 console. So I'll press enter. So you are going to see a page like this, right, which is nothing but the H2 database browser-based console, and you can see the JDBC URL over here, right? And there is a JDBC URL that you have entered over here, right? What you can do is we'll have to copy this. So this is nothing but our database, right, which we want to refer to. So here instead of this, I'm going to paste this, and I'll click on test connection. So there's no username password required. Okay. So if I click on test connection, it's going to say test is successful, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit connect. So once you connect, you see the employee table is already created over here, right? And you can click on this and you can run and you can see the columns over here. So you can see columns like employee ID, employee city, and employee name coming up over here, right? So you didn't actually go and create this table into the database. What we did is we just defined a class, okay, which represents a real life object. So employee represents a real life employee. We have certain properties of employee in our application, and we converted this entire class into the table just by using few annotations and adding a few dependencies, right? So that's the magic of using JPA. So now what I'm going to do is I am going to open Postman. So the Postman is open now, and now here what I'm going to do is we are going to create an employee over here, right? So if you remember, we just changed the logic of how the employee is being created. So we are now using the employee repository instance and we are saving it to our database using the save method from the CRUD repository class, and we have auto-wired the employee repository here, right? So I'm just going to try and create a employee from here, right? So I'm going to say first employee and I'm going to say Washington, right? And I'm just going to hit send. All right, so we got an error. So let's see what the error is. So the error is no default constructor for employee application employee, right? No problem. So we are going to define a constructor. So it needs the default constructor over here. So I'm going to say public employee, right? So this is the default constructor. Now I'll rerun the application. So the moment you rerun the application, you have to reconnect to the database from here. So you can see different options over here at the top, and you have a button over here to hit refresh. I'm just going to hit refresh. So after a while, it redirects you to the login page because you have restarted the application and the connection is gone now. So you have to test the connection and reconnect again. So you don't have to change any of these values that have been mentioned by default over here. You just need to change this JDBC URL over here to what you have mentioned. And you can pick any name, by the way. If I have not mentioned, you can pick any name that you want. So I click connect, right? And I'm going to see the employee table exists over here. And now I'm going to go to our Postman and I'm going to hit send over here. Let's see if we can create it over here. So we get the status as 200 OK. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this query again. So you can see we have our first employee inserted into the database. Now, if you remember, we have defined the ID as auto-generated with the help of this annotation over here. So what I can do is I can actually skip the employee ID from the request that I'm sending, right? And I can create a second employee now, second New York, and I'm going to hit send. So let's see if the second employee was created with the ID 2. So you can see the ID was automatically incremented and the second employee was perfectly created within our database. So this is how you can use JPA and H2 database to save the data onto your tables basically. So here what we have done, let's do a quick recap over here, right? So what we did actually over here is we created an instance of employee repository within a service class and we marked it as auto-wired, and then we updated the save logic to that of save. Then we converted our employee class into that of entity class and we defined some annotation for defining the primary key and to set the primary key on auto increment. And then using Postman, we sent a request to create an employee and we saw the data being populated into the database, right? So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we understood how can you use repository classes, which is a part of data access layer, to create data into your database, right? So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to move our existing other functionality like update and delete onto the database. Okay, so which means that we are going to now start updating the values within the database and also delete the employees within the database instead of the list like we were doing earlier. So this lecture is going to give you a complete overview of that. So let's get started. So I am on my ID and I have the project open. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head on straight to the service class that we have here. And so we have updated the create employee method. Okay, so I'm going to change this method now. So I'm going to just comment this code here, right? And now we need to change this logic over here to the one that works with the database. So we are going to say employee repository dot save. So save is again the function that we are getting from our DBA, right? Which is nothing but the CRUD repository class. You can see. So we have this employee object with the updated employee information. So I'm going to say employee dot. Okay, so we don't need to access the properties or any getters and setters. So I'm just going to say employee over here, right? And I'll put a semicolon. So this is nothing but the one line code that we need to write to update an employee into a database, right? So let's see this in action. So I'll just redeploy our application and we'll see whether this code works. So earlier we were updating the same thing into the list that we had created over here at the top, right? But now we are doing it with the database. So let's wait for the application to deploy. So the application is deployed now, right? And I'm going to head on to our browser. I'm going to hit refresh and it is going to refresh our console and it's going to take onto our login page. So this is our login page. I'll hit test connection and I'll connect to the database, right? Now here, let's see the data that we have. We have two employees. So Washington and first employee. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the put request because for updates, we have to use the put request. And I am going to update the city, let's say. So the first employee has a city of Washington. So I'm going to change the city of first employee to New Jersey, right? And we have already mentioned New Jersey over here. So I'm just going to hit send. So let's see the output. So we get status as 200. Okay. Now let's head on to the database and let's run this query again. So now we have Washington as first employee. I'll just run this and we see New Jersey is being replaced by Washington. Okay, so Washington is actually replaced by New Jersey over here, and we have successfully managed to update the employee within our database. Now let's see how can we delete the employee from the database, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just comment out this old code that we have. This code is commented, and I'm going to say employee repository dot delete. I'm going to say employee repository again over here. So we need to pass the ID over here. Employee repository dot get by ID, and I'm going to pass ID over here. So what we are doing is we are getting the employee object by accessing this method, right? And that employee object is passed onto the delete method, right? Alternatively, what you can do is, okay, so we don't have access to the employee object with the delete request. So that's perfectly fine. We can get it this way and pass it to the delete method, right? So I'm going to redeploy this application again with the new changes that we have done that deletes the employee from the database. So let's see whether this thing works actually with the database. So the application is redeploying and it will take some time. So we are done deploying our application. So I'm going to hit refresh in our browser to refresh the H2 console that we have. We are going to be redirected to the login page again. So we have to press connect again over here. And here we are seeing the employee data. So let's try and delete the first employee. So I'm going to go to delete employee, and we have the ID put as 1 over here. I'm going to hit send. So the moment we hit send, you see we get status 200 OK, and we're also seeing this output over here. So let's head on to the database and let's see whether we were actually able to delete the employee. So you can see we were actually able to delete the employee right from the database. So the delete functionality also works perfectly fine. So I hope you guys have a complete clarity on how you can update an employee and delete an employee right from the database using the employee repository class or employee repository interface. I'm sorry. So this is about the updation and deletion with the database. Also, one thing I would like to tell you that when you reboot the application, right, you see all your data being persisted over here. So if you don't want your data to be persisted, and if you want a fresh set of data or a fresh set of database without any data every time you launch the application, you can do a small change. Okay, you can just tweak it. So you have to go to application.properties, and here you need to specify mem, right? And you have to remove this slash over here, right? So by doing this, we are specifying that we want to use the in-memory version of this database, right? And let me show this to you. So I'll just stop and rerun this application, right? And we just made a small change. We just added mem : and we just removed that / from here. So we'll wait till this application redeploys. So it's done. I'll just hit refresh. So we are redirected to this page. And now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in this actual JDBC URL that we have over here. I'm going to copy and paste, and we'll try to test the connection. So it's not going to work. It's going to say wrong username and password. So in username, you have to enter SA, right? The moment you enter SA as a username and test, so this is the default username that you have. It will be successful and you can connect to it, right? Now over here, since this is the in-memory version, you are not going to see any data for every launch that you do. So if I create an employee from here, so let me create an employee. So I created 1 employee, 2 employee, and 3 employee. So I sent this request 3 times. Let me see if 3 employees were created. Yes, 3 employees were created with the same name and city, but different IDs. Now, what I'm going to do is I'll stop the application. I'll rerun the application. So earlier we were seeing that when we stop and rerun the application, we were seeing data still existed in the database, right? But by doing these changes, by mentioning mem over here, so these additions are going to be removed basically. So let me show that to you. So I've hit a refresh over here. We'll be redirected to the login page and we'll connect again. And now you see the employee data. So you won't see any data. So for every launch, there is the data is just deleted because it's an in-memory version and data is not saved at all. So if you want to use this version, you can also use this version, or you can press Ctrl+Z and switch back to what we were using earlier, right? So either ways, it's fine. It's your choice basically. But I just wanted to show you this way wherein you can use the in-memory version of H2 database. So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we understood how can you move the operations like update and delete from your employee application onto the database. And we also saw how can you update and delete employees from the Postman. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about how can we move our other functionalities like getting a single employee and getting all the employees from the list to the database. So by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of this process. So let's get started. So I am here in my service class, right? And we have moved create employee, update employee, and delete employee to interact with the database. So now there are 2 methods pending, which is get all employees and get an employee. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the repository object to access the database values over here. So I'm going to comment this over here, and I'm going to say return employee repository. Now employee repository has a method which starts with find. So you can see find all over here. Now find all will return the list of all the employees, right? And that's it. So we are done with this. Now I'll just comment this code over here. And how do we get a single employee over here? So I'm going to say return employee repository dot find, and there is one method find by ID, right? Now ID is nothing but the ID that we want to pass, and this returns the employee but as an optional object, right? So I'm going to press enter. I'm going to pass the ID over here, and I'm going to pass the semicolon. So we get an error because we are returning the employee over here, but this method is returning the optional type of object. So we need to add else throw. So we'll add or else throw over here, right? And I'm going to just throw a runtime exception if we don't find this employee with this ID. So I'm going to say new. I'm going to say runtime exception not found, right? So we are using this because the employee repository dot find ID returns the optional type, and if we find the ID or if we find the employee with this ID, we return that employee. If we don't find, we throw an exception. So that is handled and the error goes away. Now I'm going to redeploy this application and we are going to see this in action. So let's wait till this application is deployed. So the application is up and running. So let's hop on to this browser. I'll hit refresh. And we'll connect to the database. So we'll take this database URL. We'll paste it over here. I'll remove the username, test, and connect. So we have one employee in our database. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go to get employees in POSTMAN, and I'm going to hit send. So you can see exactly one employee appear over here. I'll create one more employee. I'll say third employee, and I'll say this as New Jersey. I'll send. You get 200 OK. And we fetch all the records. So you see another employee is created over here with a new ID. And likewise, that's the case in the database as well. So now we are able to get all the employees, right? And the method and the changes we did in the service class worked really well. Now let's get a single employee. So I'm going to get the single employee with ID 1. Now there is no employee with the ID 1. So we should get an error over here. So you can see there's an internal server error, and we should see an exception here, right? Not found. New runtime exception. You can see that's because we have thrown that exception over here if the employee is not found. So that's perfectly fine. If we fetch the employee number 2, we see the employee number 2, right, being fetched. So this is how you can work with the database to get a single employee or get all the employees. So in this lecture, we understood how can you move all your methods that were interacting with the list to interact with the database using the repository class or the repository interface. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to do a quick overview of whatever we have built till now. So let's do a quick overview of the project. So we have a controller class over here. So I'm just going to close everything else. So we have a controller class which is accepting the incoming request from the users, and this request is mapped to the controller method over here. And so basically the methods in the controller class interact with the service class, right? And service class is the class where our business logic resides, and we have a service class called employee service defined under service package. So this class has access to the employee repository object, and this class has different methods to perform different operations. And we have registered this class as a service using the service annotation over here. Now, service class interacts with the data access layer, and the data access layer in our case is the employee repository interface. So we have a repository package under which we have employee repository defined. Now, this is an interface which extends JPA repository, and it extends for the entity employee, and the primary key here is of integer type, and we have access to all the standard methods over here. Like we can get all the employees, find a single employee, we can update the employee, delete, and also create a new employee. So these standard operations are taken care by this class, right? And if you go to this class, you can see its implementation as well over here. So I'll just close this. So JPA repository is also an interface, and we are also using an in-memory database over here, which we have configured in application.properties, and we are using in-memory database H2, which is taking care of all our database related needs. And we are using JPA, which we have defined in our pom.xml. So we have all the dependencies here. We have JPA, right? We have H2 as well. So with the help of JPA, we have converted our employee class into an entity, and JPA has helped convert this entity into the database table. And we have defined this as entity by using the entity annotation, ID annotation. Using ID and generated value, we have taken care of the primary key of this application. Sorry, not of this application, but of this entity. So we have employee ID defined as the primary key using this ID annotation, and its value is auto-generated. So that's the overview of this project. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about database mappings. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a clear understanding of what are database mappings and why do they exist. We are also going to discuss the different types of mappings that exist. So let's get started. So mappings are one of the most important things that help you model relationships between two tables. So if you are coming from an SQL background, and if you know what SQL is and how SQL and relational table work, so you would be aware that there is a relationship of primary key, foreign key. So the tables can have relationships amongst them, right? And mappings are nothing but the relationships that exist between two tables. So let's talk about different kinds of mappings that exist. So the first type is one-to-one. With this mapping, one instance of the entity is associated with exactly one instance of another entity. An example for this would be country and capital city relationship. So there has to be one country which has only one capital city. So there cannot be one country with multiple capital cities, right? So that's one-to-one. Employee and a salary account. So the relationship between employee and a salary account is one-to-one. So there cannot be like one employee having multiple salary accounts, right? Or multiple employees having one salary account. That's not possible. So it's one-to-one. Person and spouse. So one person can have one spouse, right? So this is one-to-one relationship, and these are some of the examples of one-to-one mapping. Another type is one-to-many. With this mapping, one instance of an entity is associated with multiple instances of another entity. And examples of this is one customer can have many orders. So the relationship between customer entity and the order entity is of one-to-many, because one customer might have multiple orders. The relationship between customer and addresses can be one-to-many, because one customer can have many addresses. The next type is many-to-one mapping, and with this mapping, multiple instances of an entity is associated with exactly one instance of another entity. And examples for this would be order to customer. So multiple orders can be from a single customer. So that's many-to-one. Multiple addresses can be to one customer. So that's many-to-one. The next type is many-to-many, and with this mapping, multiple instances of an entity is associated with many instances of another entity. And the example for this is student and class relationship. Now the relationship between the student entity and the class entity is of many to many type, because many students are there in a class and a class also has many students, right? Same goes with the albums and artists. One album can have many artists and one artist can be part of many albums. So that's many to many relationship for you. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what are database mappings and what are different types of database mapping that exist in real world with the help of some examples. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to create a one-to-one mapping, and we are actually going to see how you can implement one-to-one mapping in our project. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of what are the different annotations that you can use to create this mapping in your application. So let's get started. So we already know about one-to-one mapping. With this mapping, one instance of an entity is associated with exactly one instance of another entity. And we have these examples here, right? So let's assume that with your employee application, so you have this employee application here, and let's assume that you want to store the spouse information with every employee in our application. So one employee will have exactly one spouse. So we are trying to create this relationship over here, person and spouse. But instead of person, we are having an employee, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to have one employee, and we are also going to save the spouse information along with the employee, right? So we want to have a spouse entity as well in the database, which is going to be mapped in one-to-one with the employee. So let's hop on to our IDE and let's create a new class over here saying spouse. So I'm just going to create a new class, which is going to be an entity, right? So I'm going to declare the spouse as an entity first, and I'm going to have few fields defined over here. So I'm going to say private integer ID. I'm going to say private string name. I'm going to say private string mobile number, and I'm going to say private integer age. So spouse is going to have these fields, right? And I'm going to define the ID, right? So this is our primary key, and I'm going to say it's a generated value, and the generation strategy is identity, right? So it gets auto generated. Also, one more thing I would like to mention over here. So when this spouse is being created in the database, the table name will be same as the class name. If you want to customize the table name, you have one more annotation called table, and this accepts the parameter, and the parameter can be the one you like. So I will say spouse. So a table is created with this name spouse, right? And I'm going to have some constructors over here. So to generate constructors, you can type in constructor, or you can make use of the generate function over here. So command N, I'll say constructor. I'm going to select everything except the ID, because ID is auto generated. I'll say OK. And I'm going to even generate the getters and setters over here. So I'm going to say getter and setter, select all, and say OK. So we have this entire class set and ready. Now we are going to go to employee.java, right? So since now we have to map this spouse to employee, we need to head on to employee.java, and we need to create a one-to-one mapping, right? So we will have to add a field over here, right? This field is going to say private spouse, okay, and I'm going to say spouse over here, and I'm going to say that this is a mapping which is one-to-one to our spouse class. Now how do we say that? So we have an annotation saying one-to-one, right? And this annotation tells that this is a one-to-one mapping that we have created between employee and spouse, right? So this is done, and now we also need to generate the getters and setters for this newly added field. So I'm going to add getter and setter. So we are done. So now let's run the application and let's see if we see this these changes reflecting in the database. So we'll wait while our application is getting deployed. So the application is deployed, right? And we will head on to our browser. I'll just hit refresh over here. So on hitting refresh, I'm redirected to the home page. I'll test the connection. I'll connect over here. So you can see two fields or two tables that exist over here. We can also see the spouse table over here, right? And if you open employee, right, you can see that there is a mapping now that is created. So it says spouse ID, right? And this is because we have mapped spouse with the employee over here, right? So for now, I'll just delete these two employees because we are getting null values stored over there. So I'm just going to say delete one. So we have IDs with 2 and 3. So I'm just going to say 2 and 3. So the deletion is done. And if I run this, you can see the table is truncated and empty, and you can see spouse ID being added over here. You can also clear this and see the spouse table structure, which is ID, age, mobile number, and name. So this is how the one-to-one mapping is created in the database. So if you observe the employee table, you have spouse ID over here. Now this is nothing but a foreign key to the spouse table. So if you want, you can customize the name of this foreign key. So as of now, it's spouse ID, right? So I would want to customize the name. So we are allowed to customize the name by saying, you can say over here, join column. Okay, you can use one more annotation. So I'll press enter. So I'll say join column, and I'll say name is equal to FK underscore spouse. So for example, let's say if I want to have this as the name of the foreign key, I can specify it using this annotation, and I'll run this application. So join column is another annotation that is provided in order to help you customize the foreign key. So basically this has the name property with it, okay, which is the name of the foreign key column, okay. So you can see the description if you hover on this, right? And if I run this again, so I'll have to refresh first, and I'll have to connect, and then I'll have to check the employee thing. So employee table now has FK spouse. All right, the problem is actually we are also seeing the old column over here, spouse ID. So in order to get rid of that, we will have to switch to the in-memory version of the database. So I'll just switch to in-memory version. So this is because our spouse ID column was already being created, and we added a new column called FK spouse, and that's why this column was not removed. So we'll switch to the in-memory version, right? We'll rerun the application. I'll just copy this URL, and once our application is deployed, I'll say refresh. So our application is deployed and I'm onto the home screen. I'll put my username as SA and I'll say connect. Now the moment you say connect, you see there's no spouse ID over here. So in the previous version, basically the spouse ID column was already created, so it did not get removed. Okay, so in order to get it removed, we need to recreate the entire thing, and that's why we switched to the in-memory version. So this is how you can use join column annotation, right, to define the custom foreign key name, right? So what we have created here is a unidirectional mapping, right? So what I mean by unidirectional mapping is you can navigate from the employees to their spouses, right? Because we have employee being mapped to spouse, but you can't navigate from spouse to employees. So you can't find the employee name if you have a spouse record, right? Like, so you might want to get an employee of a particular spouse, and that would be possible if you have a bi-directional mapping. So since this mapping is from employee to spouse, you can go to spouse and create a mapping from spouse to employee as well. So in spouse.java, you can say one-to-one, and you can say private employee, okay? And here you can say mapped by. So since this entire entity is being mapped by spouse field in the employee.java file, so you can say mapped by spouse over here, because this is mapped by spouse already in employee.java. So I'll just redeploy this. Once we redeploy, you will notice that adding a mapping of employee and spouse, this change does not impact JPA or tables, but it just facilitates bi-directional navigation. So there is no impact on tables as such. So I'll just show that to you. So I'll just refresh this and I'll just reconnect. And you can see in employee, we have foreign key to spouse. And then I'll clear this. And in spouse, you have, so the table is just the same as earlier. There's no employee mapping over here. That won't be created, right? Because you have mentioned mapped by spouse over here, which is telling JPA that this field is already mapped by spouse, right? So you can see if you hover on mapped by, it says the description, the field that owns the relationship, and this element is only specified on inverse side of association. So you have specified that the owner of this relationship is spouse, which is present in this particular entity. It just facilitates bi-directional navigation, nothing else. So this is how you can create one-to-one mapping in your employee application. So in this lecture, we understood how can you create one-to-one mapping, how can you create unidirectional as well as bi-directional mapping. We also saw how can you customize the name of the foreign key that is created in one-to-one mapping. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about one-to-many mapping, and by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of how can you create one-to-many mappings in your Spring Boot project. And you will also have understanding of different annotations and the table structure that is created once you do one-to-many mapping. So let's get started. So we can see over here that this is how you define one-to-many mapping. So with this mapping, one instance of an entity is associated with multiple instances of other entity. So for example, you can have one customer having many orders and one customer can have many addresses. So in this lecture, we are going to simulate a scenario wherein one employee is having many addresses. So in our application, employee application, we are going to have an entity called addresses, which is going to be mapped to employee in a one-to-many relationship. So let's hop on to our IDE and let's see this in action. So here I am on Intellij and I have the employee application open. So here I'm going to create a new entity called addresses. So I'm going to call this as address.java under entity, and I'm going to straight away mark this as entity. I'm also going to say the table name over here. So table name is equal to address, right? I can say I'll be defining some properties over here. So I'll say private integer ID. I'll say address has a name. So address has a line 1. So this is the line 1 of the address. This is the line 2 of the address. Then this is the zip code of the address. Then we have the city of the address. Then state of the address and the country. So these are the fields that an address is going to have in our project. I'm going to mark ID field as the primary key over here, and I'm going to make it auto generated. So I'm going to say the strategy is going to be identity. So it's auto generated now, right? And I'm going to define the getters and setters for all these properties. So there you go. You have all the getters and setters here. I'm also going to define a constructor over here. So I'm going to say constructor, and I'm going to skip the ID from here because it's auto generated, and I'll say okay. So we have this entire entity class ready, and you can see we have defined this as entity. The table name is also address, right? Now what we are going to do is we are going to map this address to employee, and we are going to create a one-to-many relationship. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a field address in the list. Sorry, I'm going to add a field address as a list in the employee. So I'm going to say private list, and I'm going to have the address. I'm going to have address here, and I'm going to say addresses. So the reason we are using list over here is because it's one-to-many relationship, and one employee can have many addresses. So how are you going to store many addresses? You're going to store many addresses by using a list, right? So we need a collection for that, right? So we'll be creating a mapping here. So we'll say one-to-many. We are going to use this annotation one-to-many. And that's it. So we have this thing mapped, right? And I also need to add the getters and setters for the address field. So I'm going to go to the bottom. I'm going to generate the getters and setters for the address, and we are done. So the employee class is now mapped to the addresses. I'm going to quickly deploy this application, and I'll see the underlying table structure that is being generated. So we have to wait till our application gets deployed. So our application is deployed. We have to head on to the browser. We'll do a quick refresh over here, and we'll be redirected to the login page like always. And I'll connect again. You can see a new table being created with all the fields that we mentioned. And you will also see nothing has changed in employee, right? Nothing has changed. But you will see one more table being added, employee and address. So this table stores the one-to-many mapping between the employee and the address. So if you have 3 addresses associated with employee, right? So let's say if you have employee 1, and if you have 3 addresses, address 1, address 2, and address 3. So these 3 addresses are suppose associated with employee 1. Then this table will have entry like 1, 1, right? 1, 2, and 1, 3. So it says the employee for employee ID 1. So employee ID 1, the address ID is 1. Then again for employee ID 1, the address ID is 2. Then again for employee ID 1, the address ID is 3. So that's how it's going to store the records. So 1, 1, 1, 2, and 1, 3. So there are going to be 3 records for 3 addresses mapped to a single employee with ID 1. So that's how the relationships are stored. So this is how one-to-many mapping is created. So I hope you guys now have a clear understanding of how one-to mapping is created and how the underlying table structure behaves. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we created a one-to-many mapping of employee to address, and this structure enabled us to store many addresses against one employee, and we did that by creating an entity address and having that address mapped in the employee entity using list, and we used this annotation one-to-many. And we also saw how this is stored in the employee table. How this is stored in the employee address table, right? So these are the records in the employee address table. So you have employee ID 1 and address ID 1, then employee ID 1 and address ID 2. So we simulated a scenario having 3 addresses and how the addresses are stored against employee. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about many-to-one mapping. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of how can you implement many-to-one mapping in your Spring Boot project and what does this mapping look like in the database. So let's get started. So many-to-one mapping is a kind of mapping wherein multiple instances of an entity is associated with exactly one instance of another entity. So that's many-to-one for you. There are a few examples of this. So you can have orders to customer. So many orders can be for one customer. Addresses to customer. You can have many addresses, home type of address, work type of address, or colleague address. So that can be associated with a customer. So we are going to simulate this many-to-one scenario in our employee application, and we are going to add the addresses to the employees. So multiple addresses can be associated to one employee. So it's reverse of one to many. Okay, so we are going to implement many-to-one. So let's hop on to our IDE and we are going to open the address.java entity file, right? And here we are going to create a many-to-one mapping, right? So we are going to add a field over here. So I'm going to say private employee, and I'm going to say employee, right? And I'm going to map this from here, many-to-one. So this annotation defines the many-to-one relationship between the address and employee. So you have one-to-many relationship from employee to address, wherein one employee are associated or are having multiple addresses, but you can also have many-to-one relationship from employee to address, wherein you can say that you have many addresses belonging to one employee. So this is many-to-one mapping for you, right? And I'm going to add a getter and setter now for this particular field that we have added. So getter and setter added. I'm going to redeploy this application and we will be seeing the output on how this has impacted our database mappings, right? So we will have to switch on to our browser to see the console once the deployment is done. So the deployment is done. We'll hop on to our browser. I'll hit refresh over here. So we are on the login page now. We'll put connect. We'll press connect over here and we'll open the employee table over here. So in employee, you can see that nothing has changed. You have one foreign key to spouse, right? And in address, if you open address, you're going to see one field that is newly been added and it's of employee type and it stores the employee ID of the employee object. So this is how many-to-one mapping works basically. So you have the foreign key in the table added, right? So this points to the employee. So if let's say 3 employees, or if let's say one employee has 3 addresses, so you will see employee ID being repeated across 3 records in the address table, right? So that is how this is going to work. So this is how you can implement many-to-one mapping in your database. So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we understood what is many-to-one relationship and how can you define a many-to-one relationship in your Spring Boot project with the help of JPA. And we also saw what is the impact it has on your database. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to define many-to-many relationship, and by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding on how can you create many-to-many mappings, and we are also going to understand the annotation that helps us define so, and we are also going to see how what is the impact of the mapping creation on our database structure. So let's get started. So what is many-to-many mapping? So with this mapping, multiple instances of an entity is associated with multiple instances of another entity. So to give you an example, this would be an example of many-to-many relationship. Many students are part of multiple classes. So this is many-to-many relationship, and many classes will have many students, or one class will have many students and one student will be part of multiple classes. So album and artist is also a many-to-many relationship. But in our employee project, to simulate the many-to-many behavior, we are going to take example of projects. So we are going to create an entity called projects, and employee to project is actually a many-to-many relationship because one employee can be associated with multiple projects in the company, and one project can have multiple employees. So it's many-to-many relationship, right? So over here, I am on IDE and I have opened my project, employee application. Here, I'm going to create an entity first, and I'm going to say project. And here, I'm going to define this as entity first. And I'm going to say the table name here. So name is equal to project. And here, I'm going to define ID. And I'm going to say the generated value, right? So the strategy is identity. Now over here, I'm going to have private integer ID, right? So this is nothing but our primary key. And then I'm going to have private string. And I'm going to say the name of the projects. And I'm going to have string, and then I'm going to say client name. So we are storing the client name as well. So this is a simple project that we have, a simple entity that we have created. I'm going to define getters and setters immediately, right? And yeah, do we need a constructor? Yes, we do. So I will define a constructor here. So we have this class ready. Now I'm going to create a many-to-many mapping, and I'm going to head to our employee.java class, and I'm going to create a field here. I'm going to say private list project, because one employee will be associated with multiple projects, right? So you have this, and then you will say project over here, projects. Now you have to tell over here that this is a many-to-many mapping that you have created. So you are going to use this many-to-many annotation. So this is how you can create many-to-many relationship using JPA in Spring Boot, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to deploy this application, and we are going to see the output. So the only change that we have done is we have created the project entity class, and we have defined a mapping here in the employee class using many-to-many annotation. So our application is deployed successfully. I'm going to hit refresh over here, and we'll wait till this page refreshes, and we'll be redirected to the login screen. I'll hit connect over here. Now you can see a new table appearing over here, employee projects, right? So we'll check employee over here first. So you won't see any change in employee table structure. Even in project, you will see as it is. So this is just the fields that we have defined in the class, right? So I'll just clear this out. Now let's take a look at the employee projects. So employee projects is the table that is going to store the many-to-many relationships between employee and project, right? So you can see the employee ID and the project ID over here. So this is how many-to-many relationship will be maintained in the database. Now you can see over here that default column names are used. So employee ID is coming from the employee table, and that's why what JPA has done is it's telling employee underscore employee ID, and project ID is coming from projects table, and hence it's saying project underscore ID. So these are default names that are being used for employee projects table. But if you want to customize these names, you can do that using a new annotation called join table. So I'm going to use join table annotation over here. So join table annotation has two attributes. So one is join columns and inverse join columns. So join columns defines the foreign key for the entity wherein you are defining the relationship, and inverse join columns define the foreign key for the other entity, you are defining the relationship, right? So we'll see that in action. So I'm going to say name. So we are first going to define the name of the table. So we are going to keep the name as it is. So employee underscore project, right? Then we are going to have property over here, join columns, right? And I'm going to use join column annotation over here, and I'm going to use this property name is equal to, I'm going to say fk underscore employee. Then I'm going to say inverse join column. Okay, I'll just move this to new line. Inverse join column is equal to join column, and I'll be defining name is equal to fk underscore project. So let me explain this to you. So we are using join table annotation, which allows us to customize the table and column names. So we are saying that the table name is employee underscore project. Okay, and we are defining two attributes over here, join column and inverse join column. So join column attribute defines the foreign key for the entity wherein you are defining the relationship. So we are defining this relationship in employee.java, right? So join column is defining the foreign key for this entity, right? So as of now, this entity is being called, or this foreign key is being called employee underscore employee ID. So we are going to say fk underscore employee, right? And we have done this using join column annotation, and within that we have used name attribute. So you can just hover on this and you will see the definition appearing up. So the definition says specifies a column for joining an entity association. If the join column annotation itself is defaulted, single column is assumed and default values apply, right? So this is how you can use it, and we are using it. And you can see the definition of name also, right? You can use it in OneToOne, ManyToOne, ManyToMany, right? And inverse join column defines the foreign key for the entity wherein you are defining the relationship, right? So this is defining the foreign key for the project class. So we want that to be fk underscore project, and that also we have defined using join column annotation. And now we are going to redeploy our application, and we are going to see the changes being reflected. So our application is being redeployed. So for now we had this old names, and now let's see what happens once the application is deployed. So application is deployed. I'm going to refresh, and I'm going to connect to the database. And now we are going to go to employee project table, and you can see the names have changed, fk underscore employee, fk underscore project. And these are the names that you have given over here. So this is how you can customize the names using join table annotation, right? So what we have done over here is we have created a unidirectional mapping, right? So we have a mapping from employee to project, but we don't have a mapping from project to employee. So we can traverse from employee to project. We can get the list of projects if we have the employee information, but we cannot get the list of employee if we have the project information. So that is not possible right now because the mapping to employee does not exist in project. So we can create a bidirectional mapping by adding a reference to employee over here, right? So I'll just do that. So I'll say private list. So since this is a many-to-many mapping, here also you will have a list, right? And you will have a list of employee, and you will see, you can say employees over here, right? And you can have many-to-many annotation, right? And since this is being mapped by the project column over here, projects field over here in employee.java, you have to tell over here that mapped by projects. Okay, so this is how you can create a bidirectional mapping for many-to-many relationship, right? Now the benefit of this is you can traverse from employee to project and also project to employee, vice versa. Now the thing is, you need to update both the ends of the bidirectional association when you want to add or remove an entity, right? You can do that programmatically whenever you are adding or removing a project, but developers usually prefer a method over here that help them do that. So what I'm going to do is I'll add a getter and setter for this, and I can add one more method over here. So I'll say public void remove project method, right? Project, we have an object over here, right? And you can say this dot projects. Okay, sorry. So we are adding this in project.java, but this is supposed to be added in employee.java. That is why we are not getting this projects field over here. I'm getting an error. So I just made a mistake. So I'll just hop on to employee.java. I'll go to the bottom and I'll paste this. So this dot projects, right? Dot remove, and I'm going to say project. So if you want to remove a project, you have to first remove it from this list over here, right? The projects list, right? And then since it's a bidirectional mapping, you also have to remove it from the project entity, right? So I'm going to say project dot get employees dot remove project. So this is important, right? Doing this is very important. I'll just again write add project method, right? Project this dot projects dot add project, and I'm going to say this dot employees dot add project, or you can say add this, right? So this is how you do it. So we did this, we added these two specific methods because we need to update both the ends of bidirectional association whenever we are making any additions or removal operations, right? So it's best to do it in a method within the entity itself so that these two steps are taken care of to avoid any errors, right? So if you don't define this right now, later on when you are adding or removing a project from the employee, if you forget to remove it from any one side of the association, you will get an error. So it's best to do that in the entity class itself. So I'll just redeploy this application and we'll see what happened like to the changes. Like once we defined a bidirectional mapping, we'll see if this has impacted our database structure. So I'll hit refresh over here and I'll say connect. Now within project, you won't see any changes, okay, because you have already mentioned mapped by projects. So if you remove this, there will be a field created, but since we have told JPA that this is already mapped by projects, so hence there is no field created. So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we understood how can you create many-to-many mappings and what are different annotations that you can use. We took a look at many-to-many mapping. We saw join table annotation and how can you customize the names of the columns that are being created as a result of this mapping. And we also saw how can you create bidirectional many-to-many mapping and how can you handle the addition and removal of the entities. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about cascading. By the end of this lecture, you are going to have a clear understanding of what is cascading, why does it exist, and what are different types of cascading. So let's get started. So before talking about cascading, I would like to demonstrate on why we need cascading. So let me demonstrate a scenario. So here we are in the employee application and I have executed this application right now, right? And we have entities that are dependent on each other. So for example, a spouse entity is dependent on the employee, right? It's mapped by employee. So there are entities that are dependent on each other. Address is also interlinked basically to employee. Project is also linked to employee. So there are dependencies that we have created with the help of mapping, right? Now, If I go to the web browser, I'll refresh and I'll just connect over here. So we don't have any employees created yet, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to try create an employee now. So I'll go to Postman and I have this post request ready over here. So I'm going to shoot this post request. So the request got executed. I got 200 OK. And I'm going to run this query here to see what's being created. So you can see the employee is created, but you have null in the foreign key for spouse. So because spouse is dependent on employee, I would want the object of spouse also to be created when the employee is created, right? And this is because entities are dependent on each other. And that's because the relationship exists between them. So how do we do that? And this is where cascading comes in. So let me hop on to our presentation and let me talk a little bit more about cascading. So in a real world project, if you are dealing with databases, you will have entities that depend on each other because of the relationship that exists between them. And in our example, we have employees, their spouse, their addresses. Now, if we add employee, we would also immediately want to save the spouse, the address of the employee, right? And same, if you delete an employee, you would want the employee to be deleted. And once the employee is deleted, it does not make sense for its spouse and to its address to exist in the system. So that also should be deleted, right? This is where cascading comes into picture. So with cascading, if we perform any action onto an entity, then we have an option to perform that same operation on the associated entities, right? So this is the definition of cascading. With cascading, if we perform any action on an entity, then those operations are performed on the associated entities. So this happens if you want to perform the same operation on the associated entities. And cascading is of different types. So we are going to talk about 3 types: all, persist, and remove. So these are the 3 types of cascading that we are going to learn. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what is cascading, why does it exist, and we also spoke about the different types of cascading. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about Cascade.ALL type of cascading, right? And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete clarity on how to create this kind of cascade structure in your Spring Boot project with the help of JPA. And you're also going to see how it works and what is the importance of this kind of cascading. So let's get started. So we have different relationships in employee.java, right? So I'll just open employee.java. I'll close everything else. We don't need all these files to be open. So I'll just close all of this. I'll just keep entities open. I'll minimize this. So you can see we have different dependencies over here. So these are the different dependencies that exist on employee. So I'm going to define the Cascade.ALL for this. Now, how do we do that? So beside the mapping type, you can put in the open bracket and you can say Cascade is equal to, and you can say all. So you will see Cascade type.all is being suggested to you. This is from JavaX.Persistence API. So this is it. So this is how you can define the all type of Cascade operation, right? And you can define this subsequently for all. So I'm going to say Cascade.ALL for everyone, and Cascade is equal to all, right? What Cascade.ALL does is it propagates all the operations from the parent entity to the child entity, right? So let's say, for example, if I'm going to create a employee object. So I can create a spouse along with it. I can create address along with it, and I have to create projects along with it. If I delete an employee, so all the associated records, which is the spouse record, addresses, and the projects will get deleted. If I update the employee, all the associated entities will get updated. So basically, Cascade type all says that propagate all the operations that are performed on the employee onto its associated entities, right? And this is how you define Cascade.ALL. So we are done with the changes, and what we are going to do is we are going to redeploy this application, right? So the application is being redeployed. Okay, the deployment is successful. Now I'm going to hit refresh over here, right? And we are going to wait for the login page. So we get the login page. I'll press connect. Okay, and now I'm going to go to POSTMAN. So I'll select POSTMAN from here, and I'll try creating an employee. So you can see the employee is created. Okay, we don't have any errors as such, right? But I would like to make use of the cascade operation. How do I do that, right? So in order to do that, I need the complete JSON. So here we are just using the JSON for the employee, but for doing the cascade operation and saving spouse, addresses and projects along with the employee, I need JSON for them also, right? So I have one JSON ready over here, right? So I'm going to open Atom. So this is the JSON, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go to browser, Google, and I'm going to say JSON formatter. And I'm going to open this link here, and I'm going to paste this JSON here. So this is nothing but a JSON formatter which just formats the JSON so that you all can see it, right? So I'm just going to expand this a bit. Okay, so you can see that this is the JSON. You have employee at the root, right? And then within employee you have spouse. So this is the name of the spouse, name, mobile number and age. You can see all this. So we have name, mobile number and age. We don't have ID because ID is automatically generated. So we have this information. Then we have address. So in address we have these fields. So what I've done is I have created two addresses over here, and I have line 1 and line 2. So I've put in dummy values here, zip code. So basically this is address, and these are the projects. So we need name and the client name for projects. So we have name 1, client name 1, name 2 and client name 2, right? So this is our JSON, right? And what I'm going to do is I am going to go to our POSTMAN, right? And I'm going to duplicate this, right? And I'm going to say post create employee cascade, right? And within the body tag, I'm going to paste this entire JSON. So you can see this entire JSON being pasted over here, right? And I'm going to say send. Okay, before sending, I have just created one employee, right? So I would want to get that deleted. So what I'll do is I'll go to delete employee. I'll say delete 1, and you should see that deleted, right? So the table is completely clean now, right? You don't have anything in other tables as well. Yeah. So I'm going to shoot this request, right? And I'll hit send. Okay, so we got an error over here. Let's see what the error is, and let's try to troubleshoot that error. We see an error here. So the error says no default constructor for entity spouse. All right, we missed the default constructor here. So I'm just going to say constructor select none. I hope we have default constructors for all the other entities. Otherwise, we'll keep getting those errors. So I'll define those for all. Select none. Address. And I'll say select none. Okay. I'll redeploy this application with the changes, and let's see how this goes. So the deployment is successful. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to shoot this request again. I'm going to say send. You can see we got 200 okay, right? And I'm going to hit refresh. So after we redeployed the application, the login page got refreshed, and we have to connect over here. And let's see whether the employee got created or not. So you can see the employee is created with the foreign key to spouse. Okay. So I'll go to spouse and I'll also check what's entered there. So you can see we have this entry here, right? So if I have to switch tabs, so this is first employee spouse, this is the mobile number, and this is the age, and you can see the same thing being reflected here. And we are going to go to address column to see the addresses. So you can see all the addresses, okay, address 1, address 2. So you can see addresses, you can see address 1, address 2, all right. So these addresses are saved, but there is one problem. We are not seeing the employee ID coming over here, and we are going to troubleshoot that. Why are we seeing that? So addresses looks fine except this one problem. Okay, and I'm going to open project. So project is not saved. Okay, so this is another problem we have. And employee project, let's check employee project. So there is no entry for employee project. And let's take a look at employee addresses. So you can see employee addresses are saved, right? So let's sort out the issues that we saw. Okay, so projects are not getting saved. Okay, so our project column is empty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to employee.java, right? And I'm going to check if we have the getters and setters for everything. Okay, if not, I'll just, okay, so we don't have a getter and setter for project, and that is the reason why it did not get saved. I'm going to add a getter and setter here, right? And I'll also go to address. So I'll see if there is any problem with the address. So in address, you're not seeing the employee ID coming up over here, right? So we need to go to address.java and let's see if we have getters and setters for all the fields. So we have the getters and setters for all the fields, but it's not getting saved. So I'm going to redeploy this application and let's see if project is getting saved. So the application is redeployed, right? And I'm going to hit this again. Now let us see the output. So let us see if project is getting saved. Okay, so this is, we will have to refresh the console. We'll have to reconnect and we'll see if the project is getting saved. So you can see project coming over here. So that was an issue of the getter and setter. Let's see all the other things. So okay, so you can see everything except this in address, that you are not getting the employee ID over here. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to go to a code. I'm going to open the service class. Okay, and over here we have a code to create the employee. Over here we are saving the employees. So over here we will have to create the address array list, right? And we will have to add that address array list into the address object. So let's see how we can fix this issue. So I'll say array list, let's say, so this array list will be of type address, right? And I'll say address array list is equal to new array list. And for I'm going to get the addresses. So I'm going to say address from employee dot get address. Now I'm going to add all these addresses in this array list that we have created, right? So I'm going to say address array list dot add, and so I have to say new address, and I have to say address dot get line 1 over here, comma address dot get line 2, comma address dot get zip code, comma address dot get city, comma address dot get state, comma address dot get country, comma employee, right? And we are getting an error over here. So we are saying address array list dot add new address. We are adding a new address. What is the error? Let's hover on this. So it's saying create a constructor. All right. So I believe the constructor exists over here. Let me see. Yeah, the constructor exists. Okay, but the constructor does not have the employee over here. So we later on added employee as well. So I've created a constructor with employee. So this dot, right, and the error goes away, right? And then what we are going to do is, after this loop is executed, we are going to say employee dot set addresses, and we are going to say address array list. So before saving the employee, what we have essentially done is we have got the array list of address and we have added that to the employee object type and we have saved, right? And that is the reason why it's not the address, like within address, the reference of employee is not coming up, right? So I'll just redeploy this application and we will see the output on what happens exactly. So the application is redeployed. I'll hit refresh on the console and I'll also hit this query here. So I'll hit send, right? And I'll connect to the database and let's see if the addresses are getting saved now. So you can see the addresses are getting saved now, right? So the issue was the employee reference was missing from the address object, and that is what we did in the service, right? So let's do a recheck again. So address table is fine. All the entries are working perfectly fine. Employee table is also fine. Employee address is also fine. And employee project also looks good. And we are seeing spouse also looking good. Project, it also has all the project. So basically the code is successful and we are able to do Cascade.ALL right over here. Now, one thing to note over here is we don't have a repository class for address, project and spouse. Okay, so since all these three entities are dependent on employees, we are using the employee endpoint over here and we are passing the JSON for all. So because of Cascade.ALL over here, we are able to do this operations on the related entities as well, right? So Cascade.ALL tells JPA that we are allowed to perform all the operations throughout. So for now we have performed the save operation. Let's see if how delete operation works. So let me delete an employee with ID 1. So let me first see the employee with ID 1. So we have one employee, right? So let me delete the employee only. So I'll just press delete. The request is successful. You will see the employee is deleted, right? And if you go to address, let me see if the address exists. So address does not exist. Employee address also does not exist, right? Employee project also does not exist. So you can see everything is deleted because we have added Cascade.ALL, right? So I want to show one more thing. So I'll just create an employee again using this post request. And I'll try to get the employee, right? So look what's happening over here. So the moment we pressed get employee, right, you can see we entered into a never-ending loop here with our postman. So you can see addresses, then within addresses, we have addresses, then again we have employee, then again addresses, then again we have employee, then again we have addresses. Okay, so this is a never-ending loop, right? If you analyze the query, you will understand this is because of the references that we have made, right? So what we need to do over here is we need to add JSON ignore, right? So I believe the address part is repeating again and again over here, right? So I need to add JSON ignore to addresses in let's see. So address over here. So here we are having employee. Okay, so I'll add JSON ignore over here, right? And I'll also add JSON ignore here. right, to projects, because this is also a many-to-many mapping, and this can also run into a endless loop. So let's see what the output looks like once we redeploy the application. So the application is deployed. I'll do a refresh over here. I'll create an employee. So the employee is created. I'll try to get the employee. So you can see now we didn't have any endless loop, right? Now it was perfectly fine. So get query, like the get request, worked perfectly fine because of JSON ignore. So let me see whether the data is getting saved correctly. So the data is also seems to get saved correctly. Okay, employee address. So all the tables are having data, and there is not, we are not seeing null anywhere, right? So because of the JSON ignore, this endless loop did not happen, right? So that's about this class, guys, right? So I hope you guys have learned a lot in this class. So in this lecture, we understood how can you create a Cascade.ALL type of operation, right? And we defined a Cascade.ALL operation, and we tried adding addresses, project, and spouse with the employee itself. And I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about Cascade.PERSIST, and by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of how can you work with Cascade.PERSIST and how does it differentiate from other Cascade types. So let's get started. So we have already learned about Cascade.ALL, and Cascade.ALL propagates all the operations from the parent entity to the child one. But there might be scenarios wherein you might not want to propagate all the operations from the parent entity to the child entity. So in that case, you have Cascade.PERSIST. So Cascade.PERSIST allows you to propagate the save operation from the parent entity to that of the child one. So let me show this to you. So in order to use the Cascade.PERSIST option, you have to just say Cascade type.persist. So I'll be using this option for all, right? And I'm just going to redeploy my application, and let's see what the output looks like. So the application is deployed, and I'm going to just hit refresh to the web console, and I'm going to create an employee here using the JSON that I have already saved. So the employee is created. I get status 200 OK. Now I'm going to connect to the database, and we'll see if the employee is created correctly. Yes, it is. So persist propagates the save operation from the parent entity to the child one. So when we save the employee entity, along with employee, you could also propagate the save operation for spouse, address, and projects, right? That's because you have added Cascade type as persist. But apart from save operation, you won't be able to do any other operation. So in Cascade.ALL, you could save as well as you could delete, right? So if you had to delete the employee, but with Cascade.ALL, you could also delete the dependent entities, right? So if you had to delete an employee, right, all the dependent entities like the addresses, projects, the spouse were also deleted. But that won't be the case over here. So let's see. So I'll try to delete an employee over here. So I'll delete the employee with ID 1. So let's see if we have an employee with ID 1, right? We have one. So I'll delete this, and we are going to get an error straight away. So we get a 500 internal server error. Now let me show you what the error is actually over here. So you can see a lot of stack trace over here. And here you can see the error is printed. It says we cannot delete employee because there is a constraint, like there is a foreign key constraint in the address. So that is why the employee cannot be deleted. And that is why we were not allowed to perform the delete operation. So in persist, only the save operation is propagated from the parent entity to the child one. But with Cascade.all, all the operations are propagated from the parent entity to the child one. So this is how persist works. So in this lecture, we understood how persist works and how is it different from Cascade.all. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about Cascade.REMOVE. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of what is Cascade.REMOVE and how is it different from Cascade.PERSIST and Cascade.ALL. So let's get started. So we've seen Cascade.PERSIST, which propagates the save operation from the parent entity to that of child. Now, when we try to remove an entity, when we are using Cascade.PERSIST, we got an error because remove operation was not propagated from parent to child. So if you want to have the deletion operation to propagate from parent to child, you use Cascade.REMOVE, right? So I'm going to use the Cascade.REMOVE over here, and to use it, okay, I'm going to say, okay, it's not showing me the option. So you can specify multiple cascade types by putting curly braces like this and then typing in remove, right? So then it worked. So this is how you can specify multiple cascade options with the help of curly braces, right? And I'm going to just replace this thing over here as well as over here. So now we are allowing the save operation as well as the remove operation along with the parent entity. So we will deploy this application and we will see what the output looks like. So the application is deployed over here, and I'll connect to the database, and I'll also create an employee over here. So I'll just trigger the JSON and we'll connect to the database. We'll see whether the employee is created. Yes, employee is created. Projects are created. Yes, they are. So you can see employees, projects, and addresses also being created. So persist is working perfectly fine. Now let me try and delete an employee, right? So I'll just delete an employee. Last time we had tried doing this with only the persist option. We had got an error, 500 internal server error. And I'll just trigger this now. And you can see the delete operation is triggered. There was no error. So if you go and run employee, it's all clear. Address is also deleted and spouse is also deleted. So all the dependent entities are also deleted, and that's how Cascade.REMOVE works. So this is the Cascade.REMOVE operation for you, and this is how it works. So in this lecture, we understood how Cascade.REMOVE differs from Cascade.PERSIST and how can you use it in your Spring Boot application along with JPA. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about fetch types. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of what is fetch type concept and what are the two different types of fetch types. So let's get started. So fetch type defines when related entities from the database are fetched. Typically, when you are working on a project, you have a database which consists of various relations. There might be a scenario wherein you might want to load the data from the child tables when the parent entity is fetched. And also there will be scenarios wherein you might not want to get the data from the child tables when the parent is fetched. This is where fetch types come into picture. So there are two types of fetch types. One is eager. With eager loading, the child entities are fetched when the parent entity is fetched. So for example, employee and projects have the parent-child relationship. So when I fetch employee, projects will also be loaded by default, whether I use them or not. Another type of fetch type is lazy. So with lazy loading, fetching of child entities is not done when the parent entity is fetched. It is deferred till the data in the child entity is explicitly fetched. So this is about lazy. So if I have to explain this with an example, assume that you have a customer table which is related to the order table. So one customer will have many orders, right? And this is where one-to-many relationships exist, right? Now, if you have a fetch type defined as eager, and if you fetch a customer, all the orders related to that customer are also fetched at that point, since you have defined the fetch type as eager, and these orders are stored in the memory irrespective of whether you use them or not. But if the fetch type is lazy and if you fetch the customer, then the orders related to that customer are not fetched at that time, and instead the loading of the data in the child entity is triggered till we access orders of that customer explicitly, else they are not loaded. So this is how these two fetch types, eager and lazy, differ. So let's summarize. So in this lecture we understood what are fetch types and why do they exist, and we also discussed the two types of loading in fetch types along with the example. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about eager fetch type. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding on how you can implement eager fetch type and how it works behind the scenes. So let's get started. So to start with understanding eager fetch type, we are going to head on to our IDE and we are going to simulate a scenario wherein we are going to add some addresses, projects, spouse along with the employee object onto the database, and then we are going to retrieve only the employee to see what is the output that we get. And also then, so this we are going to do without enabling the eager fetch type. Then we are going to enable the eager fetch type and we are going to see after enabling eager fetch type how things work. So this is what we are going to do, and for the purpose of this we are going to keep a log, or we are going to check out the SQL that is being generated by our application. So I'll show you how you can enable all of that. So we'll hop on to our ID, right? And here I am going to go to application properties first, right? So here I have added 2 lines of code. So first line is show SQL. So spring.jpa.showSQL. So what this line is going to do is when we run the application and whenever any query is getting executed, this line is going to print the query on the console. So the SQL query is going to be printed on the console, and we are going to understand how things are working behind the scenes. So for example, if we have set the address to eager, right, and we are only fetching employee. So address is dependent on employee, right? So ideally address should also be fetched because our fetch type is eager for address. So we will be noticing this in the query, right? And this will enable us to notice that this line over here. Then we are adding one more line over here, this. So this is one of the properties of JPA and Hibernate, and it says that format SQL is true. So we want the SQL that is being printed on the console to be formatted so that it's easy to read. And with this configuration done, we are going to head on to the employee application class, right? And over here, we are going to create a bean, and we are going to write a method which is going to get executed as soon as the application is launched. So I'm going to call this method initial create, and it returns command line runner, right? And we'll be accepting employee service object, and I'm going to say return ARGS, right? And okay, it returns ARGS, and yeah. So this is the method that we are going to use, right? And now, so this method will be executed once our application initializes and launches. And over here, we are going to create some address, project, spouse, and employee, right? So first, let's start with address. So I'm going to say address 1, is equal to new address, and I'm going to say line 1, comma, line 2, comma, we have the zip code then, right? So zip code 1, and I'm going to say city 1. So these are just dummy values that I'm entering so that we can create the address, country 1, right? So this is created. Then we'll be creating a project over here. So project, project 1 is equal to new project, and I'm going to say name 1 and client name 1. So in case if you get an error over here while creating these objects, so that might be because the constructor does not exist for this object. So what you can do is you can go to address and you can define the constructor. Okay, so earlier we had only defined the constructor with the employee, and here we are not passing the employee. So you will need one more constructor over here without the employee. So this is for address, and same thing goes for the project as well. So you have to make sure that you have a constructor without the other parameters, just with the name and client name, right? So we have created address project, right? And now I need to create a spouse. So I'll create a spouse 1, and I'm going to say new spouse, and I'm going to have a dummy name, and then we have mobile number, so I'm going to say mobile 1, and then we have the age, so I'm going to say 28, or I'll say 30, right? And we have these 3 things created. Now I'm going to finally create our employee object. So I'm going to say employee is equal to new employee, and I'm going to say employee 1 comma city 1. So we need an employee object, but this constructor does not exist there. So there is a constructor with ID, right? So I'm going to create one constructor over here with just name and city. So the error goes away, and now I need to add address, project, and spouse to the employee. So I'm going to say employee dot add project. I'm going to add the project. Then I'm going to say employee dot add address. So I don't have a method called add address. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to employee.java, and I'm going to create a method saying add address, right? So I'm going to say public void add address, right? And I'm going to accept address over here, and then I'm going to initialize the array list is equal to new array list, and then I'm going to say this dot address dot add. So the instance of address in this particular class employee, okay, is a list type. So we have to add an address to that list type. So I'll say address over here. We have to add employee to the employee in the address class, right? Because it's a bidirectional relationship, right? So we will be doing that as well. So we'll say address dot set employee, and we'll say this. So this is how you can add address. We will also add a method which will help us remove address. So public void remove address, and I'll accept the address from here. So this dot address dot remove, and I'll say address, right? And I'm going to also set the employee in the address object to, I can say null. Yeah. So we have done with this, and there is one problem here. It says, so the problem is because of this method. So I'll say address, and the error goes away, right? So we are adding the address over here. Let's say we need to add employee dot spouse. So we need to set the spouse. So I set the spouse over here, and now I will create the employee. So employee service dot create employee. So this will make sure that along with employee, project, address, and spouse are also created, right? Now I'm going to fetch the employee. So I'm going to say employee service dot get an employee with ID 1. and I'm going to just have a print statement over here, getting an employee, right? So that we can identify this thing on the console. So we have enabled SQL and we are going to check out the SQL query for this particular line over here, right? And I'll just hide this. I'll just run this code and let's see what the output looks like. So we are seeing an error over here, and the error is it's a null object somewhere. So when adding a project, we got a null object, right? And I understood the error. So error is because the project's object is null. So we have just created the project's object as a list. So we need to initialize this project's object. So I'll change this to set for now, right? And I'll say new hash set, right? The initialization is done. The moment I change the type, I need to change the type here as well. Set, done. Now, so this was one issue which we fixed. Let's run this and let's see if we are getting any more issues. So yeah, there are no issues, right? And so in the above code, we are creating the objects of address, project, and spouse. So you can see that the objects are being created, and the moment we save the employee, we are seeing like spouse is getting inserted, employee is getting inserted along with the foreign key to spouse. Then we are seeing address getting inserted, project also getting inserted over here, right? And we are seeing an insert into the join table, employee addresses, employee project, right? And then we have this line being printed, getting an employee, right? And this is what get employee prints. So you can see when we are getting an employee, we are only seeing the spouse object and not all the child objects, right? So there are two more childs of the employee. So one child is address, and then we have projects. So we are not seeing them getting fetched along with this query, right? So only employee and the spouse is getting fetched. Now, one question you will have in the mind, like we are not fetching spouse, right? We are only fetching an employee. So why is spouse getting fetched? So the answer to that is spouse, and the relationship between employee and spouse is of one-to-one type. And since spouse is one-to-one relationship, and by default, one-to-one relationships are marked as eager. So hence it's by default fetched, right? So it's fetched even though we haven't fetched it, right? So you understood what's happening over here. So address and employee is not being fetched, right? So now let's see eager in action. So this was a default behavior that I wanted to show. So I'll just stop this application, right? And I'll head on to the address class. And over here, I'll head on to the employee class over here, And in employee, I'm going to mark address as eager. So here we have address defined. Okay, now how do we define it as eager? So just beside Cascade, I'm going to say fetch, and I'm going to say eager. So this is how you define a fetch type. So you can see there are two values, fetch type, lazy and eager. So we defined this as eager. Now let's run our project and let's see the output. So the moment you run this, okay, we'll straight away head to this, getting an employee, because that is where we are getting an employee, right? So getting an employee, and after getting an employee, we have the query. So now we have not changed the code, but we have just added the fetch type as eager, and you are seeing the query being printed, right? And the query is also fetching the address. You can notice over here. So address is also being printed. Address is also getting fetched and not printed along with the spouse and employee, right? Even though we haven't fetched address. So this is nothing but eager fetch type for you. So eager fetch type is basically when you define an entity as eager fetch type, what happens is the relationship which is defined as eager, okay, that entity is also fetched if you fetch the parent entity. So here, since address is defined as eager in relationship with employee, so when employee is fetched, you will see address loading by default. All the addresses relating to that employee. These addresses are for the employee number 1, okay, because we are just loading the employee number 1. So when you load employee number 1, all the addresses will get loaded by default relating to that employee, right? So this is eager fetch type for you. So now, since we are clear on the eager fetch type, let's head on to our presentation and let's talk about some of the advantages of eager fetch type. So the number one advantage of eager fetch type is there is no delay in data loading. If in our application you wanted to show these addresses on a drop down or something against the employee, so it would have been super fast because all the addresses are loaded initially, right? So there won't be any delay in data loading. It will seem a lot more faster, and the application by default it will look faster and better in performance. Now, what are the disadvantages of eager fetch type? So there are a couple of them. So number one disadvantage is higher load time. So if there is lots of data that is being fetched from the related tables, then there is a possibility that you might experience a higher load time. So in our application, imagine if this employee number 1 had 100 addresses, right? So if you have 100 addresses saved against one employee, and if you try to fetch an employee only, and if it's an eager fetch type, then you will have to wait for a little while during the initial load time because all the addresses along with the employee is also being fetched. So there is a possibility that you might experience a higher load time if there is lots of data. If there is little data, then there's no problem. Another disadvantage is this loading too much data might trigger higher memory usage and will result in slower performance. So this data that is being loaded is stored in the memory whether you use it or not, right? So irrespective of your usage, this data is stored in the memory, and hence this might trigger a high memory usage. So these are the two main disadvantages of eager fetch type. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what is eager fetch type and how can you implement an eager fetch type using Spring Boot JPA. And we also understood some of the advantages and disadvantages of eager fetch type. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about lazy fetch type. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of how lazy fetch type works and how can you implement lazy fetch type in your project. So let's get started. And to understand lazy fetch type in a better way, we are going to simulate the scenario of lazy fetch type in our IDE, and we are going to understand its working by analyzing the SQL queries. So let's hop on to our IDE, and over here I am in the employee.java class. So I'm going to mark the spouse. So let's mark spouse as fetch type lazy, and I'm going to say fetch. I'm going to say lazy over here, right? And I'm going to remove eager from here, right? So I'll remove eager, and if you remember, right, the spouse was getting fetched by default. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the application, stop and rerun, and we'll see if spouse is getting fetched by default. So earlier the spouse was getting fetched by default whenever we were accessing the employee object, and that was because of the one-to-one relationship, and by default one-to-one relationship is of type eager. So now since we have explicitly defined it as lazy, okay, over here on the console we are not seeing spouse getting fetched, right? Now if I remove this, so let me remove this and show it to you, and if I redeploy, so we are just seeing foreign key being fetched. So if I see the output, let's see the output, what it looks like. So if you see over here, spouse is also being fetched using left outer join. And you can see spouse ID, spouse age, mobile number, name, everything. Now if I mark it as lazy, right, and if I rerun the application, you will see these attributes are not at all fetched and spouse table is not touched at all. So you can see only the employees are being fetched, right? and spouse table is not in the picture anywhere. So this is how lazy loading works, right? I'll also mark projects as lazy over here, right? And I'll say fetch type lazy, right? And what I will do is I will go to our service class over here. So service class is open, and I'll add some code over here. Okay, so whenever we are getting an employee, so here in this method which is getting executed, right, we are calling a get employee method, right? So here I'll try and fetch the projects. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write over here set of projects, and I'm going to say projects is equal to employee dot get project. Okay, so we don't have an employee object over here, right? So what I'm going to do is I am going to take this line over here. I'm going to create an employee object over here, right? And I'm going to return employee from here, so this does not change. And over here I'm going to say employee dot get projects, right? And then I'm going to write a for loop, and I'm going to iterate through the projects, and I'm going to print over here. Okay, so there is some issue, right? I'm going to print the client name, so I'm going to say p dot get client name, right? And I'm going to put a println in here saying fetching projects in service class. So this is our modified version of the get employee method in the service class, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to trigger the run operation. Let's see what the output looks like. So we got an error. Let's see what the error is. Okay, so we got a lazy initialization exception over here. Okay, and it says could not initialize proxy, no session. So since we are trying to create a session over here and we are trying to access the database, right, from here, we have to define an annotation over here. We have to add an annotation saying transactional, right? And once we add this annotation, this error will go away. So let's see if we get an error again. So no error this time, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch back to employee application. And first we saw getting an employee being printed, right? And we see the query for getting the employee, right? And then once this was executed, right? So once this line was executed, the employee was fetched. And then we executed this line wherein we were fetching the projects. So we saw this getting printed, fetching projects in service class. And you can see projects were only fetched only when this query was executed. So projects were not fetched by default, but they were only fetched and loaded lazily once we tried to access the project, right? And we printed the client name over here. So the name of the client is client name 1. You have initialized over here. So this is how lazy loading works, right? And I hope you guys have a fair understanding now of how lazy loading works. So the difference between lazy loading and eager loading is, with eager loading, you load the child dependencies when you are loading the parent dependencies, right? So with parent, you load the child as well, that are marked as eager. But with lazy, you are only loading the parent dependencies and you are not loading the child dependencies. Child dependencies are only loaded, okay, when they are accessed. So that's the difference over here, right? So let's hop on to a presentation and let's talk about advantages and disadvantages of lazy fetch type. So the number one advantage of lazy fetch type is less initial load time. Now, since the dependencies or the dependent entities, I should say, are not being fetched at the time of loading, and hence the application might seem to launch really fast. So the application seems fast by default. There is one disadvantage as well of lazy fetch type. So that disadvantage is you might experience load time when you try to access the dependencies. So let's say in our employee and projects relationship, let's say there are 100 projects associated with employee number 1. So we lazily loaded the employee, but we haven't loaded the projects yet. Now, when we try to load projects, since there are 100 of them associated with this employee, you might experience a little load time when you are accessing them, right? So if you're loading them at the time when a user does some action on the browser or something, so you might experience an initial load time. So this is one disadvantage, but depending on the scenario, you can smartly use eager or lazy fetch type depending on the scenario that you're working on in your project. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what is lazy fetch type and how it works. We understood lazy fetch type by analyzing the query in real time with our employee application. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about what is Thymeleaf. So we are going to understand what is Thymeleaf, and by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding about Thymeleaf, what is a Thymeleaf template. We are going to talk about Thymeleaf expressions, and in the end, we will understand how Thymeleaf templates are processed. So let's get started. So what is Thymeleaf? So Thymeleaf is a modern server-side Java template engine that works for both web and standalone environments. So this is how Thymeleaf.org, which is nothing but the official website of Thymeleaf, defines Thymeleaf, right? So it has very good integration with Spring Framework, and Thymeleaf is capable to process HTML, XML, text, JavaScript, CSS, and lots of other templates basically. So there is lots of capability that Thymeleaf has. Now, what is a Thymeleaf template? So a Thymeleaf template is a HTML page consisting of Thymeleaf expressions. So you can say Thymeleaf template is equal to HTML plus Thymeleaf expressions. And you can think of this as a normal HTML file that exists and has a Thymeleaf expression. Now, what are Thymeleaf expressions? So these are Thymeleaf tags which can access the Java code right from the HTML. So they can access the Java code, objects, and Spring Beans. So Thymeleaf expressions add dynamic nature to the HTML. So here is a sample Thymeleaf template. So you can see this is the normal HTML file, and here we have a Thymeleaf expression, right? So you can see th:\text. So this is a variable that we are trying to access from the Java code, and we are displaying the name over here, right? So this is an example of a sample Thymeleaf template, and this is how you have initialized and declared that you will be using Thymeleaf in this particular template. Now the question is, how are Thymeleaf templates processed? So the answer is in the diagram. So you have something called as Thymeleaf engine. Then you have the HTML, which consists of Thymeleaf expression. Now Thymeleaf expressions can access the Java code, and they're accessing the Java variable attributes from here, right? And Thymeleaf engine takes Thymeleaf expressions as the input, and it processes the input and gives you the output in the form of HTML, right? So Thymeleaf engine does not process the HTML itself, but it just processes the Thymeleaf expressions, and it will process those expressions and it will give you the output, which is nothing but the normal HTML, which can be displayed on any browser. So this is how Thymeleaf works, right? So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what is Thymeleaf, what are Thymeleaf templates, and how are Thymeleaf templates processed. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to start creating our first Thymeleaf project. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding on how can you start writing your own Thymeleaf templates and start using it within your Spring Boot application. So let's get started. So in order to start writing some code on Thymeleaf, we have to first create our Thymeleaf project. And what I have done over here is I have already created a Thymeleaf project by going to start.spring.io, and this is the configuration with which I downloaded the project over here. You can see thymeleaf.zip. So it was a Maven project, Spring Boot version, the latest one, which is available as I'm recording the course. And I have kept the group as com.course, artifact to Thymeleaf, and packaging is jar and the Java version 11. Now here in dependencies, I have added two dependencies. So one is Spring Web and the another dependency is the Thymeleaf dependency. So in order to use Thymeleaf templates in our project, we have to add this dependency, and you can read about this. So it's a modern server-side Java template engine for both web and standalone environments. It allows HTML to be correctly displayed in the browser as static prototypes. So we have to add this dependency and we have to click on generate, and I have generated the project and I have opened this project over here. So you can see this project is open, and now we are going to start writing our code, right? So we have to first create a controller, and I'm going to create a package over here called controller, and I'm going to add a file here which is nothing but a Java class, and I'm going to call this as main controller, right? And over here I'm going to add the controller annotation for us to identify this as, for Spring Boot to know that this is a controller, not for us, right? And I'm going to press enter, and I'm going to start writing our first method over here. So public string, I'm going to say load home, right? And I'm just going to return home over here. Okay, sorry, I forgot the curly braces. So I'm going to return home over here, right? And I'm going to map this. So I'm going to say get mapping, and I'm going to say /home. Now I'm going to run this application, right? So I'm going to say run. Now let's see what the output looks like in the browser. So the application is loaded, and I'll go to localhost 8080/home, and you can see an error over here. All right, so the error is we are getting an internal server error. So let's see what the error is. Okay, so the error is error resolving template home, right? So since we have added Thymeleaf onto our Spring Boot project, right, and we are returning this home, basically we are returning a string called home. So what is happening is Thymeleaf is looking for home.html here in the resources. Okay, so let me explain this better. So basically whenever you create a Thymeleaf template, you have to create it under templates folder over here, Thymeleaf expression. So a Thymeleaf template can be a normal HTML template with Thymeleaf expressions in it, right? So when we are saying return home over here, it is actually looking for home.html over here, right? And it is trying to resolve this view. Okay, so here when you are telling Thymeleaf to look for home.html, Spring Boot will automatically configure a view resolver for Thymeleaf, and we don't need to explicitly add a view resolver for Thymeleaf. Here we are telling the Spring Boot to look for home.html, right? This is our Thymeleaf template name, and it's looking for this home.html in templates folder. Now since we don't have the home.html defined in templates folder already, we are getting an exception when we are trying to run it, right? So I'll tell you the significance of these two folders. So static folder is where all the static files with like JSS and JS and CSS will come. And templates folder is the folder wherein all the Thymeleaf templates will come. So I'll show you how this works. So this is how it works. So if you are entering a URL from browser, it goes to the controller and there is some logic that is executed. And let's say controller says return home.html, right? Now what happens is Thymeleaf or Spring Boot starts looking for home.html in templates folder, and you will have a HTML file with Thymeleaf expressions, and Thymeleaf template engine will process this HTML and give it to the browser. So this is how the entire process works. So now, since we are getting this exception here, we have to now resolve it by creating a HTML file over here. I'm going to say home dot, I'm just going to say home. It will add the .html part, right? And it's asking for the title. So I'm going to say homepage is our title. And so this is the head, body, and here under body, I'm going to say P. I'm going to say this is home, and I'm going to add one more P tag saying welcome world, right? Now, this is the HTML5 template. Now we need to change this HTML tag, right, onto the Thymeleaf tag. So we need to tell HTML and the Thymeleaf processing engine that we will have Thymeleaf expressions in it. So we need to remove this right from here, and we are going to say XML ns colon th, right? So this is the Thymeleaf tag. Thymeleaf tag starts with th over here, and we are going to say http colon. So we will put the link to the Thymeleaf website. So So this is the official Thymeleaf website, and we have to put the link to this over here. So I'm just going to paste this link, right? So this is added, and now if I run this, let's see what the output looks like. So let me redeploy the application. Ideally, we should not get any error now because we have a HTML template defined here. So the Thymeleaf application was launched and deployed. I'll just refresh this. So you can see the HTML being rendered here. This is home, welcome world. So what happened is we created this mapping, mapped it to this method, and we are returning a view from here, which is nothing but a Thymeleaf template. So when you access this URL, this HTML is loaded from here. And we don't have to define a view resolver for this. It is taken care by Spring Boot, right? So you don't need to worry about that. So now in our HTML template, let's add some dynamic elements. So we have statically welcomed everybody, welcome world. Now let's say if I want to add a custom name over here and I want to access this from the Java code, right, from the controller. So what I'm going to do is I am going to remove the world from here, right? And I am going to say span. I'm going to add a span tag over here, and I'm going to say th colon text. Okay, I'm going to say $over here, and I'm going to say name. So this is a Thymeleaf expression starting with th, right? And we are saying that within the span tag, we are going to add this dynamic name. Now, where is this name coming from? So we don't have any name defined in our Java code yet. So we need to add this, okay? And for that, we'll need to have a parameter over here. So we will add a parameter saying model. So model is a part of org.springframework.ui. And we need to accept this object over here. And whatever you add onto the model using add attribute. So model has a method called add attribute wherein you can add attributes. So I'll say Thymeleaf, right? And now once this name is added to model, you can access this name from the Thymeleaf template, right? So this is the magic, right? So what I'll do is I'll just reload this. I'll just redeploy this application, and let's see if we are successful in accessing the dynamic variable from our Java code. So this application is deployed. I'll just hit refresh. So you can see welcome Thymeleaf coming over here, right? And this Thymeleaf is coming from our Java code, right? So this can be anything. This can be a variable that you're getting from the service class or something you're fetching from the database. So let's say if you have logged into an application, you're building an application, and once the user logs in, you want to show his name onto the top right. So you can say welcome John or whatever your name is, and that name can come in from the database. So that's the power of Thymeleaf for you, right? Now there are lots of things you can do with the Thymeleaf template, right? So I'm just going to show you a few functionalities. So you have access to some functions over here, right? So I'll say I'll add a p tag, right? And I'll say, or without p tag, I'll use span, right? And I'll say th:\text is equal to. Now over here, I'm going to say dollar. So if you have to print anything, you have to use dollar. And I have access to some, I should say some functions, right? So I'll just show you those. So if you want to access some pre-built function, you have to use hash and then string and then dot. So okay, it's not coming as an autofill. So these are some ready-made functions. So I'm going to show you uppercase. So to uppercase, you can say name over here, right? And this is a function that comes in strings. You can access it using strings.toUppercase, and we have specified hash. So using hash, you can access all the functions. So let me run this and let me show this to you. So now the name will be printed in uppercase. That is what this does, right? And I'll just refresh this. So you can see Thymeleaf is coming in uppercase. So you have a list of functions over here. So I'll say Thymeleaf functions. So here in the original documentation, you can see that this is how you can use them. Uppercase, lowercase, prepend, append. You have the list of all the functions. Index of, substring, substring after, substring before, replace. So there are tons of things that you can do. So you can see this. This is the string. String is nothing but a utility. It provides utility methods for string objects, right? And you can see strings.toString. So you can convert an object to toString. You can check whether the string is empty, array is empty, list is empty, set is empty. So lots of things you can do. You can use contains ignore case. So this will check if EZ exists in name, right? You can check for starts with, ends with, substring after, prepend, append, lowercase and uppercase we discussed. So you can just access this. So you need to search for Thymeleaf string functions and you will get this URL of the documentation. So you can see this is the URL of documentation, and you can also, so you can search for Thymeleaf org and you'll get this first link over here, and you can access this from the docs over here, right? You can say read online and you can have, so you can click on the string over here. On the left hand side you should see something called a string. One second. So if you search for upper, you come over here. So this is how you access this, right? There's no direct URL that I can find for this, but yeah, you get how you can land on this page. So you can refer to all of these functions from the official documentation, right? So this is about the functions that you can use within Thymeleaf, right? Now you can also create your own variables to use with using Thymeleaf, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to define a div over here, right? And within the div, I'm going to say th:\width. So you can, this is how you can define a variable. So I can say some variable is equal to, say $, and I'll say some value, right? And here I'm, okay, I have to end this, okay? And within this, I can use this variable over here within the expression, or within the div tag, I can use this variable, right? And I'll create a couple of more variables. So I'll say A is equal to 20 and I'll say B is equal to 30, right? And I'm going to say within p tag, I'm going to say text is equal to value of A, value of A into B. So I'm going to type A into B over here, right? And I'm going to say, so I'm going to put this in a single quote right over here as well, sorry. And I'm going to say, I'm going to concatenate and I'm going to say $, A and concatenation again, and instead of concatenation I'll multiply, so I'll say dollar and B, and this should print A into B, which is 20 into 30. So let's run and let's see the output, whether we are able to print this correctly. So application is deployed. I'll just refresh this, and you can see 20 into 30, we are seeing 600 being printed. So you can perform calculations this way, and you can create your own variables as well, right? Now, one point that I would like to highlight over here. So you have created A and B within this div tag, right? So you cannot access this outside the div tag. You can only access this variables within the div tag, right? So this is one point that you should make a note of. So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we understood how can you create your Thymeleaf project, how can you start using Thymeleaf, and how can you map it to your controller as well. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to learn about adding JavaScript and CSS to our Thymeleaf template. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of how can you make CSS and JavaScript work with your Thymeleaf template. So let's get started. So you can create JavaScript and CSS files under the static folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a directory called JS. So we are first going to talk about JavaScript, and later then we'll move to CSS part. So you are seeing static.js after creating the directory, and that's because of a setting over here. So the setting says compact middle packages. So it just groups the underlying directory. So I'm just going to tick on this. So it opens it this way now. And I'm going to create one more directory here saying CSS. Right. So we have two directories here. So we are first going to talk about JS. So under JS, I'm going to create a JavaScript file. So I'm going to say file, and I'm going to call this main.js. So it's a JavaScript file that exists under JS file, right? Main.js, and it's existing under JS folder. I'm going to add a function over here. So I can say function main, and I'll just add a simple alert. So I'll say alert. This is JS demo, right? So this is a simple JS file that we have created. Now let's see how can you add this JS file onto our Thymeleaf template. So to add the JS file over here, we need to add the script tag in the head part. Okay, so you need to say type text / JavaScript, right? How do you tell Thymeleaf that this is the path, or this is where our JS file is located? So what you need to do is you need to say th:/src is equal to, I'm going to say @. So this is how you access the root path. So @, and then within colon, you're going to say JS/main.js. So this is how you can add JavaScript file to your Thymeleaf template. Now, what I'm going to do is I am going to add a button in the HTML, and I'm going to say button on click. Okay, and I'm going to say just call main. Okay, main is a function that we just defined, and I'm going to say click here. So this is our button now, and I'll run this application, and let's see whether on the click of this we are seeing the alert box. So if the alert box comes up, it means that we have successfully added the JavaScript file. So the Thymeleaf is deployed. I'll just refresh this, and let's click on this. So you can see an alert box. This is a JS demo. So we have successfully added the JavaScript onto a Thymeleaf template. Now let's see how can you add CSS file onto your Thymeleaf template. So for that, we had created the CSS folder, and under this, I'm going to create a CSS file. I'm going to say main.css, right? And I'm going to paste some CSS over here. Now, this is some CSS that changes the button color, basically. So this is our button which we are going to define, and it changes the background color padding, okay, and everything basically. Font size, it increases. And for the P tag, we have changed the font to sans serif, right? Now in HTML, we need to add the CSS file first. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate this line, right? And I'm going to say link, and instead of type, I'm going to say rel, and this is the type style sheet, right? Style sheet, and then you're going to say type is equal to text or CSS, and then you have th, and instead of src, you are going to use href over here for CSS, and you are going to say css slash main dot css, right? So this is added. Now what you need to do is you will scroll down a bit, right? And so we have to add an ID to the button. So I'm going to say ID is equal to, so what is the ID we added? We said click button. So I'll just copy this and I'll add it over here. Now we have added the style sheet also. So let's run and let's see how the application looks like after adding some CSS. So the application is deployed, and I'm just going to hit refresh here, and you can see the CSS being applied, the button color and everything is changed now, and also the JavaScript is working fine. So this is how you can add CSS and JavaScript onto your Thymeleaf project. So in this lecture, we understood how can you create CSS and JavaScript files in your Thymeleaf project. So which is the best practice to create and where can you create those files. And we also understood how can you refer and add those files into your Thymeleaf template. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about conditional statements with Thymeleaf. By the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of what are the different conditional statements that you can use with Thymeleaf application. So let's get started. So there are three types of conditional statements when it comes to Thymeleaf. So the first one is else operator. The other one is if unless. And the third one is switch case. So there are three statements that you can use to evaluate conditions in Thymeleaf, right? So let's talk about each one of them individually. But to start with, I'm going to create a mapping first, right? So I'm going to create a mapping saying public string else example, and I'm going to accept a model over here. And I'm going to leave this empty. I'm going to say return else. So we are first going to talk about else operator. Now what is else operator? So else operator is similar to the conditional statement in Java. So if you have used a conditional statement, which works like this. So if you're aware of this, so it's question mark and then colon. So if you have used this conditional statement in Java, you will be able to understand else operator much better. But if you have never used this conditional statement in Java, that's perfectly fine. I'll be explaining you what it means and how it works. So let's add something to the model. So I'm going to add model dot add attribute. I'm going to say is admin, and I'm going to say false. So I've added a Boolean condition into our model, right? And I'm saying is admin is equal to false, right? And now what I'm going to do is I am going to go to templates and I'm going to create a new HTML saying else.html. So else.html. So I don't need to add .html. Intellij will do that for me. So now over here, I am going to say, I'm going to add a p tag, right? And I'm going to use that attribute that we have added in main controller. So this attribute we are going to add over here, and we are going to make use of conditional, else operator and not conditional statement. So else operator, and we are going to see what the results look like. So I'm going to add a p tag and I'm going to say th colon text, and I'll add a dollar here, and we are going to access is admin here, right? So I'm getting a red mark over here because I failed to define the namespace. So I haven't defined the namespace. So let's go to home.html. Let's copy this tag and let's replace it at the top. So the error goes away. This is mandatory if you are using Thymeleaf, right? So I have isAdmin over here, and now I'm going to use the always operator. So always operator is question mark and a colon. So how it can be used is you have an expression. So this is an expression that we are evaluating, right? And if this expression is true, then you can have a true condition over here, right? And if the expression is false, the false condition will be here. So if this is true, this part of the statement is executed after the question mark. And if this is false, this part is executed after the colon. So this is how conditional operator also works in Java. So I'm going to remove this true, and I'm going to say something over here. So I'll say welcome admin, right? So if this is true, it means that the person is admin, right? And if this is false, I'm going to simply say welcome, right? So I'm going to print welcome twice. So that's it. It's pretty simple, straightforward. And I'll just rerun this application. So we'll see this getting deployed. So we are evaluating this expression. And if this is true, this part is executed. And if this is false, this part is considered. So let's see this in action. So since we are having isAdmin as false, we are going to see welcome, right? Now let's go to always. Okay, so we are seeing an error over here because we haven't defined the mapping yet. So in our main controller, we need to define the mapping as well. So we haven't done that. So I'll say always, and I'll redeploy the application so that it's available on this particular URL. So I'll do a refresh over here, and you can see welcome coming up over here. Now if I change the value to true, and if I run this, so you will see welcome admin coming up over there. So the application is getting redeployed because we changed the variable, and I'll refresh. So you can see welcome admin. So this conditional operator is very helpful if you are evaluating something. So this was a classic example, and you can enable disable buttons. So if you want to enable a button for only admins, you can do that using this operator. Or if you want to show and hide any text, depending on the role, you can do that. So this is the benefit of using always operator, and this is how it's used. So we learned about always operator. Now let's talk about if unless. So if unless works similar to if else statement in Java. So let me show how it works with Boolean values. So I'll say P, I'll create a P tag, and I'll say th colon if. So this is how you use if unless, and you can say if, let's say dollar and is admin. If dollar is admin, then you are admin, right? And you can run this and you can see the output. So what we are saying over here is if this condition is true, then you are the admin. If this is not, then you are not the admin, right? So I'll just refresh. You're seeing you are admin. And if I change this to false, right, you won't see that. So this part will be skipped. So I did a refresh and you can see that part is skipped, right? So this is how you can use if and unless, right? And it also works with string really well. So what I'll do is I'll add a string over here instead of a Boolean. So I'll say gender, and I'll add an attribute here m, right? So let's say the gender is male for whatever application we are building. And over here, I'll just duplicate this and I'll say if gender is equal to m, okay, then you can say male, or I'll just duplicate this. You can say unless over here, and you can say if this is equal to F, then this is female. So not F, but this is equal to M. So this is like an else statement in Java. So if this is equal to M, then this is evaluated and it's shown as male. And if this is not equal to M, then female is shown, right? So that is how it works. I can keep male only over here. I'll just keep male, and I'll redeploy this application, right? So let's see how this works. So as of now, the value over here is M. So let's see what the output looks like. I'll just refresh this, and you can see male coming up over here, right? So this part is showing up. So I'll just change this to female so that the identification is better on which one is being printed. So I'll rerun this and let's wait for it to redeploy. I'll refresh. So you can see the male one is getting executed. You're seeing this one being printed. And now if I change this to F, so the next one will be printed because this condition is now false and this one is true. So this one will be true and this female will appear over there. So let's wait for the application to be deployed. It's deployed and I'll just refresh. So you can see female over here now. So this is how if unless works, right? It's similar to if else statement. Now let's talk about the switch case. So if unless and else operator work really well if you want to evaluate two conditions. However, if you want to evaluate multiple conditions, switch case works really well. So let's see how you can use switch case in action. So I'm going to add a header tag h1 and I'm going to say switch case, and I'm going to create a div over here, and let's call this, I'm going to add a switch tag over here. So th:switch, and then I'm going to say $, and I'm going to do a switch case on gender, right? So now over here, I can write the cases with the help of p tag. So I'm going to say case equal to M. So if the case is equal to M, then you are male. I'll duplicate this. If case is equal to F, then you are a female. And if you don't have any case, if there is a star right over here, asterisk, so we can say no gender specified. So you are not evaluating two conditions here, but you are evaluating three conditions, right? So you can write switch statement like this, right? We are evaluating gender variable, and then you can write case like this. So th case, case 1, case 2, and then case 3. So whichever one is true, that one will be picked and shown, right? So let's see the output. So as of now, the gender is F. So you are going to see you are a female being printed once the application is redeployed. So I'll just refresh and you can see you are a female coming over here. Now I'll just change this to star, or I'll just say something, I'll say star over here, and I'll rerun. Now you should see no gender specified over here, right? So I'll just refresh. So you can see no gender specified. So I'll just change this to F again. So this is how you can use conditional statements with Thymeleaf, right? So just to summarize, in this lecture, we spoke about else operator. We also spoke about if unless operator and switch case statement. And we understood how each one of them can be used along with the help of an example. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about iteration with Thymeleaf. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding of how does iteration work and how can you iterate through a collection in Java and how can you iterate that collection and show the result in Thymeleaf. So let's get started. So there might be scenarios wherein you might want to iterate over a group of values like list. So with Thymeleaf, we have a tag called th:\each, which is used to iterate different data type objects, which implements iterable objects like map, array, single value as a list, etc. So you can iterate through these kind of objects and variables that have been created in Java. So let's hop on to our IDE and let's see this in action. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a mapping first. So I'll just replicate this code over here and I'm going to say each. So this mapping will be each and I'm going to say each example. Okay, and here I'm going to create a list. Okay, and this list is of the string type and I'll just say string list. And I'll start entering some values over here. These are string values, first, second, and then third. So these are the three values with which I have created a list. And here I'm going to add a list and I'm going to say string list. And I'm going to return the HTML called each. So for learning about this each tag in Thymeleaf, we will be creating a template called each. So this is our Java code wherein we have mapped it to /each URL. We have created a list which consists of string elements and we have added that to model and we are returning each HTML, right? So now I'm going to go to our templates folder. I'm going to create an HTML file and I'm going to call it each.html. So each demo, right? And we need to add the Thymeleaf namespace over there. So I'll just add this over here. So this is done. Now let's see how we can use each tag. So I'm going to create a div over here and I'll say th:\each. I'm going to create a variable here. So this variable is the Thymeleaf variable which iterates through the list that we have in Java. So the list that we have is, so the list name is from here, so string list. So I'm going to take that string list over there. Yeah. So names is iterating through our list that we have created in our Java code and we have added this to a model, right? Now over here, I'm going to create a p tag and I'm going to have th:\text is equal to, I'll be saying names. So I'll be printing names over here, right? And let's run this code and let's see the output. So ideally this should print the names in a linear fashion. So I'll just run this project and let's see the output on what it looks like. So our project is deployed and I'm going to hit the browser. I'm going to say localhost. Instead of home, I'm going to say each and I'm going to press enter. Okay, so we are not seeing any output over here. Okay, so let me see why we are not seeing any output. So let's examine our code. So here in main controller, we are adding the list. Okay, so there is a mistake. So we added string list as list over here, right? But we are accessing string list by the name string list. So we have to add list over here and we have to access it using list and then we have to redeploy. So this time it should work. So this was one mistake that we did. So you have to make sure that the identifier that you are having in add attribute should be same with which you access it. Otherwise you won't find that element like it happened this time. So our application is deployed. I'll come to a browser and I'll do a refresh. So you can see first, second and third being printed, right? So this is how you can access, and this is how you can access a collection object from the Java code, and you can iterate over it in Thymeleaf, right? So this is about the each tag. Also, apart from the each tag, Thymeleaf provides a status variable for us to keep a track of the progress, right? So status variable has the following properties which are very useful. So to show you the properties, I'm going to hop on to our presentation, and you can see like these are the properties that status variable has. So the first property is the index. So the index tells us the current iteration index, and it starts with 0. So for some reason, if during the iteration process, if you want to make a note of the index, you can use index property of status variable, which can help you keep a track of the index. Then you have count. So count tells you the number of elements that have been processed so far. So for example, if you are on the third element, count element will also have, count variable will also have 3, right? Size variable tells you the total number of elements in the list. So if you have 5 elements in the list, size will throw 5. Even or odd. So even or odd checks the current iteration index is even or odd, right? So this is helpful for evaluation. Like if you want to evaluate the elements on the even position, you can do that using even, and elements on the odd position, you can do that using odd. So that's how you can use it. First property, this checks if the current iteration is the first one, and last checks if the current iteration is the last one. So let's see how you can make use of this special variable status and how you can access these properties in our IDE. So I'll hop on to our IDE over here, right? And I'll just copy this over here, copy this div, and I'll add a header over here. I'll say, so H3, I'll say status demo, right? And I have this iteration written over here already. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the status variable also to our iteration. And to add the status variable, you have to just add a comma beside the variable that you are using to iterate, and you have to mention status. Now here you have the pth tag. So what you're going to do is you're going to say, so let's say we want to print the index along with the names, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add over here a line. I'm going to say $, and I'm going to say status dot index, right? And I'm going to say +1. So the reason I did +1 is because index starts from 0. So I don't want like 0, 1, 2. I want 1, 2, 3, right? So I'll have this, and yeah. So I think we are done. There are no mistakes that we have done. Yeah. So let's redeploy and let's see what the output looks like. So we'll wait for our application to redeploy. So we should see result as 1 first, 2 second, 3 third, right? So let's refresh and let's see. So you can see over here 1 first, 2 second, 3 third. So this is how you can make use of the status variable. Let's try one more example. So what I'm going to do is I'll call this status demo 1. I'll just copy this and I'll just tell over here status demo 2, right? So this is the second demo that we are doing. So it's the same list that we will go through. We have added the status variable here, right? But over here, what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to say if we are on odd, we'll mark it as red, and if we are on even, we'll mark it as green, right? So what we'll do is we'll say th style over here, right, is equal to, I'll get the status. So I'll say status dot odd. So if the odd is true, right, if the odd is true, I'm going to add color colon red. Okay, so we are using the style tag for styling, and we are doing that with the help of expression. So we'll say color colon red, and if this is false, I'll say color colon green. So green is for even and red is for odd over here, right? And then we are going to have the th text as usual. We haven't changed that, right? So let's run this and let's see the output, what it looks like, right? So I'll just press enter over here. Yeah, and I'll run this. So ideally, we should have the odd numbers colored red and even numbers colored green. So application is deployed. We'll head on to a browser and we'll do a refresh. Okay, so we are seeing an error over here. Let's see what the error is. So the error is we could not pass the expression. Okay, so this is the expression that we are getting. We made a mistake over here. Okay, I get the error. So we missed a colon here, right? And I'll redeploy. Let's see if this works this time. So I'll head on to the browser. I'll refresh. You can see over here, like we have even and odd colors. So 1 is odd. So that is why we are getting red. 2 is even. So we are getting green. And again odd. So we are getting red. So this way you can make use of the properties of this special variable called status, and you can do wonders with it, right? So just to summarize, these are the properties that we took a look at. We understood each property, what it means, and we also saw a demo of a couple of them. So you can try other properties on your own, and we also understood how each loop works. So I hope now you have a clarity on how you can iterate through the collection objects that you are passing to the view in using Thymeleaf, right? So that's about this class, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about fragments in Thymeleaf. And by the end of this lecture, you will have a clear understanding of what are fragments, how can you use them in your Thymeleaf templates, and we will also be taking a look at different ways in which you can use fragments, and we'll be understanding this with the help of examples. So let's get started. So what is a fragment? So a fragment means any component which can be reused. So Thymeleaf allows developers to create component and reuse it in their application. For example, you might want to create a header or a footer which is consistent across the application. So what you can do is, let's say if you are talking about header, so you create a header which is nothing but a fragment. So you have defined a component called header, and now you will include that header in every HTML page of your application. So if you have to make changes in your header at any given point in time, you have to just make one change in that header component file. So if you are defining header in all the files, let's say you are not creating a component and you are creating header in every HTML file. So let's say if you want to make a small change tomorrow, you have to change in each and every file. So this component based approach makes your life much more easier, and it improves the maintainability of the code. So let me show this to you with the help of an example. So let's say you want to create a header, right? So you have created a header.html which defines the header of the application. Now, what you can do is you have multiple files like main.html, profile.html, payment.html. So what you can do is you can just add this and include this header.html as the component in all the files, right? So tomorrow if you make any change, or if header changes, like if you want to change the color in the header, you have to just make a change in this HTML, right? And it's reflected across the application. So this is the benefit of using fragments, and this is also a benefit of doing component based development, right? So this is about fragment and how it works. So there are 3 ways in which you can use fragments. So the first way is include. So this is one of the ways in which you can include a fragment. So if you include a fragment, it will insert the fragment as the body of the host tag, excluding the fragment tag, right? So if you didn't understand anything, don't worry. So I'll be showing this to you with the help of an example. But for now, let's go through like what are the different ways in which you can include. So the second way is insert. Okay, if you insert the fragment along with the fragment tag as the body of the host tag, so it will insert it in this way. And then if you try to replace, okay, it will replace the host tag with the fragment tag. And let me show this to you with the help of an example. So what I'll do is I'll straight away hop on to our IDE and I'll define a fragment under templates. So the best way to define a fragment is to create a directory called fragment, right? And I'll create a file over here. I'll call this file as header. So fragment name will be header, but we'll call this file as demo.html. Okay, and here I'll say fragment, right? And I'll also have to define the namespace for this HTML file. So I'll just copy this and I'll go over here and I'll paste it over here, right? Now within body, I'll create a nav bar and I'll say th::fragment. So this is how you define a fragment, and I'll call this fragment as header, right? And I'll say, so I'll add this, right? And I'll add an h1 tag, okay? And I'll just say from fragments, right? So I'll just add ID over here, right? So I'll say this is coming from fragment, right? And I'll also add an ID over here just for the identification's sake. So because we'll be seeing how the HTML is being generated, so we are just adding the IDs over here, right? So I've added two IDs, right? And we have defined this as a fragment. So the fragment name is header, right? Now let's go to home.html, right? And over here, I'm going to add this fragment, right? So I'm going to say at the end, I'm going to say footer. I'm going to say ID and parent footer, right? And I'll add an h1 tag, right? And I'll say from home. So this h1 is from home, right? And now we need to add the header that we have created, the header fragment. So I'll say th::include for now, right? So there are multiple ways. So you can use th::include to include the fragment. You can use th::insert to insert the fragment, and you can use th::replace to replace the fragment. So we are checking out th::include and we'll observe how this works, right? So I'll say th::include and I'll say fragments / demo HTML : header. So yeah, this is our HTML file. So what we are saying over here is we have to go to the fragment folder. Within that, demo HTML, right? And within that you have the header fragment, right? So this is how we have included the fragment. Now what includes definition say is it will insert the fragment as the body of the host tag, excluding the fragment tag. So this is the host tag over here. The footer is the host tag, and it's saying it will insert the fragment as the body of the host tag, right? And it will exclude the host tag, right? So let's see how the HTML looks like. So I'll just run this code and we'll wait for the output. So I'll hop on to our browser and I'll navigate to home. So you can see we have fragment included, right? And I'll just open the HTML over here, right? And I'll just go over here and we'll analyze this. So we have this footer ID as it is. So you can see this footer ID is our host tag, right? But we have this coming in from the fragment, right? So yeah, this is coming from the fragment. So if you go to home.html, demo HTML, you're going to see this is coming from here, right? So what has happened is it inserted the fragment as the body of the host tag, excluding the fragment tag. So it has excluded this fragment tag over here, right? And it has included the fragment as the body of the host. So the tags within the host tag were replaced by this. So that is how include works, right? So we saw the host tag was also maintained, okay, and the body was replaced by the fragment tag. So this is good. Now let's try another approach and let's try insert approach, right? So we will change this to insert. So instead of include, so I'll just copy this HTML somewhere, okay. I'll just copy this so that we can refer this later on. So I'll just add this over here. Okay. And this is the output we got in include. So, okay. So I'll paste it in home. Okay. And here, instead of include, I'm going to now do insert. So the next one is insert. So we are going to talk about insert. And I'll run the code. So we'll wait for the application to deploy. The application is deployed. I'll refresh and I'll open the HTML. Okay, so this is the HTML that is generated. This is the comment that we had added. So you can see over here. Okay, let's take a look at the definition first. So it will insert the fragment along with the fragment tag as the body of the host tag, right? So here, this is the fragment tag, right? This is the fragment tag, like from fragment 1. So you can see this nav tag is also appearing over here, okay? And the host tag is also maintained. The fragment tag is also added. So this is coming from the fragment. And then we have the rest of the fragment body inserted as the body in the host tag. So you understood the difference, right? So over here, we didn't have the fragment tag. The fragment tag was skipped, but only the body was included. But over here, fragment tag along with the body is included, right? So this is how insert differs from include. So I'll just copy this as well and I'll paste it in our HTML here in the home. Okay, and I'm going to say this is insert. So this is about insert, right? Now let me try out the third way, replace. So I'm going to say replace and I'm going to redeploy the application. So what is replace going to do? It will replace the host tag and the fragment tag. So in this, host tag and fragment tag both will be replaced, and host tag will be removed and fragment tag is added along with the fragment tag. So let's see. So the application is running. I'll refresh this and I'll open the source code. So you can see over here, the host tag is removed over here. So we had this footer tag, which was the host tag, which is removed. So we are calling footer tag as the host tag because that is the tag which is including the fragment, right? So it's a host in a way. So that tag is removed, but the fragment tag is maintained, right? And everything else is replaced by the fragment tag. So this is how replace works. So it just replaces the content. It just replaces the host with that of fragment. So I hope now we are clear on how these three works. So I'll just copy this as well and I'll keep it over here. So now you have a clarity, right? So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood how you can use fragments to enhance your development and how fragments allow component-based approach to your HTML in Thymeleaf. And we also saw how you can include Thymeleaf fragments in 3 different ways using insert, replace, and include. So we also saw the difference in each one of them with the help of examples. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class, found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to take a look at the project that we are going to build, and I'm going to introduce you to this entire application that we are going to build using the learnings that we have done till now in this particular course. So let's get started. So what are we going to build? So we are going to build a library management system, and this is a full-fledged app that runs on the browser, and it helps you keep track of the books, and it helps you manage your categories, publishers, and authors. So that is what we are going to build. So let's take a look at each and every part of this application and how this application works. So here I am on the homepage of the application. You can see this entire thing we are going to design using Thymeleaf and HTML, right? And this is some design element over here. Here at the bottom, we are showcasing some features, right? And then we have categories section, wherein you can see all the categories of the books that you are having. You can go and edit any category if you want. So I can change this name to business books, and you can see it being updated. I can even delete a category, or I can add a new category. So I can say new category. So this is just a dummy category that I am adding. So this is how you can see, edit, delete, and add a new category. Then you have books tab, wherein you can see the list of all the books that have been added in this application. So for now, I'm having some dummy data over here, and you can click on the detail and view the detail of the book. So you can see ISBN number, the category, the book name, the author name, publisher name, and the book description, right? And you can go and also edit the book if you want. So I can change this to my first book here, and I can submit. You can see it being updated, and you can even delete a book. Also, you have an option to add a book. Now, when you are adding, you will notice that we have these 3 fields and 3 drop downs, right? So these drop downs are of authors, categories. So this is just the category that we added, and these are the publisher. So you will notice that this is a completely dynamic application which runs on a full-fledged database, right? So all of this data that you are seeing over here is coming from the database, and you are saving and fetching to and from the database. So this is about the books tab. Then you have something called as publishers, and you have a similar functionality with publishers as well. So you can see the list of all the publishers in your application. You can go and edit them. So I can say first publisher here, and you can see the publisher name is edited. You can delete and even add a new publisher. So I can say new publisher, right? So you can see new publisher being added, and after addition, I'll see this being reflected here as well. So you can see new publisher being reflected in the books when you try to add a book. So this is completely dynamic. Now this is about publisher. You can even do the same with the author. So you can see the list of all the authors here on the author's main page. You can go and edit the author. So I can say test name 1. You can see the name changed. You can delete the author, and you can even add a new author, right? So I'm not going to add a new author, but you can add it from here. So this is how the entire application works. So we have categories, books, publishers, and authors. And then we have the home page as well. So this entire application we are going to build from scratch. And what are we going to use? So we are going to use the Spring Boot framework. We are going to use Thymeleaf to design the home page, and Spring Boot is going to power this entire application. And we are going to use JPA. So JPA we are going to use to create entities, manage entities, and to create relationships. So JPA we are going to use to create different mappings that we have amongst the entities in this application. So till now, whatever we have learned in this course, we are going to combine all of that, and we are going to build this application. And this application will give you a complete overview of how a real world system is designed from scratch using Spring Boot and Thymeleaf and JPA and whatever, right? So I hope you guys are excited. I am very excited to start building this. So I'll see you guys in the next class. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to discuss the structuring of our application. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete clarity on what are we going to do and what would be the underlying structure, what are the different entities, and how are they going to interact with the presentation layer. So let's get started. So to start with, we are going to discuss about the entities that we are going to have in our library management system. So the first entity that we are going to have is of category. Then we have the publisher, the books, and of the author. So these are the 4 main entities that we are going to deal with in our application. So we are using category to store the categories that we have in our application. Publisher will keep a track of the publisher. Books will represent the books, and author will keep a track of all the authors that we are adding and removing in our application. Now, these are the properties that our entities are going to have. So you can see, category has ID and name, and then you have authors, and then you have books, which has these 4 properties: ID, ISBN, name, and description. You also have publishers, which have ID and name. So there would be a few relationships that we are going to maintain. So we are going to have many-to-many relationships between category and books. So you can see books and category is having many-to-many relationship, and that many-to-many relationship is being maintained by books underscore categories. So you are going to have a book ID here and a category ID over here, and they both have 2 fields. So category has 2 fields and book has 4 fields. Then you are going to have a many-to-many relationship between authors and books. So you have that relationship being maintained by books underscore authors, right? And then the third relationship that you have is between books and publishers, and that is of many-to-many type. So you have this books underscore publishers, which is keeping a track of the relationships between both. So this is how the relationships are going to work. So just to reiterate, we have 4 entities: category, books, authors, and publishers. And we have many-to-many relationship between category and book, authors and books and publishers, right? And because of that, we have these 3 extra tables that you are seeing over here. So let's move on to next. So here is how we are going to structure our application. So we are going to have a presentation layer, which is going to display the HTML and the Thymeleaf templates. And we are also going to have controllers in our presentation layer, which is going to interact with the users and fulfill their request. Then we have the service layer, wherein we are going to write the business logic. Service layer will do the job of interacting with the presentation layer as well as the data access layer. Then we have the data access layer, which is going to talk to the database and fetch all the relevant information and data that our application needs. So let's move on to next. So this is a typical example of how our application is going to work. So let's understand this with the help of a category module, right? So we have a browser, right? And we will have CRUD operation on every module, right? So we will have to create, read, update, and delete, right? So we'll have a browser and we'll be sending a request. So whenever a request is sent from a browser to the category module, here is how the request will flow. So request is received by the category controller, and this controller will map the request to the relevant category method, to the relevant controller method, and then we are going to interact to the service layer, right? So category controller processes the request and sends it to the category service, and category service is responsible for the business logic. From the category service, the request is being sent to the data access layer to fetch and save the data and process it. This data is processed and rendered, and it's sent to repository, then it's sent to service, then it's sent back to controller, and finally the data is processed and rendered onto the view by the controller. So this is how the entire flow is going to work. So I hope you guys have a clarity on what we are going to build and how we are going to build and what is the structure going to look like. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood the structure of our application that we are going to build. We understood what are different entities we are going to have along with their properties. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to create our new project with the dependencies, and we are going to set up the database. So by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete clarity on what are the libraries you are supposed to add for this application that we are going to build, and you will also be setting up the database. You will have all of this ready on your system. So I am here on the Spring Initializer website, and here I have already created the configuration. So you can see I selected Maven, Java, the latest version of Spring Boot, and I have added com.application as my group and course library as the artifact. So you can put whatever you want, it's your choice. It won't impact the learning in any way. Packaging is default selected to jar and Java version 11. Here on the right hand side, I have added some dependencies like Spring Web, Spring Data JPA, Thymeleaf, Lombok, and H2 database. So we are aware of Spring Web dependency. It helps us build the web applications. So we also know about the JPA library. So it helps us persist data in SQL stores. And then we have Thymeleaf, using which we will be writing our views, which are HTML, and they will be processing Java data as well. So this is a new library that I am introducing. It's called Lombok, And this is an annotation library which will reduce the boilerplate code. So if you have never used this, don't worry, I'll be explaining this, what it means and how can you use it. So don't worry about this for now, just add it in your project. And I have also added the H2 database, which is the in-memory database that we'll be using for this particular application. After this configuration, I have downloaded the zip file. So you can see course library zip is downloaded, and this happens once you hit generate. So I would request you to do this step along with me. And after this is downloaded, you can unzip this and you can open this in your IDE. So I've opened this project in our IDE, and you will see all the folders coming up over here. So under main, you have the main application here, right? And you have this setup. In pom.xml, you will see all the libraries that we have added coming over here, including Lombok and Spring Boot starter test and H2 database and everything, right? Yeah, Thymeleaf is also added. So what is the next step now? So the next step is to setting up the database. So what we are going to do is we are going to head on to our application.properties, and we are going to add the configuration for our database. So I'm going to open resources, and under resources, I'm going to open application.properties, and I'm going to paste some configuration over here. So this is the configuration that we are going to have. So this is similar to the configuration that we had earlier. So we are going to have H2 console enabled. The data source platform is H2 database, and this is our data source URL, wherein this is our application name, right? And we have mvstore is equal to false, and we also have this property set basically so that we should see the changes in the database reflecting as and when we update the entities. So with this done, we should now run this application, right? And we should access the console, and let's see if the console is working perfectly fine. So I'll wait for the application to deploy. So the application is deployed, and I'll head on to our local host. I'll say localhost H2 console login. This will load up the login console, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to log into this URL that we have. Okay, so I'm going to come over here and I'm going to paste this, and I'm going to test the connection. So the test is successful, and I'll connect. So you can see as of now there is no entities that has been created. This is just a setup that we did, right? So we have just enabled the database, and we have just enabled the console, and we have logged into the console. So the setup work is done. So I hope you guys are also done with the setup on your machine along with me. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we created our project with the dependency, and we finished the setup for the database. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to start creating our entities, and we have finished the project setup. So now entity creation would be the next ideal step. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have all the entities configured and ready on your project, right? So let's get started. So I'll just hop on to our presentation, and I'll just show you what all entities we are supposed to create. So we will be creating authors entity, then category entity, we have publishers entity, and we will also be defining a books entity, right? So we have the properties mentioned over here, so we can refer to that. And I'll hop on to our ID, and I'll start by creating a folder over here. So I'll say entity, and within this entity, I will create a file. I'll say author.java. So first thing, I'll make sure I mark this class as an entity, and I will also have the table name defined over here. So I'll say the table name can be authors, right? And I'll start writing the entity name. So private long ID. So I'm using long here instead of int because integer can only hold up to 255. So I'll have long so that we can store wider range of values. I'll have private string name over here. I'll have private string description, right? So we have ID, name and description, and that's what I've defined. I'll add ID over here, and I'll also say generated value. I'll say strategy is equal to identity, right? So this is done. So we have marked this as primary key, and now I want to customize the name for this particular column name. So this field will be converted into a column name, right? So I want to have a custom column name, and I also want to define length. I want to make sure that this is unique, and I want to make sure that there are no null values that are entered as names, right? So how do I do that? So I can do that using the column attribute. So we have column attribute, which is a part of JavaX.persistence. And with this column attribute, you can define some of the column properties. So for example, I can say this is the column name that I want to have for this particular property. So for now, I'm having the same name, but you can customize it as well. I want to specify the length. The default you could see. So default is 255 if you don't specify anything. So I want this to be that of 100. I'll say nullable is equal to false. So I don't want any null values as names. And I'll also say unique is equal to true. So I want authors to be unique, right? So these are some constraints that I'm defining using the column annotation. So column annotation has these properties which you can use to your liberty. I'll use the same column annotation with description as well, and I'll copy the name over here. I'll say the length is 250 for each description that we define. Nullable is equal to false, and I'll remove unique is equal to true for description because it does not make sense over there. So name can be unique, but description it's okay. So I've removed this, but we don't want any null values in description as well. So that's the constraint that I've defined, right? So now the next step is to define another entity. So I'm going to define the entity category, right? I'm going to create a category class over here, and we will see what all attributes we need to add. So we need to add an ID and a name. So over here, I'll first define this as entity. So I'll say entity, and I'll say table name is equal to categories. So I'll have a slightly different name over here. I'll say private long ID over here, and private string name. So I'll mark this as ID, and I'll mark this as auto generated value. So generated value strategy is equal to generation type dot identity. So this is done. Now I'm going to define the column attribute over here, right? So I'm going to say column, and I'll have name is equal to name. I'll set the length of this to 50. I'll have nullable is equal to false, and I'll also say unique is equal to true. So you can see different attributes that you can add right over here. So unique, updatable, then insertable is equal to true, right? So there are many properties that you can explore, but we are using only these. These are required, right? So category is also done, and I haven't defined the relationships yet. So we'll be defining relationships after all the entities are created, right? So I'm going to create the next entity that I'm going to have is publisher. I'm going to say publisher, and I'll press enter. So publisher has ID and name, right? So it's more or less similar like category. So I'll just copy this, and over here I'll first define this as entity, and I'll have the table annotation over here, and I'll say name is equal to publishers, right? Now within publisher, I'm going to paste this, and we are not going to make any changes because I think it's more or less the same, right? We want this to be nullable to be false, unique to be true. So that's perfectly fine. And now I'm going to create my third entity, which is book. So I'll say right click, I'll say book, and here I'm going to have, so there are a few properties that we need: ID, ISBN, name, and description, right? So we can take name and description from author, I believe, and ID also. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste it over here. I'll also mark this as entity, and I'll have the table name defined. So table name is equal to books. We have ID defined, long ID. We have, so we need ISBN also now. So I'll just copy this, I'll paste. I'll say column name ISBN, length is equal to 50 for ISBN because ISBNs are not usually longer, and nullable false, unique is equal to true, and the field name I want ISBN, right? The next column is name, length 50. Okay, book length is 50. Nullable is equal to false. So we'll remove unique is equal to true from here. We don't want book names to be unique. And description length is equal to 50 over here because we don't want a longer description, or we'll have it 250. Let's have long ones. Nullable is equal to false, and private string description, right? So now let's define the relationships that we have. So we'll start with author class. So author entity we have defined, and let's hop on to this diagram. So author has many-to-many relationship with books, right? And you can see this is what will be created in the database. So this is many-to-many relationship. So what we are going to do is in authors, we are going to have private set, and I'm going to say these are set of books, right? And I'm going to say books is equal to new hash set. So we are going to initialize this over here and book over here and a semicolon. And I'll have a many-to-many mapping created. So I'll say many-to-many, and I'll say mapped by, I'll say authors. Okay. So we have to create authors field in book.java, right? And we are mentioning that over here. So let's parallelly also create a mapping in book.java, right? So I'll just go to book.java over here, and I'll add a mapping for authors. So we'll say many-to-many, right? And we'll say private set of authors, and I'll call this authors is equal to new hash set author, and I'll put a semicolon, and we'll have many-to-many. I'll say Cascade, and I'll have the Cascade as persist. I'll also have remove. So I'll have Cascade, persist, and remove for now, right? So these are the two Cascade types. Or we can also have all. So I'll just have all because we want everything to be interlinked. So if we delete a author, right, we want all the books of that particular author also to be deleted. If we update the name of an author, we want the names of the author against that book also to be updated. So we'll keep it Cascade.ALL for now, and I'll say join table, right? I'll specify the join over here, and the table name will be, so the table name is books underscore author. So join table name. So I'll say books underscore author, and I'll say comma. I'll mention the join columns over here. So join columns is equal to So we have defined the many-to-many relationship and Cascade.ALL, and we have also mentioned the join table name along with join column. So this is the column of the current entity, which is nothing but book, and inverse join column, this is the foreign key of the other table, which is nothing but author, right? And we have this authors created over here, and now over here we are going to say mapped by authors in author.java, and we are also going to define the cascade types for all of them. So we are going to say cascade all, right? So this is done. So we have this mapping created. So we have created many-to-many mapping from book. So we have defined the cascading, and we have also defined the joins, and in author also we have specified it correctly, right? So we are done with this relationship between books and authors. Now let's create a relationship between books and category. So what we'll do is we'll first go to books.java and we'll add a mapping for category. So here I'm going to copy this line and I'm going to duplicate it over here, and I'm going to say category. This is categories, category, right? And I'm going to say many-to-many, cascade type all. I'll just copy this entire thing because it's also many-to-many relationship between book and categories. So I'm going to say many-to-many, cascade type all, right? And I'll say join table. We have join table name as books underscore categories. Join column, we'll have the join column is book ID and inverse join column is category ID. So I think this is also defined, right? Now let's go to category.java and let's create a mapping over here as well. So in category.java, I'm going to say, I'm just going to copy this from the author because it's going to be more or less same, and I'm going to paste it over here, and I'm going to say mapped by categories. So categories is the name of the field in the book.java. So I'm just going to make sure that it's equal to this. Cascade type we have defined as all, and we have set books, private set of books is equal to new hash set for book, right? So I think this is also done. So we have created a mapping between book and category, and the mapping type is of many-to-many type. Now let's talk about publishers. So publishers is also similar. We have many-to-many mappings between books and publisher. So what we are going to do is I am going to head on to book.java. So here I am on book.java. Since we are creating a many-to-many mapping for publisher, I'm just going to copy this so that we save a bit on our typing effort, and I'll just paste this over here. I'm going to say set publisher, publishers, and publisher, right? Many-to-many, cascade type all, join table. So join table name is book underscore publishers, and I'm going to have a join column name as book underscore ID, and I'm going to say this is publisher ID. So right, so this is done in book.java. Let's do it in publisher.java as well. So in publisher.java, I'll just copy this that we created in category, and I'll just paste it over here, right? And I'm going to say this is mapped by publishers because this is the name of the field over here. So I'll make sure that this is equal to this, right? I'm going to say cascade type as all, and rest remains same. So private set of books is equal to new hash set book, right? So we have created our mapping. So what we have done is, so let me summarize this lecture for you. So in this lecture, we saw this entity structure that we wanted to create, and we went on to a project and we created all the entities, and we defined the primary keys and also the column attributes for every entity property. And we have created relationships between all of them. So we have mapped author and book with many-to-many relationship, category and book with many-to-many relationship, and publisher to book with many-to-many relationship. So that's about this class, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about Lombok, and by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding on how are we going to use Lombok in our project and what is Lombok, what is the functionality that it adds to our project. So by the end of this lecture, you will have a complete understanding of these things. So let's get started. So while creating our project, if you remember, we had added a dependency called Lombok. So this was a dependency that has been added to our pom.xml. So what is Lombok? So with Java, sometimes you will have to do many repetitive tasks like generating getters and setters, constructors, etc. So if we have multiple classes in our project, we might have to generate a lot of boilerplate code. So these getters and setters, constructors and all, these are all boilerplate code, right? So we have 4 entities as of now. So we have to generate getters and setters, constructors for all of them, and this is nothing but a boilerplate code. Yes, I agree that with the use of IDE like Intellij, a lot of this code is auto-generated without much typing effort, but it's still a boilerplate code that exists in our Java files, and this is where Lombok comes into picture. So Lombok generates a lot of this boilerplate code just by using annotations. So for example, I am on this entity called book.java, and here I'm going to use a few annotations. So the annotations will be getter. So you can see this annotation, and it's coming from the library Lombok. So I'll press enter for getter, and you can see we are getting this from the Lombok library. And I'm going to use another annotation, setter. This is also coming from the Lombok library, and there is one more annotation called noargs constructor, and this is also coming from the Lombok library. So what do these annotations do? So getter annotation generates getters for all the fields defined in the class. So for example, if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So we have 7 fields. So getter annotation will generate getters for all the fields that are defined in this particular class, right? You don't have to write the code for getters if you are using this annotation and the library Lombok. Setter works in a similar way. Setter annotation generates setters for all the fields defined in the class. And noargs constructor generates noarg constructor for all the fields defined in the class. So this is how Lombok works, and it makes your classes look a much more cleaner. So if you were not using Lombok, you will have to write a lot of getter setters and your class will be much longer, right? So we are going to add these 3 annotations in all our entity classes. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste this everywhere we are using Lombok, right? So you can see it's coming from this library, and this library is added in our pom.xml, and this is how you can add the library into your project. So if you haven't added that library while generating the project from starter.spring.com, so if you haven't initialized the project with Lombok there on Spring Initializer, you can copy this dependency and add it in pom.xml. You have to do this within the dependencies tag. Okay, so this is about Lombok and how it works. So in this lecture, we understood what is Lombok library and what are the different annotations it provides and the value that it adds onto a project. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to start defining our endpoints, and by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a clear understanding of what are the different endpoints that we are going to need for our application to function perfectly. And also along with endpoints, we are going to discuss what are the different operations that our application needs to do and how are those endpoints fulfilling those operations. So let's get started. So with our app, we should be able to do the following operations. So before defining the endpoints, we should know what all operations we are going to be doing with our application. So to define the operations, I'm going to head on to our application, and we should be able to list all the records, right? So the first operation would be fetching all the records. We should also be able to fetch a specific record. So if we have to edit, we have to fetch this specific record, right? The one which we are trying to edit. And even in books, you have this view button. So you should be able to fetch that particular book. So fetching a specific record is another functionality that we'll need. The third functionality that we are going to need is add. So we should be able to add an item to the entity. So whether it's book, category, publishers, or anything. So we're going to define add. Then we should also be able to delete a record. So this delete functionality is everywhere. So we should be able to delete a book, delete a publisher, and delete a category. So another operation is delete a specific record. And one more functionality that we have is save the update. So if we are updating this category, like if I update this, it should save the update. So this is also one functionality that we should define. So these are the list of operations that we should be able to do with our application and on every entity, right? And based on these, we will have to define the endpoints. So what could be the endpoints? So let's take an example of book. So books is also one entity in our application. So we'll take example of this entity and we'll try to define all the endpoints. So the first endpoint can be /books, and this particular endpoint is getting all the books from the database, right? Then the next endpoint that we have is /book and a dynamic variable called ID. And this endpoint will help us get a specific book from the database. Then we can have one more endpoint defined as /book, and this endpoint will help us add a new book to the database. Then we have remove book with a dynamic variable ID, and this will help us remove a specific book from the database. Then finally we have save update with ID, and this will save the update to a specific book. So these are the list of endpoints that we are going to have for every entity out there, because these are the operations that we need to perform on every entity, right? So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what are different endpoints that we are going to define in our application. And we also understood how those endpoints are going to help us perform the different operations that we want to do with our application. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to start creating the data access and the service layer for book entity. And by the end of this lecture, you will have the data access and the service layer defined in your own project. So let's get started. So these are the endpoints that we are supposed to define and have for our book entity. And we will need methods to define and to serve these endpoints, right? So we are going to hop on to our IDE and we are going to start creating a repository first. So here I'll just open this folder structure, and we are done with creation of entities. So I'll just hide this and I'm going to create a folder over here. So I'll create a package. I'll say repository. And under repository, I'm going to say new Java class, and I'm going to call this new Java class as book repository. Right. So we have this book repository here, right? Or I'll just hide this. And here we are going to create an interface. So this is going to be an interface. We should not have created a class, but an interface. And this is going to extend JPA repository. Okay. And we are going to pass book over here, which is our entity. And we are going to pass long because our primary key in the book class is of long type, right? So we are going to type in long over there. So we have our repository created. Now let's go ahead and create the service class for our application. So I'll right click over here. I'll say, let's create a service package. And over here, I'm going to define a new class. set. So new class will be book service, and I'll press enter, right? So this is going to be a service class, and the first thing that I'm going to do over here is I'm going to annotate it with the service annotation, right? Now over here I'm going to create a instance of book repository. So I'm going to say private book repository. I'm going to call it book repository, and I'm going to annotate it with auto-wired. Okay, and now I'm going to say public. I'm going to return list. So we are defining a first method which is going to return all the books from the repository, right? So the return type of this method will be list of all the books, right? And I'm going to say find all books, and I'm going to open this, and I'm going to say return book repository dot find all. So this is simply going to return all the instances of books that it's going to fetch from the database, right? So this is the method that is going to serve this endpoint. Now we have another endpoint which is getting a specific book from the database. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to say instead of book, I'll have to return a single book, right? And I'm going to say find book by ID, right? And I'm going to accept ID as a long parameter, right? And I'm going to just remove this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to define a book first. Okay, so we don't need it to be final. And here I'm going to say book is equal to book repository dot find by ID, and I'm going to pass ID over here. Now we are getting an error over here because find by ID returns optional object, right? So we have to add a condition, like if the book is not found, then what happens? So I'm going to say or else throw. So we are going to throw an exception here, and I'm going to say, or I'll say new runtime exception. Okay, so I'm going to pass the message as book not found. Okay, and I'm going to end this with the semicolon, right? And I'm going to return the book from here. Okay, we can combine this into a single line. So I'm going to say here. So this is the code that we have written, right? And we are getting the book from the repository, and we are returning the book, right? And this method takes care of that. So we have created a method that serves our second endpoint. Now we need a method which serves our third endpoint, that is saving the book. So we are going to create one more method, public void. So this method need not return anything. We are going to call it create book, and it accepts book as the parameter, and it says book repository dot save book. So we are saving the book now, and now the next endpoint is for removing the book. So we want to remove a book with a particular ID, right? So I'm going to create a method over here, public void delete book. I'm going to say long ID, and I'm going to first find the book. So basically we have the ID of the book that we want to delete. So I'm first going to find the book. So I'm going to copy this because this is the code that helps us find and get that particular book from the database using the ID. So I'm going to paste that over here, right? And after this, I am then going to say book repository dot delete by ID, because we want to delete the book by ID, and we have to pass the ID of the book that we wish to delete. So I'm going to say book dot get ID. So you can see that we are seeing the getter over here, and this is because we have installed Lombok. Okay, so there is a possibility that you might not see this getter because you need to install an additional plugin to make Lombok work. So what you need to do is you need to go to Intellij IDEA, Preferences, and so you need to go to Plugins first over here on the left hand side, and then you need to search for Lombok. And there is a possibility that it might not be installed on your machine, so there will be an option to search for Marketplace. So let's say if I search for something like this, so you have to search for Lombok and you have to make sure that you have selected the Marketplace tab over here so that it's searching the entire marketplace, and you have to install this plugin and hit apply and press OK, right? And since you have installed the plugin, there is a possibility that you will have to restart your IDE to bring the changes into effect, right? So make sure you do this step so that you can see the getters over here as the suggestion, right? So I've already installed this plugin some time back, and that's why I'm not installing it again. It's already installed on my Intellij. So here we have got the book ID, and we have now finished this method for deleting the book, right? So we have defined the service methods for all these endpoints, right? Now we need to make some changes into the book entity, right? So whenever we are deleting or adding something, like we are removing a publisher or adding a publisher, removing an author or adding an author, or we are doing any changes like removing category or adding a category. So these entities are dependent on book, and there is a bi-directional relationship, right? So let me hop on to book.java. So if you see over here, there is a many-to-many relationship between authors, categories, and publisher, and this is a bi-directional relationship. So if we add or remove any of these entities, we have to make sure that they are added and removed from both the entities. So for example, if I am adding a author, so I have to make sure that the author is added here, right? And also in the author, right, this books is added. So we have to make sure that bi-directionally we are adding things and also removing things. So for that, we will have to add a set of methods over here. So I'm going to add those methods. So the first method is public void remove publisher. So I'm going to start with publisher first, and I'm going to accept a publisher object, and this method is going to remove this dot publishers. So publishers is the set that we have defined over here. So publishers dot remove, and I'm going to say publisher. Now after a publisher is removed from here, it also has to be removed from the publisher object, right? So I have to say publisher dot get books dot remove, and I'll remove publisher. So sorry, not this publisher, but the object publisher. So what we are doing is we are removing publisher. So if you are removing a publisher, we are removing it from the set over here, and also we are going to publisher, we are getting all the books and removing the publisher from there, right? So we are removing things bi-directionally. And now over here I'm going to also do the same thing for addition. So I'm going to add publisher. So I'm going to accept an object over here, and I'm going to say this dot publishers dot add, and I'm going to accept publisher over here. I'm going to say publisher dot get books again dot add. I'm going to say this, right? So this is what we have to do, and we have to do this for all the entities, right? So we've done this for publisher, we have to do this for author as well. So I'll change this to remove author. Instead of publisher, I'll accept author over here, author here. Now this dot authors remove author. I'll just copy this, and here author dot get books, we have to say remove author. So this is done. So add author again over here, right? And I'll say author. So this dot authors, we're going to add author, and then author dot get books, we are going to add this. So this is perfectly fine, and we have to replicate the same thing for the third entity, which is nothing but category. So we are going to say remove category, and I'm going to accept a category object here. So this dot categories, we have to remove category from there, and category dot getBooks, you have to remove category. Then add a category. I'm going to say category. Here also I'm going to accept an object. So this dot categories dot add category, and then category dot getBooks dot add this. So these are the methods that we need to use to add and remove these corresponding objects from the book object, right? And this will make sure that the objects are removed bidirectionally and not only from one place. So if we remove only from one place, we are going to get errors, and we're creating this method so that we don't have to remember to remove from both the ends, and the method takes care of this. So this is about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we defined the repository layer here and the service layer for book. We also installed the Lombok plugin for Intellij to make Lombok work, and we also defined some of the methods in book.java, which helps us manage addition and removal of the dependent entities. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to discuss a challenge which you guys can attempt. And the challenge is to create the data access and service layer for category, publisher, and author entities. So we have already created the data access and service layer for our book entity. Now you can attempt this challenge wherein you can create the data access and service layer for rest of the entities, and you can attempt this yourself, and you can follow the next lectures in the course to see the solution, and you can compare your solution with my solution. So this will help you all learn Spring Boot much better. So in this lecture, what we are going to do is I am going to show you an example of endpoints for author entity, and you guys can go ahead and define similar for category and publisher. So let's get started. So we have already seen the endpoints for the book entity. So wherein the endpoints allowed us to do different set of operations like getting all the books, getting a specific book, add a new book, remove, and save the update. Similarly, I have defined the endpoints for authors, wherein you can get all the authors from the database, get a specific author from the database, save an author to the database, remove author from the database, and you are removing a specific author over here, so you are accepting an ID, and you can update the author, right? You can save the update to a specific author as well. So these are some of the endpoints that I have defined for author. So you guys can define your own set of endpoints for publisher and category, right? They can be similar to these, and then you can go ahead and define the data access and service layer for all three entities: category, publisher, and author. So that's about this class, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to create data access and service layer for author. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have the data access and service layer created for your author entity. And you will also be understanding the entire process on how we can do that. So I'll just close all the tabs, and what I'll do is I'll simply create a new class over here under repository, and I'll call this. So it won't be a class, in fact it will be an interface, but we don't have an option to create an interface. So okay, so here we have an option to create an interface. So I'll say author repository, and I'll select the interface and I'll press enter. So we have this interface defined, and I'll say this should extend JPA repository, and the entity is author, and the primary key is of long type, right? So this is our repository, and this repository will take care of all the standard initializations and standard operations that we are going to perform on the author entity, right? Now, what we are going to do is we are going to hop on to our service package, and I'm going to create a new Java class there. I'm going to call this as author service. And the first thing that I'm going to do over here is mark this class as service, right? And over here, I'm going to say private. So service layer is going to interact with the data access layer, which is nothing but a repository. So I'm going to create an instance of author repository here, and I'm going to mark it as auto wired, right? So that it's initialized automatically. And now over here, I'm going to define a method which is going to give us the list of all the authors, right? So I'm going to say list author. Okay, if we're getting an error for list, so I'm going to say import list, and I'm going to say find all authors, and I'm going to return author repository dot find all. Now the next method that I'm going to define is public author find author by ID. I'm going to say long ID, and here I'm going to create an object of author class, and I'm going to use the repository to find this particular author. So I'm going to say find by ID, right? And I'm going to pass in the ID over here, right? I'm going to pass the semicolon. Now the thing is, find by ID returns optional. So I'm going to say dot else throw, and I'm going to throw an exception if we are not finding anything. So I'm going to say new runtime exception, and I'm going to say author not found, right? And we are done, and I'm going to return author from here, right? So we are done with this. We have defined the method to find author by ID, and now the next method we need to define is to create the author. So public void create author, and I'm going to pass the author object, and I'm going to say author repository dot save author. So pretty simple. And we are going to define one more method which will update our author. So I'll say public void update author, and I'm going to say author. I'm going to accept the author on whom we want to perform the update, and I'm going to say author repository dot save and save author, right? So this is done, and now we need one more method which is going to delete the author with a specific ID. So I'm going to say void delete author, and I'm going to accept the ID, and here I'm going to find the author first. So to find, we can use the same code over here, and I'll paste this over here, and I'll say author repository dot delete by ID, and I'm going to say author dot get ID over here, right? So this is our service layer. So we are done defining the data access layer and the service layer for our author entity. So in this lecture, we have defined the data access and service layer for author entity, and I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, so in this lecture, we are going to start creating the data access and service layer for our publisher entity. And by the end of this lecture, you will have the publisher entity set up with its data access and service layer. So let's get started. So first, I'm going to create the repository over here, which is nothing but our data access layer. So I'm going to say publisher repository, and I'm going to hit enter. And this repository is going to extend JPA repository as usual, JPA repository. and it's going to say publisher over here, comma, long, right? So we are done creating the data access layer. Now let's create the service for publisher. So I'm going to create a class called publisher service, and I'm going to hit enter. I'm going to define this class as service, right? And I'm going to create an instance of publisher repository. So private publisher repository over here and publisher repository. I'm going to mark this as auto-wired. And here I'm going to start defining the methods. So first method we are going to define is to get the list of all the publishers that we have in our database. And this is going to return the list. And we are going to say find all publishers. Right. So this is a method, and we are going to return publisher repository dot find all. So this is one method. The next method would be to get a single publisher with by ID, right? So I'm going to say public publisher and find publisher by ID, and I'm going to accept the long parameter, which is nothing but the ID, and I'm going to say publisher. So instead of typing that entire thing, I'm going to copy it from here, the author class. It's more or less the same. So I'll just paste it over here, and I'll say publisher over here, publisher. Instead of author repository, I'll say publisher repository, and I'm going to say publisher not found, right? And I'm going to remove the input statement for author. So this is done, and I'm going to return publisher here, right? So this is the method that is going to help us find a publisher. Now I'm going to create a publisher, and I'm going to say public void create publisher, and I'm going to accept a parameter, and I'm going to say publisher repository dot save publisher. This is done, right? And the another method that we have to define now is to update the publisher given the publisher object. So I'm going to say public void update publisher, and I'm going to accept the publisher object here, and I'm going to say publisher repository dot save publisher. So this is how we are going to accept an update. And I also need a method to delete a publisher. So I'm going to say public void delete publisher, and I'm going to accept the ID here, and I'm going to say I'm going to find the publisher first. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to find the publisher, and then I'm going to say publisher repository dot delete by ID, and I'm going to pass the ID. So I need to say publisher dot get ID. So we have defined all the methods here, right? To find all the publisher, to get a publisher by ID, create, update, and delete the publisher. So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we have defined the data access and the service layer for publisher entity. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to create and define the data access and the service layer for our category entity. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have the data access and service layer defined for your project. So let's get started. So to start with, I'm going to create a data access layer for our category entity, and I'm going to call it category repository, right? And I'm going to extend this interface with I'm going to say extends JPA repository, and I'm going to pass the entity name over here. So the entity name is category, and I'm going to pass in long. Right, this is our data access layer, right? And now I'm going to define the service layer for this. So I'm going to say category service, and I'm going to mark this class as service, and I'll create a repository over here. So I'll say private category repository. So I'll create an object for the same, and I'll mark it as auto add. Right, now over here we'll need a similar set of methods that we have defined for author, right? So we'll need find all author, find author by ID, etc. So what I'll do is I'll go to publisher service. Sorry, not publisher service, but I'll go to category service here, and I'll say public list, and we'll return category, and I'll say find all categories, right? And I'll say return category repository. So I'll say, okay, so we should rename this to category repository, and I'll say category repository dot find all. So this returns the list of all the objects. Then we have to get a specific category, right? So I'll say public category, and I'll say find category by ID. I'll say long ID, and we'll have to find this. So what I'll do is I'll go to author, I'll copy this line and I'll paste it over here, and I'll replace the author with category over here, category, and here also I'll say category repository, and here category. So I've replaced category over here, right? And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the import statement for author, and I'm going to return this category, right? So we have defined methods for finding all the category, find a single category, and now I'm going to define a method to create a category. So public void create category, and I'm going to accept the category over here, right? And I'm going to say repository dot save category, and we are going to have a similar method for the update category, right? So I'm going to say public void update category, right? And I'm going to say category repository dot save. Now we also need to delete the category, so I'll say public void delete category, and I'm going to say long ID, and here we will find the category first and then we will delete it with the help of ID. So I'm going to say category repository dot delete by ID, and I'm going to say category dot get ID. So we have defined all the methods for finding, creating, updating and deleting the category entity. So in this lecture, we have created the data access and the service layer for our category entity, and I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to set up dummy data for our library management system. So by the end of this lecture, we are going to have the dummy data set up and we are going to see this data in the database. So let's get started. So I am here on the application. So course library application.java file. So this is the main Spring Boot application Java file, and I have opened this file and I'm going to write some code over here which is going to be executed when you launch the application for the first time. So I'm going to say public command line runner. Okay, and I'm going to say initial create So this is the method name that I am defining, and I'm going to accept the object of book service. Okay, and here I'm going to say return args, and yeah. So this is the method that we are creating, and we are going to define this as a bean. So this method is going to be executed when you launch the application for the first time, right? And within this method, I'm going to have some dummy code, which is, so it's not a dummy code, but it's a code that is going to insert and create different entity objects for us, and it will add some dummy data onto our database. So I'll just paste it over here. Okay. So you can see I have added some code over here. So you can see this line creates the book object. This creates the author object. This creates the category object, and this creates the publisher object. And these are all dummy values that we have put in, initial dummy values. Now we have added all of this like book. So we have added author, category, and publisher to book. And what we have done is we have created this book using the book service class. And we have repeated this 3 times. So we are inserting 3 books along with 3 authors and 3 publisher and 3 category, right? So we are seeing red marks all over because we haven't imported any of the classes. So we should go ahead and import all of them. So book, author, I'm importing category and the publisher. So the error goes away, but we see a new set of errors. So if you hover on this, it says, so we have only no argument constructor, but we don't have a constructor to accept these 3 values, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to book class, and over here, I'm going to define a constructor. So I'm going to accept these 3 parameters, excluding ID and the mappings, and I'll say OK, right? And one point I would like to mention is we use Lombok, and we used it to create a no args constructor. So if you are wanting to use any other constructor, you have to define that yourself, right? So we defined that for book, and the error went away. Now same goes for the author. So in author also we'll have to add a constructor over here. So I'll add the constructor. I'll exclude the primary key and the mapping. So I'll just add this, and you can see the error going away. I'll go to category. I'll add a constructor again here. And we have only one property here, excluding ID and the mapping. So I'll add that. And then we have the publisher. So in publisher also I'll add a constructor. And we have one property here again, which is to be added. And once we add this, all the errors goes away and our application becomes clean. So now we will run this application, and we will see this data being populated into the database. And we are actually going to log into our console and see whether everything is inserted and whether everything is running perfectly fine. So let's run the application. We'll wait for the application to get deployed. It will take a while. So our application is deployed. Now we'll head on to our browser, and I'm going to log into our console. So I'm going to say localhost console. We'll wait till the page loads. The page has loaded, and we will connect to the database. So this is the database that we are going to connect to, right? And I have this put in, and the username is SA. I'll test the connection and I'll connect. Now the moment you connect, you will see all the entities being created over here. So we'll check whether all the entities have the data that we have put in. So you can see authors have the dummy data. So you have test or test name 1, test name 2, and test name 3 coming over here along with the description. Books will also have similar data, right? And you can see books to author mapping. Yes, we have perfect mappings. You can see books to categories. There are mappings. You can see book to publisher, and you'll see the mappings. We'll also check category table. You can see we have categories also created and the publisher table. So publisher is also created. So it worked perfectly fine, and we are done with the setup of initial dummy data that we need for our application. So I hope you guys have a clarity on how you can set up dummy data, and I hope you are also seeing the dummy data inserted into the project that you are creating along with. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found this valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to start defining the presentation layer for book. And by the end of this lecture, we are going to have a presentation layer defined, and we would be writing code to get the list and display it on the UI of our application. So let's get started. So we had discussed this earlier, and these are the endpoints that we are going to need for our book entity. Alright, so we have /books, which will get all the books from the database, /book/id, getting a specific book from the database, an endpoint to save book, remove book, and save the update to the specific book. So we are going to start writing the code to get all the books from the database, right? So let's hop on to our IDE, Intellij, and here I am going to start writing the code in the controller class. So for that, I'll create a package called controller, and I'm going to define a controller class within this package. I'm going to say book controller, and I'm going to mark this class as controller straight away. And over here, I'm going to say private book service, and I'm going to say book service over here, and I'm going to mark this as auto-wired, right? So we have an instance of book service because our controller class will be interacting with book service class very frequently. And now here I'm going to say public string. I'm going to return string, and I'm going to write a method which will return all the books from the database onto our web browser. And since we'll be using Thymeleaf, so I'm going to add the object over here, which is the model object. Okay, and I'm going to import it. It's coming from org.springframework.ui. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the list of books. So I'm going to say list of books. I'm going to say books. And I'm going to say book service dot find all books. So we have the list of all the books, and I'm going to say model dot add attribute. Here I'm going to call it books, and here I'm going to say books. So this list is added to the model object, and then we have to return the name of the HTML file which is going to render this book. So I'm going to say books. So we haven't defined this yet. So we need to define the HTML file called books.html, which is going to take this object of list, which has the list of books, and it's going to render it on the UI, right? So we are done with the controller. Now, what we have to do is we have to start defining the HTML. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start defining the fragment first. So our interface will have a fragment which consists of headers, and then that header, the fragment, which is nothing but the header, will be used across all the HTMLs that we use in the project to maintain consistency. So I'm going to create a folder over here called fragment, and under this I'm going to say, so okay, it's showing in a collapsed view, so I'm going to say remove the collapsed view, and I'm going to create a file over here which is an HTML file. I'll say header.html. So header.html, and I won't be typing the entire HTML here, but I have the HTML ready. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. So don't worry, I'll be explaining you everything in this HTML. So don't worry about that. So we are going to start from the HTML tag, and here I have defined the namespace because we are using Thymeleaf. So the namespace part is very important. So we have set thymeleaf.org over here because we'll be using Thymeleaf expressions all over, right? Then we have the title header over here, and then we have defined two links, okay, two links tags over here, and one link tag is basically to the bootstrap, right? So bootstrap CSS. So what we are doing is we are using the bootstrap over here. So let me explain what bootstrap is if you are not aware. So bootstrap. So if you Google bootstrap, you're going to go on this website. So bootstrap is nothing but the open source front-end toolkit. Okay, it consists of some ready-made CSS which you can plug and play in your project. So we'll be using this, and I have included the latest version of bootstrap, and you can see how you can add bootstrap. So this is how you can add bootstrap to your project, right? You can just copy this. So I've added that, and another thing that we are using is Font Awesome. So I'll show you what Font Awesome is. So this is Font Awesome, and here you will find a lot of icons that you can use very easily in your project, right? So I've added this also into our project over here. So these two libraries we'll be using. So this ends our head tag. Now we have the body tag. So I'll just minimize this. So within the body tag, I have defined the fragment over here, right? So this is a fragment header, and I have defined some classes over here, okay, which are coming from the bootstrap CSS, right? And these are the standard navbar classes that you should use whenever you are creating a navbar. And then I've defined div, and I have this, which is nothing but a link. So this is nothing but the name of the project that is going to be displayed on the top left, right? And so then after this we have a button, which is nothing but a toggler, right? And so over here we start defining a navbar, and we start adding items to it. So we have multiple menu options like home, categories, books, publishers, and authors, right? And at the end we also have a search button, but I don't think we need search for our project, so I'll be removing this. We don't have search in our project. Search as the functionality, so I'll just remove this, right? And so this is our HTML that we have defined. Now what we need to do is we need to create one more HTML over here. So in book controller we said return books, so we need to define book.html. So I'll go over here, I'll say book, and this is the HTML file that we are going to need, and I have the code for this HTML also around, so I'm going to paste it over here, right? And I'll explain you what everything means. So we start with defining the namespace, right? We have the title tag over here. We include the same two libraries over here as well, the bootstrap and the font awesome. Here we have included the fragment that we have created, right? So we are including it from the fragments folder, but we have created the folder name fragment. So I'll just rename this to fragments so that we don't run into issues later on. Yeah. So we are importing this fragment called header, which we have defined over here in this particular file, right? So we are importing it over here. And then we have a container to display the list of items, and we have some HTML over here. We have defined a card layout, card body, right? And we have a switch statement over here. So using switch, we are accessing the books variable, which we have added to the model over here, right? So we are checking. So if the book has nothing, we will show no record found. And if the book has data, we will be showing this later HTML, right? And over here, if you notice, we also have a p tag wherein we are showing a link, or basically we are showing a button. So this is converted into a button with the help of this class, and this button is for adding a book, right? And you can see over here we have added this icon also. So this is coming from Font Awesome over here, FA User Plus. So if you copy this and if you search over here, FA User Plus, okay, it's not here. So add user. So we are using this icon. You can see class FA User Plus. So this is the icon we are using, and we are using it in gray color, right? So this is how you use Font Awesome icons, and you have to just include the class name and the icon is taken care of. Then we have this div wherein we are checking if this books have null or it has some items. So if it has null, we are saying no records found. If it has any items, what we are doing is we are creating another div. Within one div, we are creating the table class, and this table is going to display all the books. So you can see we have the header defined for table, ISBN, book name, description, detail. So these are the actions that we are displaying from here. So these are the headers with the book information, and these are the actions, right? So this head ends over here, the table header, and then we are starting the table body over here, right? And over here we are displaying the ISBN, name, and description by using the iteration. We are iterating through the book list, and using the books object, we are displaying the information for every book, right? So we are displaying the information for the first 3 columns, and then for the next 3, we are adding a button over here. So if you scroll onto the right hand side, you'll see that we have button created, and this button is an icon essentially to view the book. This button is to edit the book, and this button is to delete the book, right? And we also have the mapping over here. So we have mapped this. So what happens if you click over here? If you click on view this particular book, so this is going to call /book/id URL, and ID is nothing but the book ID that we are passing from here. So we are taking the books object and we are passing the ID over here. So this is how you pass a dynamic element from using the for each loop, or using the for loop within the iteration in Thymeleaf, right? So we are passing this from here, and then we have buttons and all rendered over here. So this is how this HTML is getting generated, and we are ending all the tags over here in the end. So let's run this code and let's see the output on what it looks like. So I'll just run this code and let's see how it renders. So the application is deployed. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to localhost 8080, and okay, so the URL that we need to hit is, okay, we haven't mapped the URL. Okay, that's why we are getting that error. So we need to map it to, we are going to say get mapping, and we're going to say /books, and we are going to redeploy this application. Let's see what it looks like. So the application is deployed, and I'm going to go to /books. Okay, so we got an internal server error, and let's check what the error is. So it says error resolving template books. Okay, so we are returning books, and okay, so we did a mistake. We are saying that the HTML file name is books, but here we have defined it as book. So I'll just rename this. Just refactor this to books, and I'll run this project again. Let's see what the output looks like now. So over here, the name of the return file and the name of the actual file should be equal, otherwise we will get an error. So the application is deployed. I'll refresh, and you can see the output over here. So if you click on any other icons, it's not going to work, right? Because we haven't added any mappings yet, right? So over here you can see this data is coming straight from the database, right? If you go onto the H2 console and if you refresh the H2 console, you will see that this data is already inserted in the books table. So I'll just select star from books. You can see ABC, ABC1, ABC21, and that's what you're seeing over here. And you're seeing these icons coming from Font Awesome, and here you are rendering these icons. So let me show it to you. So this eye icon is coming from Font Awesome, edit icon is also coming from Font Awesome, and user times icon is also coming from Font Awesome. So there is mapping defined for each of them over here, but we haven't created those mapping yet. So you can see if you hover on this, if you see at the bottom left over here on the status bar, it's showing book/1, book/2, book/3, right? And this is how the dynamic ID was being passed over here. So we passed the ID dynamically while iterating through the books list, and that is how it was passed. And this is syntax on how you can pass it, right? So yeah, so this is how we have fetched the data from all the way from database to data access layer to service and to controller, and then finally to the HTML view. So I hope you guys have a clarity on how this entire thing works and how can you render the data right from the database onto your Spring Boot web application. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to define the presentation layer and HTML for viewing book details. And by the end of this lecture, you will have the HTML ready for viewing the book details, and you will be able to add this into your own project. So if you hop on to our app, you will see that over here we have this detail action, and on clicking on this, we are getting an error because we haven't created any controller mapping for this. So we are going to define this, and if you click over here, you will actually see the book details here. So let's get started. So I'll hop on to our ID straight away, and in controller, I'll define a method over here. So I'll say public string say find book, and I'll say, so this method will accept long as the ID, and it will also accept model because we want to pass data to the UI, right? And I'll also map this. So get mapping, I'll say, and the mapping will be /book/IDs dynamic, right? And this ID goes and sits into this ID over here. So we are going to say path variable over here so that this ID comes and sits into this as a parameter. And now over here, I'm going to say book is equal to book service dot find book by ID. I'll say ID, and I'll add this book into the model for us to get it into the HTML. So I'll say book, comma, book over here, and I'll return list book. So I'll say list hyphen book, and this is going to be our HTML. So what we have done over here is we have created the mapping, we have defined the method, we are accepting the ID, and we are getting this book from the database using the ID, and we have added this onto the model, and we are returning the HTML. So when you hit this URL in short, so when you click on this and this URL is hit, you will see this mapping being called and this method being executed, and we will be redirected to this particular HTML. So we need to create this HTML file. So I'll go to templates, I'll say new, I'll say HTML, and I'll say list hyphen book. I'll press enter, and I already have some HTML written. So I'll say Control A and I'll say paste. So I'll explain this to you how this works. So this is the list book HTML. It has the namespace defined, And in head, we have defined the bootstrap CSS and the font awesome. Here we are including the fragment, and over here we have started the switch case. So we are checking if there is a book that we have found with the given ID. So if this ID is passed, right, we get the book, and if we don't get the book, we have null inside. So null is added over here, and we are checking over here if we have the book. So if we have the book, what we are doing is we are basically creating a table. So a table is created, and over here we are just showing the information that we have got in this book object. So we are saying book.isbn, we are saying book.categories.0.name, and we are getting book.name, author name, publisher name, and description. And we are just showing it in a very basic table HTML, right? So what I'll do is I'll just run this and I'll show you the output for this. So we will wait till our application is redeployed to see the new changes. So the application is deployed. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh. So hit refresh, and I'm going to click on this eye icon over here for the first book. And you can see we are seeing the book details over here. So this book detail is for the first book. This is the book detail for the second book. And this is the book detail for the third book. And this is the book detail for the third book. So you can see how we were able to fetch the information and how we were able to list a single book using Thymeleaf. So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we understood how can you create a controller mapping to list a book, and how can you pass that information and render it on the UI for listing a book. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to define how can you delete a book from your application. And by the end of this lecture, we would be having a controller mapping defined for deleting the book, and we would be able to delete the book from our library management system. So let's get started. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to define a controller mapping over here. So I'm going to say get mapping. Okay, and we need to say remove book, and I'm going to pass in the ID. So I'm accepting a dynamic ID over here. So I'll say public string delete book, and I'm going to accept this variable that we have accepted dynamically in URL using the path variable into the controller method, and I'm going to say path variable long ID, and I'm also going to pass a model method. So we'll need model as well. So model, right? And here I'm going to say book service dot delete book. So I'm straight away calling the delete method over here, and I'm passing the ID, right? And I'll add. So after deleting the book, what we need to do is we need to refresh the UI, and we need to show the list of all books with the book deleted. Okay, so I'm going to say model dot add attribute. I'm going to add books over here, and I'm going to say book service dot find all books. So we are going to pass the list of all the books after deleting this book, right? And we are going to pass this to the UI, and I'm going to say return. Now over here, we are not going to create any new UI, but we are just going to return this interface which lists all the books, right? So I'm going to say books. I'm going to pass a semicolon, and I'm going to run this project. So let's see what this looks like. So we don't have to define any new view for deleting the book, right? Because deleting is just happening on the click of button. So you just click and it gets deleted, and the UI gets refreshed. So we are doing this in our controller. Now let's see the output over here. So I'm going to navigate to localhost /books. So you can see the UI getting displayed. Now we added a controller mapping over here. So we said remove book /1, right? And that is the mapping that we are passing in book.html as well. So you can see over here. So we are passing remove book ID, and we are passing the book ID, and that is being called over here, right? So I'll just try deleting a book. So I'll click on the delete, and you can see the UI got refreshed. So we are on the same UI and it got refreshed with the new set of data. And that happened because we are passing the refreshed set of books after deletion into the presentation layer. So that is how you can delete the book from your existing UI. So that's about this class, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to discuss how are we going to allow users to update a book entity. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete clarity on how the update functionality is going to work with our application. What are the controller mappings we are going to define, and how is the HTML going to work with those mappings. So let's get started. So to start with, I'll minimize this and we'll first understand how updating books works. So we'll first head on to our browser. So here you are seeing the list of all the books, right? And you have an option over here to edit. So if you click on edit, user is taken to a form, right, where he is shown the existing book details. So all the book details like ISBN, book name, description, author, publisher, everything around the book. And he's shown this information in editable fields. So now user has to edit whatever he wants to edit, and there is a save button. Now on saving, he's redirected to this list screen over here. So this is how the update works. So now if you analyze this, you will need one screen, so one UI, wherein you will be clicking on update and you will be taken to that HTML page. So that is one HTML page that you are going to need, and that's one UI. But you will need two controller mappings. So one controller mapping would be managing the click on the edit button. So if a user clicks on edit, so loading that particular form and showing all the book information in editable field, that is one controller mapping. And then the other controller mapping will be executed when the user hits save. So there are two controller mappings. So let me hop on to our controller and let me show you what those controller mappings are going to be. So I'm going to say the first controller mapping that we have defined over here, that you can see at the bottom left of the screen, update book /2. So if you go to books.html, you have already added this mapping over here. Okay, so you are redirecting user to update book /id. So I'm going to define this over here. Number one. The other mapping is going to be about save update. So I'm going to say save -update over here, right? So these are the two mappings that I'm going to define. So let's start defining the first one. So I have this mapping created and I'm going to define the controller method. So public string, I'm going to say update book, and I'm going to define the path variable over here, and I'm going to accept the path variable as ID. And I'll also need the model because we are going to display the book information in the UI. So I'm going to accept model over here. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fetch the book with this ID, right? And I'm going to pass all the information of this book onto the UI using this model object, right? So I'm going to say book is equal to, I'm going to say service dot find book by ID. I'm going to pass ID over here. And then, so we have the book information, but in the user interface, we also need to show all categories, all authors, and all publishers. Because if user is going to edit, okay, he's going to see it in a drop down. So what I'll do is I'll say model dot add attribute. I'll say categories. So I'll add categories. And now to fetch the category, we are going to need an object of category service, which we don't have in book controller. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just replicate this. Okay. And I'm going to create an object of category service. I'm going to again replicate this thing, because we are going to need an object of publisher service as well. So I'm going to say publisher service. And again, I'll need one more object, which is of. So we have category, we have publisher, we have left with author. So I'll define the one for author. So we need author service. Okay. So we're done with this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the category service over here to get all the categories. Then I'm going to add publishers, and I'm going to say publisher service dot find all publishers, and then I'm going to say author service, and I'm going to say find all author. Okay, so we are passing all of this in the interface using the model object over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say the HTML file name is update book, right? And now we need to define this update book HTML. So I'm going to go to our templates folder, and I'm going to say create a new HTML file. I'm going to say this update-book. Right now we'll be needing an HTML over here, and I have that HTML already defined. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste it over here. So this is the HTML for defining the update book. So you can see the title is set to update. We again have two libraries added. One is Font Awesome, another one is Bootstrap.js. We are adding the header, right? And then we have this form created, right? So we are creating a form to display the edit information and the action of this form on submit. So it calls save update and it passes the ID of the book. So if you notice over here in our controller, we need to create another mapping with save update and ID. So once the user hits save over here in this form, this particular URL is going to be called. And here we are getting the object of book that we have passed from our controller. Okay, so we haven't added the book from here. So I'll just add the book object. We missed adding book. So I'll just say book from here, right? And we added this book and we are going to access it from here. And over here, we have fields. So we have this label and input field, which is a text editor. And we are saying show the field ISBN over here. So this is field ISBN and form control. The ID is also ISBN, placeholder is also ISBN. Now, when you mention TH field, okay, Thymeleaf is smart enough to bind this field to the field that we have defined in the book entity ISBN. So if these names are same, it will bind this field and it will pick up the ISBN property and display it over here, right? So that's about the field tag that we are using over here, right? And so we have name, we are displaying description. Then we have combo box, which is nothing but the select control over here. And we are showing the list of all the categories using the each loop, right? You're using iteration and we're displaying all the categories over here along with the value also you are adding. So you are displaying the category name and the value you're showing over here. Same with the author and same with the publisher. And finally, you have a submit button at the end. So when a user hits submit, he is going to be navigated to this particular URL. So let me run this much and let me show what the output looks like and whether we are actually being navigated to this user interface or whether we face any issues. So let's wait till our application is redeployed. So our application is redeployed and now we are going to refresh this. Okay, so you can see we are on the books interface. Okay, and I'm going to hit edit over here. So you can see we are taken to the form and we are seeing all the book information in the editable manner, right, over here. And we are seeing all of the category, right, and we are seeing it in, you can change the publisher, you can change the author. So you cannot edit the category, author and publisher from here, but you can switch the category, author and publisher, and you can hit submit. Now on the click of submit, this form will get submitted and this URL will get called. So if you hit submit now, you'll get an error saying like there's no explicit mapping defined. So you need to define the mapping for this. So we are going to do that in the controller. We're going to go to the controller. We're going to remove this. And over here, now we are going to create a controller method. So I'm going to say public string update book. And I'm going to accept the path variable, which is nothing but our ID. So I'm going to say ID over here. And so over here, I'm going to accept another two parameters. So one is binding result. So this is a part of validation. So org.springframework.validation, right? And I'm going to say result, and I'm going to accept a model. So model, we know why we are accepting, but binding result is basically an object that will check for errors, any validation errors in our UI. So if there are any validation errors in this particular HTML on this particular form, right, this won't proceed. So to check for errors, we have to say if result dot has errors. Okay. If it has errors, then we have to return this view, right, which is nothing but we have to stay on the same view. But if there is no error, then what we are doing is we are saying book service dot update book. Okay, so there is no update book method over here. So let me check with book service. So let me open book service class. So I'll open this. Okay, so we have create delete. Okay, so we missed defining the update book method. So I'll just define that over here. Update book, and the functionality remains same. So now I'll call update book from here, right? And I'll accept book over here. So we need to get this book parameter as well. So along with this, so in this URL only, we'll get this book parameter. Okay. And we are passing it from here, in fact. So we are passing this book parameter from here, right? And it's going as a post request, right? So it's a post request. So in body, we'll get the book parameter. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to say book, and I'm going to put a comma. So we have the book as well over here, and I'm going to say model dot add attribute. So now after user saves the book, you're going to be redirected to the list with the updates, right? So I'm going to say books, and I'm going to call book service dot find all books. And then I'm going to return. So I have to redirect the user now to the list of books. So I'm going to say redirect. So this is how you redirect /books. So this is how you redirect the user to the list of books, right? And let's run this and let's see the output, what it looks like. So I'll just run this code. So the application is deployed, and now we'll just go to the books URL. We'll hit edit, and I'll say book name, edit it, and I'll hit submit. Okay, so we're getting an error and it's saying not allowed. Request type is not allowed. So, okay, so the reason is the request type is the post request, and we have added a get request. So we'll say post mapping over here, and I'll redeploy. So you can see in the exception also, we are seeing request method post not supported. So let me redeploy and let's see the output, what it looks like. So the application is redeployed, and now I'm going to head on to the books URL. I'm going to hit edit. I'll say book name, edit it, and I'll hit submit. So you can see we got redirected to the list, and we are seeing the refresh set of books along with the edited names. So this is how the edit functionality and update functionality works. So just to summarize this lecture, we needed two controller mappings to perform the update on books. So one was update book and another one was saving the update. So update book was just displaying the single list of book that we wish to update in editable fields using updatebook.html, and we created an updatebook.html which consisted of forms, and we defined the action over here, and it was the post request, right? We had access to the book object over here, and we mapped the fields to the properties of books over here, and we displayed the mappings, or we displayed the related fields which had many-to-many relationship in a select combo box, right? And on submission, we accepted like all the books, the updated book, and we redirected user to the books. So that's how it worked, and we have successfully updated the book. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to finish the functionality for adding the book, and by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete clarity on how the add book functionality is going to work, and you would be able to do this in your project. So let's get started. So here we will need two controller mappings for the add book functionality as well, like we did for edit. So for edit, we had a edit functionality wherein you click on edit, you go to the form, and then you hit submit to edit. So we needed two controller mapping there. So for add book also, we'll need two controller mapping wherein the user needs to be shown a form once he clicks on add book button, and then once he saves the update, the books should be added onto this UI and also onto the database. So let's create two controller mappings. So I'm going to head to our book controller, and I'm going to create a mapping called add book. So I'm just going to replicate this. So I'll just copy update book, so that we save a bit on typing, and I'll say add book over here, and we are not going to take any ID over here, but this is just going to be without ID, and instead of update book, I'm going to say add book, right? And so over here, I'm going to accept only one parameter, which is nothing but the model. We don't need to find the ID because we are trying to add a new book over here. Now here we need to pass all the categories, all the publishers, and all the authors, and the reason is, so let me show you the edit form. So in edit form, we had to show this in the drop down, right? So while adding the books also, we need to show this category, authors, and publishers in the drop down, right? So we need to pass all of this, and I'm going to call the HTML over here add book, right? And we need to create the HTML file for this. So I'll head on to our templates folder, and I'm going to say new HTML file. I'll say add book. So this is add book.html, and I'm going to paste the HTML that I've already defined over here, and I'm going to paste the HTML that I have already defined over here. So I'm going to paste it. Now let me take you through this HTML. So we have the head tag, which imports Font Awesome and Bootstrap. We have set the title, and above here we have set the namespace to Thymeleaf. Then we have included the header, right? We have inserted, in fact, and then we have created a form similar to the update book UI, and over here we are redirecting user to save book. So once the user submits this form, you have to create this mapping wherein user will be redirected, and we have access to book object, right? So what we are doing is we are mapping this field right onto ISBN, name, description, and we are showing categories and author and publisher over here, and we have a submit button finally. So I'm going to create this mapping, right, which we are seeing over here, and I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here, right? So we are going to have save book. So this is the post mapping that is getting saved. We don't have an ID over here because this is the newly generated book. So I'm going to say save book. Okay, so we are not accepting this path variable. We are accepting the book object, finding result, and model. Now if the result has error, we are redirecting user to add book, right? And we are saying book service dot create book over here instead of update, and we are adding the new set of books. We are fetching from the database the fresh set of books, and we are redirecting user to the list of books. Now let's see what the output looks like, and let's redeploy this application, and let's see this in action. So we will wait till our application is deployed. So the deployment is done, right? And I'm going to head on to our books interface, and I'm going to say add book. Okay, so we got an internal server error. So let's see what the error is. So the error we are getting is in template add book. Okay, there is a reference to book, and that book object is not available, and that is at line 24. So I'll head on to add book, and line 24 is here. Okay, and it's not able to access this book object. So what we need to do is over here, so in controller add book, we need to add a book parameter, right? And we'll redeploy this application and let's see if this works. So the application is redeployed. I'll now go to books URL and I'll click on add book. So now it's working fine, and now I can add a ISBN 5. I'll say new book name and I'll say new book description. I'll select science books and I'll say test name to second publisher and I'll hit submit. Let's see. So the book is added. You can see over here. So we have successfully added the book and we are successfully seeing the output over here, right? So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we finished the functionality to add and save the book, wherein we added the book and we created two controller mapping to add the book, which fetches the information about the categories, publishers and authors and displays it in the form. So this form is editable, and once you hit save, you are actually saving the book over here and you're redirected to /book. So we also defined the HTML to add book, right? So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to define a challenge. Okay, so till now we have created the interface for book and we have created the full-fledged functionality for displaying, editing, deleting and adding a new book, right? So everything we are supposed to do with the book entity is done, and we are seeing it in our application. Now it's time to define a similar stuff for other entities, categories, publishers and authors. So I would request you all to take this up as a challenge, and you all can start defining the functionality for category, publisher and authors by yourself. So for now, there is nothing that happens if you click on category. So we'll have to define the mappings and the functionalities for all these three entities. It's going to be more or less similar like we have done for book, and if you have followed the tutorial perfectly, then you must have understood very clearly on how all these operations take place. So I have a full-fledged version of the app running here in the other tab at 8081 port, and this is the full-fledged version. So I'll just go to home page. So this is the home page that you can design if you know HTML and if you know some more CSS. So this is just basic CSS and basic HTML that is being used, and you can also define the functionality for category. So here you can have the add category button similar to we had in books, and on clicking on category you will be given a category name which you can add, and you have an edit functionality, so you can edit the category, and you have the delete functionality wherein you can delete the category. Now we don't have a view category button like we have for books, because books has like 3-4 fields. Like I think it has more than 3 fields, and we are showing only 3 fields here. So if you want to see the entire book, you can click over here. But that's not the case for category. There is only 1 field in category, so we don't have the view button here. So we have add, edit, then we have delete, and we have the list of books. So you can try this out. You have to do the same with the publisher. So you have the list of publishers, add, edit and delete publisher. We don't have a view button here again, and similar functionality we have for the authors as well. So we have add author, wherein you can add the author. So I can add test author, I can add description, some description, so the test author is added. I can edit the author, so I can say test edited, and you can see it's edited. I can even delete the author, so that's perfectly fine. And I would request you all to attempt this as a challenge, and you all can try this out, and you will be having subsequent lectures with this solution for categories, publishers and authors UI. So try to attempt it yourself and then try to watch those videos and compare your solution with that of mine. So that's about this class, guys. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to start defining the presentation layer for our categories entity, and by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding on how can you start getting the list of categories and displaying it on your user interface. So let's get started. So here I am on the book entity, and we have done something similar over here, wherein if you hit books over here on /books URL, we are displaying the UI with a table structure that displays the list of books that we have into our database. And we are going to do the same with categories. So as of now, if you go to categories, it says no explicit mapping. So we are going to define the mapping for same. So for that, I'm going to head on to our ID, and over here, I'm going to minimize this. I'm going to start creating our controller over here, and I'm going to call this controller as category controller. Right. So I'll hit enter. The first thing I'll do over here is I'll define this class as a controller, and then I'm going to create an instance of the service class. So I'm going to need service category service, and I'm going to say category service here, and I'm going to mark this as auto wire so that it's initialized. Now over here, I am going to create a get mapping, which is going to manage the call to the URL categories. Okay. And I'm going to define this method here, public string, and I'm going to say find all categories. Right. So this is the method that we are going to have, and I'm going to have a model object over here. So we need to import model. So I'll import model, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the list of categories being passed into the model. So I'm going to say model dot add attribute categories. I'm going to say model, sorry, not model, but I'm going to say category service dot find all categories, and I'm going to end this with the semicolon. And now over here, I'm going to return the HTML categories, right? So now we need to create this HTML file saying categories, and this HTML file gets the model object along with the list of all the categories marked as category attribute. So I'm going to say new file in the templates folder, and I'm going to say categories over here, right? I'm going to press enter. So this is a list of our category that is going to display this HTML file, and I'll paste some HTML code over here. So this is the HTML file that we have. Okay. So now here we have the namespace defined. We have the head tag defined. Head tag has the title and the two libraries, Font Awesome and Bootstrap. We are adding the fragment here. We are inserting, in fact. And then we have a card layout, right, which displays the list. And here we have the switch case statement first, which checks if the category is empty or not. And if it's empty, then we show no records found. And if it's not, then we show the next steps. So basically under this, we have a table here. But before this, we also have a button over here, right? Just within switch, we are allowing users to add the category, and we are displaying the text add category. It's of button type, and we have two icons added. Sorry, one icon added, which is coming from Font Awesome. And if the user clicks on this button, he is redirected to /add category. So this mapping we'll be defining later. Now here we have a table structure that we are adding onto our UI, and we are showing the number, name, edit action, and delete action. So using the for each loop, using the iteration of each loop in Thymeleaf, we are iterating through the list of categories that we got from the model, and we are displaying ID, name over here, and we are defining the actions here, and we are passing the ID dynamically for category. So the action is update category /ID and remove category /ID. And we are displaying this action with the help of icons, right? These icons are coming from Font Awesome. So that's about the code. Now we'll run this and we'll see the output on our browser, and we'll see if everything works fine. So this should ideally display the list of categories along with the HTML and the table structure that we just saw. So our application is deployed. I'll head on to our application and I'll just hit refresh. So you can see the list of categories coming up over here now, along with the button which we saw in the HTML, edit and delete actions. So edit and delete actions, you'll see the URL over here at the bottom if I hover on this. So you can see update category 1 update category 2, update category 3, and same for delete. So this won't work for now because we haven't defined the mapping for them yet. But yeah, the goal of this lecture was to show the list of categories onto our user interface, and we have successfully done this. So in this lecture, we understood how can you display the list of categories from your database onto your presentation layer. And we did that with the help of a controller mapping and a HTML file. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to define the functionality for deleting a particular category. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding on how you can define this function with category entity. So let's get started. So here I have my project up and running and I am on the categories page. And what we are going to do here is today, we are going to define the action for this button. So you can see you already have the mapping defined for this. So if we go to categories.html, if I minimize this, we have already defined the URL and mapping that this button is going to redirect to. So it's going to redirect to remove category, and we have passed the ID dynamically. So we need to create the functionality and map this in our controller. So what we are going to do is we are going to head on to our category controller here, and I'm going to define a get mapping, and this mapping is going to say remove hyphen category slash, I'm going to say ID, and I'm going to define the controller method over here. So I'm going to say public string delete category, and over here I'm going to accept the path variable. I'm going to accept long ID. I'm going to say model, and I'm going to accept model over here. And here I'm going to remove the category using the service class. So I'm going to say category service dot delete category, and I'm going to pass the ID. And then I'm going to add all the categories to the model using model.add attribute. I'm going to say categories, and I'm going to say category service dot find all categories. So after deletion, we are just refreshing the UI, and for refreshing the UI, we are fetching all the categories again, and this method call will fetch all the categories except the ID for which we have deleted, right? Because that one is deleted. And then I'm going to say return categories. So we are not going to have a new UI created for this, but instead we are going to refresh the list. So we are just reloading the list, and I'm going to reload this page. I'm going to redeploy this application, and we'll wait for our application to get redeployed onto our Tomcat server. So our application is up and running. We'll head on to browser. I'll refresh, and I'll try deleting a category here. So you can see the category deletion is successful now. So this is how you can define the functionality for deleting a category. Let's summarize. So in this lecture, we created a controller mapping for removing a category from our UI as well as from the database. And we are doing this with one controller method, and we have mapped it to this URL. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to start defining the functionality for updating the category. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding on how the update function is going to work for our application, and what are the controller mappings and the HTML that we need to define. So let's get started. So I have the application here loaded in my browser, and you can see there is one category over here, and we have the edit function over here. So on the click of edit, what we are going to do is we are going to open a form in the UI wherein user can see the category with the editable fields, and user would be allowed to update the category information there, and there would be a save button which would get called. So I have a full-fledged version of application running here at a separate port over here. And I'm going to go to categories and we are going to review the functionality. As of now, in our application, if I click on edit, we get an error, right? Because there's no functionality or mapping defined for this, right? So we are redirected to update category, but there's no mapping defined. So on the click of edit, we are to be taken to this form, right? So this is one controller mapping that is going to load this UI with the category information where we clicked edit. And I'm going to add the updated information here and I'm going to hit submit. And on the submit button, this UI should be loaded, right, with the updated information. So if I have to show you business books 1, and if you hit submit, you'll see business book being added into the refreshed set of list, right? So we are going to define 2 controller mappings for this. One is to be handling this edit and the other one is to be handling this submit button. And you will need one HTML file which is going to render this UI, right? So I'm going to head over to our IDE and we are going to start create our mapping over here. So I'm going to say get mapping here. I'm going to say update hyphen category slash, I'm going to say ID, right? And I'm going to say public string and I'm going to say update category here. This method is going to be update category since it's going to update the category. Here I'm going to accept the path variable as long ID, and I'm going to accept model here, and within this method I'm going to first find this category. So what we're going to do is we need to find the category with this ID that we are passing here and we need to render it to the UI, right? So we need to say model dot add attribute and I'm going to say category here and I'm going to say service dot find category by ID and I'm going to get this category. So I'm going to find the category and add it to the model, and then we are going to load this HTML called update category. So this HTML does not exist yet in our project, so we should be defining that now. And I'm going to go to templates and I'm going to right click. I'm going to say new HTML file update hyphen category. So we have this HTML created. Now I'll paste some code over here, right? And this is the code for updating the category. So we'll go through the HTML here. So you can see that this is the HTML Thymeleaf namespace that we have defined here. We have the head tag wherein we are defining the title and we are loading a couple of libraries like Bootstrap and Font Awesome. Then here in body, we have first inserted the header, which is nothing but a fragment. Then we have created a container class wherein we have a form here, right? And this form, so I'll just minimize this. So this form has an action which will redirect you to update category and it passes the ID. We have the category ID being passed here. And the category object, this object which we are referring from the controller, and we have just added that over here, right? And we have only one field actually. So there is only one field in category, which is nothing but the name. And ID you cannot update, it's the identifier. So we have the placeholder for category name and we have used th field, okay, which represents name field, and we have a submit button. So once you submit, so whatever information you have entered here in this field will be passed as a post request to this particular URL. And you can see the method we have defined here is post. So let's create a controller mapping for this update category, right? So for this, I'm going to head over to controller class and I'm going to create a post mapping here. So this is going to be a post mapping, which is going to say update category slash ID, it is going to say. And here we are going to say string So this is the controller method that we are defining. So we are saying public string save category, and here I'm going to accept the path variable first. I'm going to say path variable, and I'm going to accept it in the form of long id. Then I'm going to have a category object which is going to come as a post in the body of the post request, right, which is coming from the form. Then I'm going to also have finding result, which is going to check if we get any errors in the form during validation. And finally, I'm going to have model, which will help us render some information on the UI. Now here, I'm going to first check if there are any validation error. So finding result dot has errors. And if there are any errors, we are going to return update category, right? So we are going to be on the same page, update category. If there are no errors, right? So we are going to say category service dot update category, and we are going to pass the category object here, right? And then we are going to add the updated list of categories into the model using categories, comma, service dot find all categories, right? And then I'm going to redirect the user. So I'm going to say redirect, and I'm going to redirect him to categories. So once the request hits this controller mapping, we are calling save category. We are accepting ID, category object from the body, finding result, and model. We are checking if there are any validation errors. If there are, we are returning update category and we are staying on the same page. The method ends over here if there are any errors. If there are no errors, then we are updating the category. Then we are fetching all the categories again, and then we are redirecting user to the list of categories. So let's redeploy this application and let's see how this works and whether we get any errors or it works perfectly fine. So we'll wait for the application to get deployed onto our server. So the application is deployed here. Now I'll head on to our application. So this is the categories. I'll just refresh. I'll click on edit. So we are editing business books. I'll say business books, edit it, submit. And you can see it's working perfectly fine, right? So this is how the edit functionality works with category controller. So let me summarize. So in this lecture, we understood how can you write and build edit functionality with the category entity, and how does the data get rendered on the UI, and how do we use the post request to push it back onto the main list. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to add the functionality to add a new category onto our application. So by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding on what are the different mappings that you need to create in the controller to add category, and what are the HTML files that you need to create in order to make this functionality work. So I have a full-fledged version of this application up and running over here. So I'm just going to hit on categories and let's observe the functionality for a bit. So we have this add category button, which does not work as of now in our application. So if I click over here, it just throws an error because we haven't defined any mapping for this. But in the ready application, full-fledged application, we have this button wherein you can hit add category and you will see a form being rendered. Okay, and this form accepts the category name here. So this is one mapping that we are going to have in the controller, and then you need to add the category name over here and you need to hit submit. So on submit, there will be another controller mapping that we are going to have, which is going to create the new category over here, and it also redirected us to this list, right, along with the updated information of category. So one mapping for adding the category and another one for submit. So we will also need one HTML file which will render this UI. So let's hop on to our application and let's start coding in the IDE. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to start defining the mapping here. So I'm going to say get mapping, and in the categories.html we have defined, right, so we are redirecting user to add category here. So we are going to say slash add category, and I'm going to define the method here. So public string, and I'm going to say show create category. So this is the method, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to here return. So since we are just creating a new category, right? So I'm just going to say add category, right? So this is the method that we have created, which will just return add category, and add category is nothing but this form that we are seeing over here, and it will be an HTML form which we need to define right now. So I'll just minimize this and I'll go to templates and I'll say new HTML file. I'll say add hyphen category. This is an HTML file, and I'll select all the HTML and I'll paste some HTML here. I'll minimize this. So let's go through this HTML. So we define the namespace at the top. We have head tag, which imports the libraries, Bootstrap and Font Awesome. It also defines the title. Then in body tag, we have the header fragment added. And then over here, we have a form. Right. This form has an action to redirect user to save category. So this is another mapping which we need. So this is the mapping that is called when you hit submit here. So on the form action submit, you are going to be redirected to this save category, and here this object we are accessing, which is nothing but the object that is being accessed. So we are not getting this object from the controller right now, but we are posting this object as a post request, and we have th field as name, which is nothing but the category name that we are going to mention, right? And on submit, so we need to call this mapping. So let's define the mapping for this also. We are going to say post mapping. I'm going to say save category. Here I'm going to say public string, and I'm going to say save category. Here we are going to accept the category object first. Then we are going to say binding result, and I'm going to say model over here. Then we are going to check if binding results has any errors, and if it does, so we are returning add categories here. So we're staying on the same page essentially, and if there is no error, then what we are doing is we are creating the category with the help of category service. So we are saying category, and then we are saying model dot add attribute. We are adding categories, and we're using service to find all categories, and we are redirecting user to categories with the updated set of information. So this makes sure that we have added the fresh set of categories after the creation, and we then redirect, right? So let me redeploy this application and let me show you the output on how this works. So we'll wait till our application is redeployed. So the deployment is successful. Let's head on to our browser and let's refresh this. So it's refreshed, and now let's click on add category. Okay, so we got an error over here. So let's see what the error is. So there is an error in add category file at line 24. Add category line 24. So we are binding this, right? So in category controller, what we will do is we will accept a parameter over here. We'll say category, right? And let me redeploy this application now. So it was getting this error. So it was throwing this error because it was not able to find the category object that is mentioned over here. So it's done. And now let's refresh. So you are seeing this being loaded. Okay. I'll also make sure that I add this into. So let's see whether this works now. So I'll just click on add category over here, and you can see the form over here working perfectly fine. And now let's type in the category name here. So category name can be new category added, and I'll hit submit, and you can see this category appearing over here. So the add functionality is perfectly working fine. And let's summarize this lecture. So in this lecture, we understood how we can add a new category mapping into our Spring Boot application. We defined the functionality that loaded this HTML here, and we did this with the help of controller mapping. And once you enter this, so we created this HTML page also, and once you enter any information here, any category name, and you hit submit, you are accessing actually another mapping that is created in the controller here, which saves the category. And we wrote the function for that, and we refreshed the UI and showed the new category that's being added into the list here. So that's about this class, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it fruitful. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to start defining the presentation layer for publisher. And by the end of this lecture, you will have a complete clarity on how can we get the list of publisher entity and how can we display it on the UI. So we are going to start defining the user interface for publishers. So let's get started. So we have defined the interface for categories and books. And you can see when you click on books, you see a list of all the books that is being fetched along with all the operations that you can do, right? We need to do the same for publishers. So as of now, if you go into publisher, you're going to see you get an error. So we need to define a mapping for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head on to my ID and I'm going to create a controller mapping, which is going to serve this request. So let's hop on to our ID and I'll minimize this output pane over here. And first thing we need to do over here is we need to create a controller for publisher because the controller for publisher does not exist yet. So publisher controller. This controller is going to serve all the requests that are coming from the user, and I'm going to straight away mark this as controller, and I'm also going to create an instance of service class. So I'll say publisher service, and I'm going to initialize it by marking it auto wired. Then over here, we are going to start defining the new mapping, and I'm going to say the new mapping is /publishers, right? And I'm going to define a new method over here. So I'm going to say public string find all publishers, right? And I'm going to have model object here. I'm going to accept the model object, and within this method I'm going to say model dot add attribute. I'm going to say publishers dot service dot find all publishers. So what we are doing essentially here is we are getting all the publishers and we are adding it in the model under publisher identifier, and then I'm going to return a string called publishers, which is nothing but our HTML template, which does not exist yet. We have to define that, right? So what this publishers HTML template is going to do is it's going to render the UI using this publishers attribute that we have added just now. So I'll go ahead and I'll create a template. I'll call it publishers, and I'll paste some HTML here. And let's go through this HTML. So we have this namespace defined. We have the head tag with two libraries, Font Awesome and Bootstrap, and the title tag. We have div, which inserts the fragment. And here we have a card structure, card layout that we are defining along with the div. So here we have a switch statement then, right? I'll just minimize this so that we get a better view. So in switch, I'm accessing this publishers that we added here, and we're checking if the publisher is null. If it's null, we're saying no record found, right? If it's not, then we go to further step. And before this, we are also creating a button over here, which is add publisher button. So if you hop onto the UI, you will see. So here, this is a full-fledged application. Here you can see the add publisher UI, and that is this button that we have added over here. And it's being redirected to add publisher mapping, which does not exist yet. We have to define that. Then we have table class, which populates the header along with the functionality. So edit functionality and delete functionality are going to be two functionalities that we are going to allow users to perform on publishers. And then using the iteration, we are iterating through the object and we are rendering the UI here, right? We have added dynamic mapping into these buttons, and so this is a button, you can see class button, and we have added icons over here, right? And this is the mapping that we have done for these buttons, and we are passing the ID dynamically. So this is about this HTML. Now let's render this. So let's deploy this application and let's see what the output looks like in the browser. So we will wait till our application is deployed fully. So the application is deployed. Now we'll head on to the browser. We will switch tabs. And this is our application which was throwing the error early on because we did not have this mapping defined. So now since you have the mapping defined, I'll refresh and you can see the UI getting rendered, and you can see this add button, edit and delete button. And you can see this data is coming from the database, right? And we are fetching the publishers and we are showing this on the user interface. So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we understood how can we define the presentation layer for publisher. We created a controller class. We created a UI along with the controller mappings, which gets the list and displays the publishers list in the form of table. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to add the delete functionality onto our publishers UI. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have this delete functionality working. So let's get started. So we have this application loaded up and running in our browser, and we have this delete button here, which does not work as of now because we don't have any mapping defined. So if you hover on this and if you click, you can see like this is a mapping that we need to define to delete the publisher. Now, once the publisher is deleted, we need to refresh this view and reload the publisher list refetched from the database, excluding that publisher which we have deleted, right? So we need to refresh the UI in short. So to do that, we'll head on to our IDE, and here I'll minimize this. I'll switch to our controller, the publisher controller, and here I'm going to create a mapping. I'm going to say get mapping, and the mapping is going to be remove publisher, and it's going to accept ID as the dynamic parameter. I'm going to say public string delete publisher, and we are accepting a path variable here now. So I'm going to add path variable long ID, and I'm going to say model. Now here I have to first delete this publisher. So I'll say service dot delete publisher ID. Now once the publisher is deleted, I'm going to refresh the UI by saying model.add attribute publishers, right? And I'm going to call publisher service dot find all publishers, and then I'm going to redirect the user. So not redirect, but we are going to refresh the publishers page, right? So we are returning publishers, which is nothing but the HTML that we have already defined. And I'm going to redeploy this application to see how this works. So we will wait till our application is redeployed. So the application is deployed, and we're going to refresh this. And you can see we have the list loaded. We'll try clicking on this edit button for second publisher. And you can see the second publisher was not only deleted, but the UI was also refreshed. So that is how this functionality works. So in this lecture, we created a controller mapping which handles the deletion of the publisher. And we not only deleted the publisher, but we also did a UI refresh on the same. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to define the code to update a publisher. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding on what are the steps that you need to do and what are the mappings that you need in order to allow our application to update the publisher entity. So let's get started. So I have a full-fledged demo version of the application up and running. I'm going to go to the publisher entity, and we are going to examine what all things we are going to need over here. So to update the publisher, you have to click on the edit icon. So this is one mapping that we are going to need, which is going to render this HTML here. So when you hit edit, you see this HTML. And what this controller mapping would do is it would fetch the publisher and it would add the publisher onto this HTML. And then on this HTML, we have a edit functionality wherein you can edit the publisher and you can hit submit. So the submit button would be the second controller mapping that we are going to need. So in short, we would need two controller mapping, one to load this page and one to submit. And we would need one HTML to view this, right? So let's hop on to our IDE and let's see this in action. So what I'm going to do is I am going to start creating a mapping over here. I'm going to say get mapping and I'm going to say update publisher and I'm going to accept the ID here, right? And I have to create a method which is nothing but the controller method, and this is going to say update publisher, right? And here I'm going to accept the path variable. So this is a path variable, it's of long type, and we will pass the model object as well. So we have to make sure that this path that we are passing, this mapping over here, is equal to the one that we have defined here. So we have defined one over here. So only then it's a match, otherwise it's not, right? Now here what I'm going to do is I am going to get the publisher and I'm going to add the publisher onto the model. So I'm going to say model.add attribute publisher and I'm going to say publisher service dot find publisher by ID and I'm going to pass the ID. And then we are going to return update publisher HTML. So I'm going to say update publisher. I'm going to end this with semicolon. So what we are doing is we are getting the ID and we are adding the ID onto our model, and we are not adding the ID, but we are fetching the publisher and we are adding the publisher, and then we are returning the view. Now we need to create this view, update publisher. So I'll head over to our templates folder and I'll create a new HTML file here. I'll say update publisher and I'll select this HTML and I'll paste some HTML here. I'll minimize this. So we will discuss this HTML now. So we have this namespace defined and we have the head tag which defines the title. We have two libraries, Bootstrap and Font Awesome added. We are adding the fragment over here, we are inserting, and then we have a body tag defined here. So under body tag we have the form which we are presenting to the user, and if you submit this form, this mapping is being called update publisher /ID. We are passing the ID over here and we have the object that we are accessing from the controller and the method type is post. And here we are showing a input type text to the user which user can update and a submit button which is being shown to the user to submit. So this is the HTML, right? Now let's go ahead and let's define this mapping as well over here. So this is the update publisher mapping which is of post type. So I'm going to go to the publisher controller and I'm going to say post mapping and we are going to say update publisher /ID and I'm going to define the method for the same. So I'm going to say public string save update publisher and I'm going to accept the path variable long ID and I'm going to also accept the publisher object which will come in via post request. I'm going to also accept binding result and I'm going to also add the model object here. So all of this is done. Now here I'm going to check if the binding results has any error, right? And if it has, we will just stay on that view. So I'll return this update publisher view. And if there is no error, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to update the publisher. So I'm going to call publisher service dot update publisher and I'm going to enter publisher here. And then, so I'm going to add so now once the update is done, we need to refresh the view, right? So once we update the publisher here, on submit, you need to refresh the view of this list and also need to redirect the user here. So what we will do is we will add the updated list of publisher over here. So I'll say publisher and I'll say publisher service dot find all publishers. And here I'll redirect the user. I'll redirect the user to publishers and I'll end this with the semicolon. So we are done with the code. Now let's redeploy the application and let's see this in action, right? So we'll wait till the application is getting redeployed. So the application is deployed now. I'll hop onto a browser. We'll switch to tab here. I'll refresh this. And here I'll hit the edit icon. So we see this. And I hit submit. So you see this getting updated. So this is how you can update the publisher. So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we created the controller mapping for updating and saving the update for publisher. And we also defined the view using which user can post his update. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found this valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to define the mappings and the functionality for adding a new publisher onto our Spring Boot application. So as of now, we have this open, we have this application running, and if you click on add a new publisher, you will get an error. And that's because there is no mapping defined. So by the end of this lecture, you will have a clarity on what are the mappings that you need to define to make this functionality work. And we will be actually doing this with the help of the example. So let's get started. So I have this full-fledged version of this app, demo version running. So here I have add publisher button. So on click of add publisher, you see a form getting loaded, right? And this is the HTML that is being loaded, which is asking for the name of the new publisher that you want to add. So this would be one of the mapping that we need. So on clicking of this button, we would need to call a controller mapping, which would render this HTML. And then once the user enters the publisher name and hit submit, so you need to save and refresh this view and also redirect the user onto this page. So this would be the second mapping that we are going to define. So there would be two controller mappings and one HTML page. So let's hop on to our IDE and let's start defining the same. So we are going to define a get mapping first, right? And we are going to say add publisher. So we are mentioning add publisher here because in publishers.html, we have mentioned add publisher over here. So we have to make sure that URL and this URL is same. Otherwise, there will be a broken URL and we'll get an error. So I'm going to say public string. So I'm going to show create page, right? And I'm going to accept the publish object here. And here I'm going to return add publisher. So what we are doing is we are just returning this new HTML, and this is the HTML page that we are just going to define. So under templates folder, we have to create a new HTML file saying add publisher, and I'm going to select all and paste the HTML over here. So let's see what this HTML does. We have the namespace defined. Then we have the head tag, which includes the libraries and the title. Then we are inserting the fragment here. Then we have a form here, right? This form, which is calling this mapping save publisher, and it's pointing to this object publisher. And we have the method type as post, and we have a field which will help us define the publisher and a submit button, right? So we need to create this mapping as well in the controller saved publisher. So we are going to say post mapping here because that's the type of post. So we are using post mapping because here we have mentioned the method type as post. So what we are going to do is we are going to say save publisher, because that is a URL that we have mentioned over here as well, save publisher. And here I'm going to define a method. So public string, I'm going to say create publisher, and I'm going to accept, let's say I'm going to accept publisher object. I'm going to accept binding result, and I'm going to accept model. So these three things we are going to accept over here. I'm going to first check if the result has any errors. If it does, I'm going to stay on the same page. So I'm going to say add publisher. If there is no error, I'm going to save the publisher. So I'm going to call the service and I'm going to create the publisher and I'm going to add this publisher here, right? And so now we need to refresh the UI wherein we need to fetch the new set of publisher. So I'm going to say add attribute publishers and publisher service dot find all publishers. And then I'm going to redirect the user to the main page of the publisher. So that's our code. Now let's redeploy this application and let's see the output. So we will wait till our application redeploys. So the redeployment is successful. We will head on to our application and we'll just refresh this UI, right? So you can see the form coming. So if you go to publishers and if you click on add publisher, you will see this form coming. I'll say new publisher added. Okay, so submit. Okay, so we are getting an error, internal server error over here. So let's see what the error is. So there is a primary key violation because we tried to enter null, it's saying. So let me try to add this again. Let me see what happened exactly. So the new publisher is added over here. We are being redirected to a wrong URL. Okay, so see, we made a mistake here. So here we are redirecting the user to publisher URL, but the actual URL is publishers, right? So we want user to go over here, right? So we missed the S over here. So we are going to redeploy this application and let's see the output now. So you have to make sure like all the mappings that you are doing, you don't miss anything here. So even a slight spelling mistake, your application will be broken. So the application is redeployed. I'll just go to publisher screen here, try to add a publisher. I'll say test, submit. So you can see it's working perfectly fine. So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we understood how can you add the functionality of adding a new publisher onto your Spring Boot application. And we created controller mappings, 2 controller mappings and 1 HTML view to finish the functionality of adding the publisher. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to start defining the presentation layer for our author entity. And by the end of this lecture, you will have the presentation layer defined. We will also be creating the functionality which will get the list of all the authors right from the database. And we'll be displaying that list onto our user interface. So let's get started. So here I am on the application. Our application is up and running. So if you click on publisher, you see the list of all the publishers in a table view. If you click on books, you see the same for the books as well. But for authors, you don't have anything defined yet. So we are going to define this mapping. And for this, we are going to need a controller mapping that will help us fetch the list of all the authors and render it on the UI. And we'll also be creating an HTML which will be used to render the UI. So let's hop on to our IDE and let's see this in action. So here I am on Intellij. So first thing, I'm going to create a controller which does not exist for author. So I'm going to say author controller. And I'm going to straight away mark this class as controller. And here I'm going to have the service object created. So author service. And I have author service. I'll mark it as auto wired. And now we are going to have a get mapping. So we are going to map the URL which we were trying to access /authors. So, and this we are going to create a method here. So I'm going to say string list authors, and this is just going to accept one parameter, which is the model object. And we are just going to add first all the authors into this particular model object. So we are going to say authors, and I'm going to say service dot find all authors, and I'm going to return the HTML called authors. So you have to make sure that the attribute that you're adding over here, so this matches the one in the HTML, right? Otherwise, if there is any slight spelling mistake, so if I miss an S over here, and if you have used authors in the HTML, it won't work, right? So it has to be exact similar. And now we don't have this authors HTML here. So I'll be defining that. So I'll go to templates. I'll say a new HTML file. I'm going to say authors. And I'm going to delete this HTML and paste the new HTML here. I'll minimize this. So let's understand what this HTML does. So in controller, we have added all the authors into model and we are returning this authors HTML. And in authors HTML, we have defined the namespace here. Then we have the head, which imports to library, Font Awesome and Bootstrap along with the title. Then we have inserted the fragments, and then we have created a body which checks using the switch statement if there is any value in author. So we fetch this authors. So if there is any value, we are rendering the UI using the table. And if there is no value, then we are displaying this no records found. And also we have a button here, okay, which is an add button, and it uses the icons from Font Awesome. And the mapping we are using over here is add author, which does not exist yet. Now over here we are defining the table class. Now we have the headers defined here, and here using the authors object that we have got from here from the controller class, right? So we are accessing that authors and we are fetching all the properties and displaying it over here. And not only we are displaying, but we are also passing these properties dynamically into the mapping, right? And we are showing two buttons over here, edit and delete. So that's this HTML. Now let's run this code and let's see what the output looks like. So we'll wait for the application to be redeployed. So the application is up and running. I'll hop on to our browser, and we were getting an error over here, but since now we have defined the mapping, this should work. So you can see the UI being rendered along with the buttons, and you're seeing this coming straight from the database. So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we understood how can we define the presentation layers for author. We defined a mapping which helped us get the list right from the database, and we displayed it on the UI. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found this valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to define the functionality of deleting an author. So here I am on the authors list page, right? And here you can see the delete button. So by the end of this lecture, you are going to have authors deleted dynamically if you click on this button. So as of now, if you click over here, you are redirected to this URL, but you're getting an error because there is no mapping defined over here. So how this should work is, so I'll just go onto my other tab, and here I have a demo version of the application running. So on authors, if you hit delete here, it should simply delete, and it should also refresh the UI, right? So we are going to do the same functionality in our application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop on to our IDE. I'm going to go to author controller, and we are going to create a mapping over here, which is going to do that. So get mapping. I'm going to say remove author, and I'm going to say ID. So you have to make sure that you are using this URL is same that you have passed over here. Okay, so this is the URL that is being rendered here, and you have to make sure that on the click of this button, this is the URL that is mapped. So this URL and this URL should match, otherwise you will get an error. So I'll say public string remove author, and I'm going to accept the path variable. Sorry, not the post mapping, but path variable long ID, and I'm going to say model here. Now here I'm going to use the service class, and I'm going to delete the author with the help of ID, and I'm going to add. So since we need to now refresh the UI, so I'm going to add the fresh list of authors fetched from the database. So I'm going to say author service dot find all authors, and I'm going to return authors. So this is nothing but the UI which displays the list of authors. And I'm going to redeploy my application. So let's see what is the output looks like. So we'll wait till the application is deployed. So the application is deployed. Now I'm going to hop on to our browser. I'm going to refresh. And here I'm going to try deleting an author. So you can see the delete functionality works perfectly fine. So that's about this class, guys. So in this lecture, we understood how can you perform the delete operation on authors, and we created a controller mapping which not only deletes the author from the database but also refreshes the UI once it's deleted. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found this valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to define the functionality which will help us update a particular author. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete clarity on what are the different mappings that you need to create, how you need to create, what is the HTML needed, and how would the HTML render itself. And we'll be taking a look at the complete functionality end to end. So let's get started. So here I am on the authors list. You can see the list being rendered. As of now, we have only one author in the database. So you are seeing only one author here. But if you click on edit, there has to be a form that is loaded, which is similar to the one that you will see in the demo project. So let me open the demo project here. I'll navigate to author. I'll hit edit. So we have to render the HTML, which is something like this. And user should be allowed to update over here. And then user can submit. So there will be two controller mapping that will be needed. So one would be on the click of this form should be loaded. So this would be one controller mapping. And this controller mapping not only loads this HTML, but it also renders the data of the author that was clicked. And user is allowed to edit over here. So we'll need the HTML for this. And then after editing, you can press submit. Now after submitting, if I do any change, you are redirected to the list. And the list that you see has the updated author information. So this will be the second controller mapping. So one controller mapping is this, and the second controller mapping is on submit. And then you have an HTML page as well. So this is the functionality that we are going to write. So let's hop on to our IDE and let's start defining the mappings first. So here I am on the IDE and I'm going to start defining the get mapping over here. So I'm going to say update author. I'm going to pass the ID over here and I'm going to define the method here, which is nothing but the controller method, right? And this method accepts path variable as ID and it also accepts the model object. So this URL cannot be anything, but it has to be the same URL that you have mentioned over here. Because on click of this mapping is being called, right? So what I'll do now over here is I'll add the author with this ID onto the model. So model.add attribute. I'll say author and I'll say service.find author by ID. I'll pass the ID and then I'll return an HTML saying update author. So one thing you have to remember, whatever name you are mentioning over here, you have to make sure you refer to the same name in the HTML. And the HTML I'm talking about is update author. So we haven't defined this HTML yet. So let's define this HTML. I'm going to right click. I'm going to say HTML file, update author, and I'll paste some HTML over here. I'll minimize this so that we get a better view. So here we are defining the namespace. We have the head tag, which imports two libraries. Then under body, we are defining the fragment. Then here we have the form that is created. And this form is nothing but the form that allows users to mention the author name and the author description. So by mistake, I have the placeholder here as description name, but it should be description, right? And we are referring to the author object over here. And this author object is the same name that we have added over here, right? And once the user clicks submit, this URL is being called as the post request. And you can see the method name is post. And this author object is passed. So this, both the fields are converted into object and they are passed along with this request. So we need to now define this request here. So I'll go to controller. I'll say post mapping, and the URL that we had mentioned here was update author ID. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste it over here. And I'll define the method over here, public string save update author, and I'm going to accept, sorry, not post mapping, I'm going to accept the ID as the parameter over here. I'm going to also accept the author object which we are getting in the body, and I'm going to say finding result, and I'm going to get model here. So the model object, and then I'm going to check within the method if binding result has any errors. So if we have any errors, what we are going to do, we are going to stay on the same page. So we are going to stay on the update author page. If we don't get any error, we are going to save the author. So we are going to call the book service class, and we are going to update the author. And then, so now after updation, we need to refresh the list of the author and show the updates. So we are going to copy this from here. So we need to fetch the, sorry, not this, but I'll just remove this. So we need to copy this. So we need to add all the authors into the model, and we need to redirect the user to authors. And I'm going to mention redirect here. Right. Now we're done with the coding part. Now let's redeploy the application and let's see the output. So we will wait till the application redeploys. So the application is deployed. Now I'll go to our app. I'll click on authors. We'll do a short refresh. And here I'll try editing the second one. You can see test name 2. I'll add to 1 and I'll submit. And you can see it works perfectly fine. So this is how you can perform updates on the author. Let's summarize. So in this lecture, we understood what are the different mappings that we are going to need to update an author entity. We went ahead and defined those mappings, and we created an HTML that helped us update the author information. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found this valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about how can you add a new author into your Spring Boot application. And by the end of this lecture, you are going to have a complete understanding on how can you build this functionality. And we would be understanding what are the controllers and views we need to add to make this functionality work for us. So let's get started. So I am on our library management system application, and I am on the authors tab. And you can see here we have the add author button. So just clicking on the button and the application redirecting to the HTML page is going to be done with the help of a controller. Then we are going to need a HTML file which is going to show us that form. And then once we fill in the new author details, we are going to hit submit on that form, which is going to save the author information. So that will be our second controller mapping that we are going to need for this functionality. So if you want to see an example, I have this demo app up and running. So you can see this authors page. I can click on add author. So this is one controller mapping. We redirecting to this HTML page, and this is one HTML page that we have. You can see we have a test author here. We are adding an author, my first book, let's say, and I'll submit. On submit, you see the test author being added here, and this list is also refreshed with the new author information. So this is going to be the second controller mapping. So we have two controller mappings and one HTML view that we need to define. So let's hop on to our IDE and let's see this in action. So here I am on Intellij, and I am going to start defining the mapping that we need for adding the author. So I'm going to say get mapping, and we are going to define the URL here. The URL is supposed to be the same one which we have already mentioned in our author.html. So on the button, we are saying it redirects to /add-author. So we are going to say /add-author over here. And here I'm going to write the method name. So I'm going to say show create author. So this method is going to show the create author form, and I'm going to accept author over here as the parameter. And now in this method, I am going to simply return add author HTML. Now we don't have this add author HTML defined yet, but we will have to create this one. So I'll head on to our templates folder and I'll add the HTML file, add author. Now I'll just paste some HTML code over here and I'll minimize this one. So let's take a look at this HTML. So once we are redirected to this HTML is rendered, and you can see the namespace here. We are importing two libraries here in the head tag, and we have mentioned the title as well over here. Now here we have a fragment insert over here. Then we have a form which we are displaying, and this form shows two fields. One is name and the other one is description. So this represents author name and this represents author description. So here it is supposed to be description. By mistake it's name. So I'll change this to description. We have a submit button. Now once you submit, you are going to call this mapping here in the form of post, and this object is going to go as the body, right? So let's define the post request for saving the author. So here I'm going to say post mapping, and I'm going to say /save author. I'll just cross check if the URL is correct. Yes, it's correct. And now I'm going to define the method over here. So I'm going to say public string. I'm going to say save author. And here I'm going to add a few parameters, like I'm going to accept author here, which we are getting in the body. I'm going to add a parameter called binding result. Then I'm going to also add model. Now here I'm going to check if binding result has errors. If it has, I'm going to stay on the same page. So I'm going to return add author over here. Once we are done with this, if there are no errors, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call service class. I'm going to save the author, right? So I'm going to say author. And once the author is saved, I need to refresh the UI with the new list. And I need to redirect the user to the new list. So I'm going to add new list first onto the model. So I'm going to say author dot say, sorry, not author, but here I'll say service dot find all authors. And over here, I'm going to redirect the user to author, and I'll finish the code. So we created two controller mappings and one HTML to define this feature. Let's redeploy our application and let's see what the output looks like. So we will wait till our application is deployed onto our server. So the application is deployed. Now let's head on to our browser. Let's refresh this. Now here I'm going to click on add author. So this is showing me the form. I'm going to say author new, author description 11. I'll submit. So you can see the author showing up over here. So our code is working perfectly fine. So in this lecture, we finished the functionality to add a new author into a Spring Boot application, and we have defined two controller mappings and one HTML page for the same. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found this valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to create our homepage for our library management system. And by the end of this lecture, you will have a complete clarity on how can you create the HTML and how can you map it onto the homepage. So let's get started. So here I am on the browser, and if you click on home, like over here, so we don't have anything over here, right? So localhost 8080 is the root, and we don't see anything over here. So we need to define a mapping for this. But if I open the demo app and if I click over here, you see this page that loads. So it talks about, there are some lines, okay, over here, like how many customers we have served and all. And there is a read more button over here. Then we have some features that we discuss over here, and a background image, a good looking background image. So let's hop on to our IDE and let's bring this to life. So here I am on Intellij. I am going to create a new controller first, and this controller is going to map the root URL, which is going to render the home page. So I'll go to our controller and I'm going to say new Java class index controller, and here I'm going to say get mapping, and here I'm going to say slash. Here I'm going to say public string. I'm going to say list home, right? And over here I'm going to just return the index. So I'm going to call this file as index. So on the root URL, right? So root URL is the URL without any path. So we have defined the mapping for this, and we are returning index. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a HTML file here with index as the name. So index.html, and here I'm going to paste an HTML. So let's see what this HTML looks like. So here we have the namespace, then we have the head tag along with some styling. So this is the styling for masking the image, right? And then we have added a couple of libraries like Bootstrap and Font Awesome. Here we have included our fragment header. Now over here, this is nothing but the div wherein we are displaying the text like learning never stops, and we have served these many people and all, right? That is being displayed over here. And if you scroll up, so we have also added the background image over here. So if you can see, the background image is added over here. Now let's scroll down. So here we already discussed this div, right? And then we have a header over here. So this header talks about the feature then. So you see we have best features written over here, and then we have some text, and then we have these features which are displayed horizontally, right? So we talk about the experience, quality, and seamless. So it's a very basic static HTML that we have used, and we are using it to render the index page. So let me redeploy the application and let me show you the output on what it looks like. So we will wait till our application is deployed. So the application is live. Let's head on to our browser and let's refresh. So here you can see this is how the home page is looking now. So if you want, you can customize these text depending on your preference. And this is about the home page. It's a static home page that we are rendering using the root mapping, right? So let's summarize. So in this lecture, we created a home page for our Spring Boot application, and we defined the controller class and the HTML page for the same. So I hope you guys enjoyed this class and found it valuable. I shall see you guys soon. Thank you. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this lecture, we are going to do a quick review of whatever we have learned and built till now. So we have built this application called Library Management System, which has a home page. We have categories, books. So we can manage all the categories. We can perform different operations like edit, delete, add a new category. We can manage books. We can add a book. You can see the detail of the book, edit, delete. We also have publisher, using which you can maintain publishers, add, edit and delete. You can perform different operations on publishers. And same thing with author, wherein you can manage the list of authors. So we built this entire application from scratch, and we used a lot of concepts. We used Spring Boot framework, and we used this along with Thymeleaf. And Thymeleaf was our rendering engine, which helped us render our dynamic HTML. So we also used JPA, using which we defined our entities and we converted those entities into tables. We also defined mappings. We defined relationships between different entities, like we created many-to-many mappings between categories, books, publishers' books, and authors' books. And we created these mappings in our app, as well as we rendered this in our database. So it was a great learning experience, and we were finally able to build a full-fledged application using Spring Boot. So I hope you guys enjoyed learning. and I hope you guys had fun. So thanks a lot for watching. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.